All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the June 2025 SSC meeting. To begin with, I wanted to give a land acknowledgement. We want to take the we want to take this opportunity to respectfully acknowledge the council meeting held in Newport, Oregon, is within the traditional lands of the Yokwina, is within the traditional lands of the Yokwina and the Alsea tribes. Today, these tribal descendants are represented by the Confederate tribes of the Siletz Indians. The council wants to honor, and the SSC joins in, the indigenous peoples who have stewarded this land across generations and continue to do so. We're glad to be part of this community and to honor their culture, resilience, and tradition. So welcome. The first thing, the SSC is going to move into our executive session, and then we will come back and start with our administrative. For the SSC members, a couple of notes. One is that we're going to stay here, and executive session, since we've got a number of people remote, is actually going to be on the Zoom meeting. So it's now that I think about this, Kayla, do we have a link for email? Got it. Haven't looked at my email. So it should be a Zoom link should be in your email for this executive session so that people that are online can hear you. Actually, you don't need it. You just need a microphone here. All right, thank you. The other thing for the SSC to know is that we don't have a monitor at this meeting. So people at the front table, we think we're going to have the internet capacity for you all to sign on to Zoom so that you can watch on your computers. And if we end up having issues, we will fix that. So you can either turn around or use Zoom either way. Okay. I have no idea if I need to switch over. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, wonderful. And I got Martin's phone number. Can one of you guys send Martin an email and wonderful.
So Sherry, I got a link to a executive session Zoom meeting. So should I try that instead? I can't hear you.
All right, everybody, welcome back. I'm just going to check with council staff. Are we successfully back in the SSC public meeting? Awesome. Okay. So we are moving into our admin. Um, and before we move into that, I just wanted to announce a couple of things that from the SSC executive session. And that is the SSC has reviewed the nominations of Dr. Megan Bryant to the Gulf of Alaska Groundfish Plan Team and Dr. Caitlin Stern to the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Crab Plan Team. And the SSC finds that the nominees to be well qualified and recommends to the council that they approve these nominations. The second thing that we talked about is that after this June meeting, the council, if they choose, may put out a call for SSC and advisory panel nominations. And so with, let me get there on my notes. So if the council does choose to extend a call for SSC nominations in 2024, 2026, and chooses to identify specific expertise in the call. The SSC did develop a couple of recommendations for expertise of additional members that the SSC believes would be valuable to supplement our current knowledge base due to members that are likely to step down at the end of this year. And the two areas that we discussed are the first would be looking for a scientist with fish population dynamics, stock assessment, and harvest policy background. And the second one would be looking for a social scientist with a background in anthropology, sociology, human geography, or a related field. And if or when filling these positions, the SSC highlights that it would be beneficial to identify someone who has experience incorporating local knowledge and traditional knowledge into management, and who also has experience working with Alaska coastal communities in either of those positions. Okay, I think that's it. We'll move on to, yeah, Diana for admin.
Good morning, members of the SSC, Diana Evans, council staff. And I have a couple more things than normal to walk through with you here today, but still just general information. So I'll go ahead and get started. Okay, so before we start, just a couple of things for the room as a whole. For the SSC meeting, at all of our council meetings now, we have, the council has established a code of conduct for all participants in the process, both members and anyone participating, reminding everybody that it's important to treat everyone with respect, to listen and seek to understand differing views or opinions, represent information honestly and openly, refrain from using offensive, disrespectful, or derogatory language, and that we do not tolerate personal or organizational attacks or insults during our meetings. This hopefully is familiar to you. Wanted to highlight that for everybody. This slide just provides, if you're intending to provide testimony to the SSC, the SSC generally uses 5-minute timer for that oral testimony. You can sign up under e-agenda, and if you want to pay attention to what's happening at the meeting, you can sign up for text alerts. Information is there, and reminder to all of you that the meeting is being recorded. Okay, so what we try to usually highlight for you during this section of the SSC agenda as you're getting started is some information that is on the council's agenda that might not necessarily be on the SSC agenda, just for your information. So majority of this presentation is informational. The reports that I'm referencing are on the Council e-agenda, which is separate from the SSC e-agenda. You have links to that from your own e-agenda as well. In the B1 Executive Director's Report, there's going to be an update to the Council from the recent Council Coordination Committee, which is a group of the 8 regional fishery management councils meeting with National Marine Fisheries Service leadership to talk about issues, kind of national level issues related to fisheries. I'm going to have a few more slides on that, so I'll skip over that right now. I wanted to highlight for you that Elena Plache, who's a Sea Grant Fellow working with the Council this year, has been working on an oral history project for the Council. She's collecting interviews from a number of people. If you have time on your agenda, she has a short sort of 10-minute presentation. If you have extra time on, by the end of your agenda on Tuesday, she'd be happy to provide that to you. But we didn't want to take up the time now until you know that you have an opportunity to hear that. Certainly you can find out more information. There will be, if there isn't yet, there'll be a PowerPoint posted under B1, and she's available in the meeting who can provide more information directly to you about that. I don't think she's in there. I think she's probably in the advisory panel, but. And then finally, Scott Goodman is going to provide a short presentation to the Council under B1 as well, with continuing updates on Bering Sea crab research. You'll possibly hear a little bit about that through the planting report, but just an FYI. In the NMFS management report, there's a discussion paper relating to some of the regulatory actions that I'll talk about as part of the CCC update. And then just highlighting that you will be getting, or the Council rather, will be getting an AFSC report. I have a short slide in this presentation, and Dr. Foy might want to just provide some highlights from that report to you as we get to that. Okay, so I'm going to jump into the CCC discussion. We had a long conversation when at the CCC meeting about some of the new executive orders in particular that have come out in the last several months and what they mean for fisheries. This information is really informational for you, but we wanted to make sure that you had this context. You might have been following this in the news as well, but just to understand that these are conversations that will continue to be important at the Council, certainly at this meeting and probably moving forward as the Council and the agency look to, as the agency looks to implementing these policies coming out of the executive orders, and the Council looks to how to align its own priorities with these national policies as well. So we wanted to just take a few minutes here to provide you some of that background so that you have that available to you as well in your discussions. So the first one relates to an executive order restoring American seafood competitiveness. You can see the policy goals in the top left of what that executive order is trying to achieve to promote productive harvest, unburden commercial fishermen from costly and inefficient regulation, combat IUU fishing, and protect seafood markets from unfair trade practices. So there's a number of different actions that are included for the Secretary of Commerce as part of that executive order that relate to those different policy objectives, including coming up with a seafood strategy, assessing the competitiveness issues and unfair trade practices, IUU fishing, seafood import monitoring, etc. I think the two important things that I wanted to cover here is, one, there is a lot of opportunity identified or action identified for the Secretary of Commerce to provide direct public comment opportunities for those who are affected by fisheries. So if that's something that you or people that you know are interested in or have ideas about, then I would encourage you to respond to that solicitation. I don't believe that solicitation is out in public yet, at least it wasn't last week, but it should be coming out very shortly. And when it does, we'll make sure that that's available we'll put the word out as best we can. But there is one section of that executive order that has a specific request for Regional Fishery Management Council action, and that's listed on the right-hand side of the screen there. To have the councils participate in identifying recommendations for areas where there might be undue burden on domestic fisheries due to regulation, an opportunity to increase production, and then identifying what those actions might be and committing to a work plan and schedule to ensure those actions are implemented. So I think that important part here that the council will be considering is feedback to the Secretary of Commerce in response to this about how taking a look at our fisheries and are there areas that the council wants to highlight for perhaps regulatory change. I anticipate that under our conversation under the B reports on Thursday at the council, there are several actions that the council's recently initiated that kind of fit in with this idea, looking at changes to maximum retainable allowances. That's an action that I believe we've had initial review on that, so we're looking for final action. The council took an action at the last meeting to consider removing economic data reports, and might be a couple of other ones as well that are sort of captured in that ongoing. Some of those are referenced in the National Marine Fisheries Service discussion paper that's posted under B2. The other thing to highlight about this is that identifying these actions is not a magic wand, that we identify them and then they go away. We still have to go through our regular rulemaking process. So that comes back to the kind of the work plan and schedule for how do we get these done. It's not an instant fix. It's still going to be work that you would see come through the council process as far as we know. I wanted to highlight a couple of other things that at least we who attended from the North Pacific found interesting as part of this meeting. The last time this idea of reducing regulatory burden on fisheries was one that the councils addressed before in 2018, and wrote a letter at the time with recommendations to that. I think one of the things that's different, just to highlight for you, that it's not just about reducing burdens, but also about increasing production. So just a slightly different slant than the way that we've looked at this before, that the council will have to take into account as they're thinking about that. There was some conversation about that at the national meeting, and just, one of the metrics to look at that is landings. Obviously, Alaska fisheries represent a large portion of the U.S. volume of fisheries. So if we're looking to increase production, it wouldn't be surprising to see some emphasis coming from the agency to look at Alaska fisheries in that respect. The middle bullet there looks at a separate but related executive order, again, looking at deregulation and regulatory burden. And some of the conversation we had heard from National Marine Fisheries Service leadership with respect to that is that we would expect, there's accounting procedures put in place for how we look at regulations or how you pay for regulations, that if you're increasing a regulatory burden versus, actions that take away a regulatory burden. So that's National Marine Fisheries Service accounting. But I think the message that is useful for the council to hear, at least, is that the agency will have to evaluate closely if the council is choosing to pursue actions that create discretionary actions that create regulations. So not things that we're required to do under statute, and obviously not the things that are deregulatory in nature or routine fishery management actions, but choosing to put in place new programs that create regulations is something that's going to perhaps have a little bit more scrutiny at the headquarters level. And so that's something for the council to be aware of. Again, this is more just informational for the SSC to understand the context in which the council's considering actions at this moment, or at least the agency is considering their review of actions. And then finally, there are a number of other executive orders that provide rationale that we don't necessarily draw on in our normal council actions, but might be worthwhile for us to remember that in the non-seafood specific executive orders, things like an administration priority to reduce the cost of living for American citizens. There's obviously impacts of that through our fishery actions or reducing anti-competitive regulatory barriers. There's perhaps things that we don't talk about as explicitly, but are useful to know that as we are communicating the value and the importance of actions that affect our fisheries in the North Pacific, putting that in a language that is also accessible to the national audience and echo some of these priorities might be good to communicate that well. So these are the actions that the council will be looking at this meeting. The first is to develop a council response to that executive order on restoring seafood competitiveness. This is just informational, as I say, letting you know that the council is likely to take action on that, or at least strong consideration of that at this meeting, as the deadline is in September. And then the other aspect that we wanted to highlight for you of the CCC discussion was a conversation initiated by headquarters about aligning priorities in the face of fewer resources and in combination with the new administration's priorities. Some of the messages that we heard, and this is just the beginning of a conversation, so there's no specific guidance or action yet, but kind of the big picture messages is that they're nationwide, the agency does stock assessments for more than 500 species. That may no longer be sustainable going forward with capacity and resources available. And so the agency needs to figure out how to respond to that. We heard the phrase get comfortable with more risk. I'll show you a couple of slides here that pull from the slides that were presented to us in the next couple of slides here. And then there was an evaluation rubric for how to consider that if the agency is really thinking about doing fewer stock assessments, how would you go about thinking about that, or what are the implications? Again, these are very early conversations, but I think it's useful, and we particularly wanted to highlight this for you. I know you're having a workshop on Wednesday about harvest control rules. This isn't intended to say that the conversation, this isn't directly related to that conversation that you're likely to have at the workshop, but I think it's useful for you to know that national context is trying to do less, and so we need to be really clear and communicate well about what our regional priorities are here, and to be able to put that in the national context, understanding that this is that national level discussion. So the next, I'm just going to go through these quickly. You can look at them online, they're posted. But these are all slides that were directly presented to us at that CCC meeting. So they're not my slides, they're NOAA's slides. But this came from a science presentation, and you can see, look at the first and the fifth bullets, really highlighting with respect to the kind of how to align science and management to support our Magnuson Act requirements and other legal requirements. That idea that we need to change our process from nationally, not talking again specifically to Alaska, but nationally, we need to change what we're doing, and that we should be thinking about how to think about balance of requirements for resources and risk. This is from a separate presentation provided at that meeting as well. The next 3 slides here, just again going for that assumptions component, that we have a lot National Marine Fisheries Service has a lot to do, and we have to think about kind of best use of resources and meeting our core requirements, while also managing within the resources available, financial resources available. How are we going to think about doing that? This was just a way of thinking about, if we are looking at our stocks and looking at what our requirements are under the Magnuson Act, this provides the idea that how do you identify which stocks require conservation and management? These are the conditions that are in the Magnuson Act. And then this, what kind of factors would you think about when you're trying to understand that context? And then this was the rubric that was proposed to try to think about how do our stocks fit in nationally, how stocks fit in with this high risk, low value categories. I will note that we've had some conversations since this presentation and a little bit at the meeting as well, just thinking about what is meant by risk, whether it's a management risk or a scientific uncertainty. I think that's I don't know that we have a clear answer on that, although I think perhaps leaning towards more thinking about the risk as a policy element, rather than changing kind of your scientific uncertainty components. So this, is something important for the SSC to think about. I say when you go into your workshop on Wednesday and you're thinking about changes for harvest control adjustments, this is good context for the national conversation, but your job will be focused specifically on what are the core functions that we need in Alaska? What are the data needs we have in Alaska? How do we best communicate, understanding this national context? How do we best communicate our needs and hopefully justify that well so that we can move forward in the best way. So this is just again this is again looking for the council this was the beginning point of a conversation. Over the summer, the Regional Fishery Management Council executive directors are planning to meet and talk about kind of collectively what might be our core priorities to work at the next CCC meeting, which takes place in October. The question for the council on Thursday, is there anything else that that our council wants to do proactively to be ready for those conversations, to position the North Pacific rather than just a broader all councils approach. And that will be a conversation for the council on Thursday. Okay, moving on from that discussion, I just wanted to highlight for you, there's a few things on the council agenda that aren't on your agenda that I just wanted you to be aware of. One is we have an action on pelagic trawl gear. There's a final action on the pelagic trawl gear definition, but there's also going to be updates from the industry on trawl gear innovations work that has been taking place over the last year. And there's a discussion paper describing that. So highlighting that for you. There's also 2 program review reports that the council will be receiving that are not coming to the SSC. Central Gulf Rockfish, which I also alerted you about in April. The council didn't have a chance to take that up in April, so it's now moved to June. And then the AFA program review. Those are posted. Once they're finalized, they'll be on our program review page. And then there's a short options paper on black spotted rough-eye rockfish accountability measures. You'll probably see the next version of that through the October planned, your report from the plan teams in October, but just highlighting for you kind of a preliminary version for the council to think about some of those options is available. Relating to the pelagic trawl agenda item under C3, there's a handout posted where this is, again, just information for you. Our staff have been trying to put together, working with APU, who's the group that runs the fishing effects model, and National Marine Fisheries Service, a better explanation of what that model does and how it's used in the process. It's kind of a 4-page handout. Anita Kraska, who's here, has been spearheading that for us. If you have any comments, if you want to look at that personally and you have any comments trying to improve that and communicate well about what that model does, please get your comments to her. We're hoping to have a final draft of that kind of by the end of the summer. But this is an opportunity to provide your comments individually if that's of interest to you. You are holding the workshop. We referred to that. That's on Wednesday, time certain, at 8 a.m. The information is provided. An overview of that is provided. Dr. Muter, I don't know if you want to say anything further about that at this point.
I think we'll wait till the workshop.
Sounds good. That should be interesting and looking forward to seeing what comes out of that. And then I have a placeholder slide here for Dr. Foy if he wanted to share anything about his presentation to the council.
Thanks, Diana. Madam Chair. Yeah, the goal of the B report is to build on what Diana communicated about the CCC meeting. So some initial thoughts on how the agency is working through the national efforts to address the executive orders and reduced resources, if you will. So we're building on the cross slide that in one quadrant has low risk, low value species, and the other quadrant has high risk, high value species. And in essence, we've got 2 different teams right now. One is focused on survey and stock assessment. The other is focused on our ecosystem science portfolio. And their goal is to consider next steps. How would we take all of our stock assessments and put it into that framework? It's not much different from what we already do, right? We already prioritize across the board. We're already very clear about which stocks can and can't go into complexes. So the goal is to take another step and think outside the box with some rather dramatic losses of resources. If we see upwards of a 30% loss in our budgets in the next couple of years, that's much more than what we have all talked about in the last handful of years, which has, been incremental changes to our budget. So this would be rather major. So the goal is to communicate whether or not we can continue just to reduce as we have, or whether or not we need an entirely different model to think about which stocks we focus on, which stock assessments have, what aspects that we put into them, how often we do them, and then ultimately get down to which surveys that we do. In the short term, and I won't go on here, but in the B report, I'll have a little bit more information on what our staff losses have been in the last couple of months, ranging from 6 to 30%. In particular programs. What does that mean for our ability to collect data to support this process? And I'll talk a little bit about the surveys. In FY25, we're doing well in terms of getting our surveys out. It's been a challenge, but it's happening. The question remains what we're going to continue to see in the next year plus. And that's what then leads into this national process, which is recognizing some rather large expectations and changing how we're going to do business. So that'll be the focus of my B report, and we will obviously build on everything that the SSC has already worked on and provided comments on how we prioritize within the center, but then we'll bring that back for iteration as it continues to progress. We really don't know what to expect next.
Thank you, Dr. Foy. Just a note, if you're interested to listen to the full presentation or the council's discussion on any of these items, obviously on Thursday, we stream everything on YouTube. If you haven't gone back to some of our recordings, we have been putting in timestamps, so it's easy to navigate in the YouTube recording to these different, so you could easily navigate to B4. Just FYI. And looking ahead now to future meetings, I think we alerted you back in April that depending on budgets, we still haven't received our guarantee of our full funding for 2025 for the council's budget. So we don't yet know whether we will have our full budget available. At some point after this meeting, we will need to make a decision on whether October can be an in-person or a virtual meeting. So we'll be making those decisions once we have more information. But expect that, obviously, if that does change as an option, we'll get the word out to people as soon as possible. Right now, at least, both of those meetings are planned to take place in Anchorage. October and December planned to take place in Anchorage. Regarding the December 2025 schedule, there's a short excerpt from staff tasking memo posted on your agenda because it specifically affects the SSC. So we have a couple of different schedule issues with our December 2025 meeting as currently conceived. We're going to need to make changes because of that. One of them is related to council matters, but the other one is specifically to the SSC schedule. And it really comes down to the fact that we have Cook Inlet salmon. We don't have a February meeting. And so how do we add the SSC review of Cook Inlet salmon to our already impacted December meeting that takes a lot of time with Bering Sea and Gulf final specifications, as well as Norton Sound red king crab, which is a pretty short amount of time, but still another agenda item. So you can see in the memo, we've looked at different options. There aren't very many for 2025. It is going to be a longer term issue. We're still trying to come up with better options for the longer term, but right now we're specifically trying to solve 2025. One viable solution is to move Cook Inlet salmon specs to a special meeting. We could do it as February time period would work, so late January, early February. We could do that. One thought, and it depends a little bit on what the council decides to do, but we could make that the full SSC meeting. So to take up Cook Inlet salmon and potentially whatever other issues, and then not have an April meeting. That would maintain our kind of faith with trying to keep all of our council bodies down to 4 meetings a year rather than adding these special meetings. And if we moved chum salmon final action to April, that actually might work out really well because that's going to take up the majority of the council's time in April anyway. And so there wouldn't necessarily be other items that would be on the schedule for SSC review. We won't know the outcome of that. But if you have any comments for us to take back or to take into consideration as part of these decisions, that now would be the time, or now during this meeting, in the next few days would be a time to share that with us. That will be a decision by the executive director and the council chair after the June meeting to figure out how we go forward. There are a couple of other options that we've looked at, moving Norton Sand Rig King Crab, or maybe some of the tier 3 stocks of Cook Inlet, so that we don't do all of Cook Inlet one time. Does that have to be on an annual cycle? Could those be on a biennial or other cycle? I think those are all good solutions. I'm not sure that even those solutions alone will get us there fast enough for implementation in December, given that there are must-do items in December to open the fisheries, and we don't, you have to get done within 3 days, and we can't extend for the extra day. We've also looked a little bit at groundfish and ways to kind of streamline the groundfish agenda item as well. So any feedback you have, we will take into consideration. It's not an ideal situation by any means, but we also don't want to, we need to address this proactively before we get to December.
Sure, we've got a question from Chris Anderson.
Hey, Diana, thanks. I'm sort of looking at this point, you're giving us a window ahead into essentially the next year, which is good. What I'm trying to see here is we started with a description of some things that might come forward with changes in the way that we do programs under the executive orders. And is the SSC going to have an opportunity to review what some of those proposed changes are? And if so, is there time in the schedule once we do all the stock assessments? Are there placeholders for that?
That is a really good, to the chair, Mr. Anderson, that is a really good, Dr. Anderson, that is a really good comment. And it is not something that made it into this version of this December scheduling, but it is definitely something that if the council is making, certainly if they're making major changes, or Dr. Foy talked about, some of the ideas that the AFSC is thinking about, I can't imagine that the council wouldn't want the SSC's advice on anything that involves those types of changes. So we would need to figure out how to make room for that. Obviously we might be able to make some room in the October schedule. We can usually have room for one other agenda item in the October schedule. And we wouldn't have room for that in December. So we'd have to figure out when we would schedule that for. But we have so little clarity yet about the timing for some of these decisions. It's hard to predict exactly what is the best sequencing of these scheduling things. The only thing I can say with certainty is doing specifications, especially for groundfish and crab, are going to be priorities to make sure that those fisheries, open. You have a really important role in that, that we need to make sure happens. So other than that, kind of a priority activity for the SSC, we'll do our best to figure out scheduling and also not add too many special meetings or extra time for the SSC, but I just don't have the answer for exactly how we're going to do that yet.
I just have a follow-up. So you had mentioned that groundfish and crab specs would be priority. Do you mean all specs or just groundfish and crab?
Well, all specifications, yes. I was thinking through the end of 2025, the Norton Sound Red King Crab and the Cook Inlet don't have to be done by the end of the year. They have to be done by February.
Wonderful, thanks. Chris Sidden.
Yeah, thank you. Diana, question for you. Thinking about the scheduling and just curious about the overall kind of meeting footprint, if you will. It's like I feel like there's as many or more non-official SSC meetings if we're trying to reduce one, but I'm concerned, one, just like extra time for personnel, whether it's my staff or someone else's staff, that's a cost, even though it's not necessarily a cost to you, it's a cost to all of us to gear up and gear down for multiple meetings and workshops in between, just to say that you've reduced your footprint of the official schedule. So I was wondering if you've had any consideration of that and how to deal with the overload in between meetings and prep time and various things. Thanks.
Through the chair, Dr. Siddon, I think that's a really good reflection to that it's not just about the official meetings, but also kind of the subgroups that might not necessarily affect everybody. Some of them do. And thinking about that, I guess one question to this group, is it easier for you collectively to just have these 5 meetings and do all of the issues at these 5 meetings versus, some issues, subgroups can perhaps make progress that allow, the time at these meetings to go more efficiently for the group as a whole. That doesn't necessarily help the subgroup members, but does at least help some capacity on the SSC. But in terms of how we are thinking about SSC schedule, SSC workload, and SSC commitment, which is a conversation we've been having for, certainly actively for the last couple of years and for longer than that as well, that those issues have been coming up. The council is committed. We are committed to, we see that as a high priority, and we want to try to make sure that our requests of the SSC are kept within reasonable bounds. And I think just a little bit same thing that the agency's dealing with Dr. Foy referenced. That some of that might be just thinking about different ways of doing business. How can we do things in a more efficient way, with agenda time being as much of a resource as finances? So I think those are all good comments, and we can make sure that as we reflect on what is the overall total burden to the SSC in this case, that we make sure that we take into account those special meetings as well, or special requests in between meetings.
Great. Did you have more on your presentation for that one? Looks like we're done with questions for the moment.
Not on that. This is the last slide of the admin presentation. Just a couple things. One, I think you hopefully got an email about this, but we do have catered lunch for you on Monday and Tuesday. That will be over in the room that way, for those of you in the room. We are scheduled to take a group picture. Serena will be shepherding you somewhere pretty on the morning break tomorrow. So take that under advisement if you want to look different than you do. We have our workshop. We have our workshop on Wednesday. It has a separate e-agenda, so this is important. You can link to it from our menu, from our main SSC agenda. For those of you who are participating remotely, though, please note that there is a separate Zoom login for that workshop. Instead of the webinar format, we're going to use a meeting format, and so we need a separate Zoom login for that. And then 2 events that are happening in Newport this week. We're excited to be here. This is not somewhere the council has met before, but there is a fleet here that participates in Alaska fisheries. So there's a gear demonstration being organized on Wednesday. It's a drop-in anytime between 4 and 7, and I think there'll be gear demonstrations, and there'll be boats that participate in the distant water fleet. So that should be really informative for many of us. And then there's a council reception on Thursday. If you are still around for that, everybody is welcome. And I think that's all. Oh, no, I have something else. Sorry about that. Okay, the last thing I just wanted is really just informational. You had a review of the SSC handbook in April. We did make those changes. The revised version is posted to your SSC agenda. The council will review that at executive session. Mostly we just made your changes, but we did add a new paragraph in 3.6 regarding the SSC's ability to make nominations for awards, for Terry Quinn Award specifically. And then our staff, or NIMP staff, or together in partnership published a document describing groundfish stock assessment definitions. I think you've reviewed that before, but that's kind of the final version that's now public, and it's linked in in the handbook as well. And with that, I'll pass it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Diana. Thanks for the presentation. It looks like we got a question from Chris Sidden.
Yeah, just if that's okay, Sherry, I just had a question about the executive order to move back, if we're just open to questions.
Yeah, yes, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, Diana, back on the executive order, it said something to the effect of increasing production. And I was just curious if there was any discussion. Is that really just an increase in production? I think about the fact that we have lots of stocks, that their catches are much lower than their ABCs. So that would be one clear way to increase production without doing much anything differently. Not that there's a market for those, but that adds another whole layer of, is it really just production or is it value or something else? Thanks.
Through the chair, I think those are good comments to highlight. The statistic that was quoted to us as part of this discussion at the CCC referenced landings as one metric to look at that. I don't think that has to be the only metric. And I think in the council's discussion of how to respond to that executive order, it might be useful to point out some of the other ways to think about that, particularly with respect to the Alaska fisheries. What are the barriers to, catching like ABCs for species that are underutilized? From a biological perspective, what are the other barriers that affect that? The executive order looks broadly at all issues relating to seafood competitiveness, including markets and trade practices and some of the other things that come up in the Alaska context, but highlighting, certainly if the SSC has any recommendations, but I suspect that will also be part of the council conversation about how to best tell Alaska's story and Alaska's needs as part of responding to this national directive that is looking much more broadly. And obviously our situation is going to be unique and different compared to that national context. So I think this is an opportunity for Alaska to highlight, or the fisheries off Alaska, I shouldn't say Alaska, fisheries off Alaska to highlight what our needs are in order to meet those policy goals in a broad way.
Bob.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Dan. I think it's also an opportunity. There will be opportunity for the SSC to consider why there has been a billion fewer fish landed in the last handful of years, and communicate that with respect to why the administration is interested in seeing those fish back and being landed. So communicating why we're in the situation we're in, I think might be something that the SSC weighs in on, as well as what the impact would be if we were to increase landing and on the decisions or the topics that we discuss in this body. So I think there'll be opportunity for that this year.
And Bob, when you said opportunity this year, do you mean now?
Yeah, I mean, certainly it could be made now, but I think I know this topic will come up again. So that's what I'm saying. When the agency brings forward, I'm trying to figure out which hat I have on. When the agency brings forward plans, recommendations for changes in how we collect data, how we apply data, there'll be an opportunity to have those discussions to communicate what our goal is at the end of that, our goal in making decisions. Is it to increase those landings? Is it to take more risk? And what are the implications of that from a scientific perspective?
Chris Anderson.
Yeah, I guess I have a questions or observations for Bob through Diana. My first is that the double arrow rubric is interesting. I didn't see in there a representation of the idea that management could make a difference to the outcome. Is that being captured as part of the agency and council discussion of that process?
Happy to answer that. I would say we should make a comment to that effect in our minutes should we want to emphasize it. I would say that it is being considered at the national level, not the regional level. But I would say that it's peripheral to the focus of the national team right now. So thinking about how management risk plays out in the rest of the conservation requirements, et cetera, that we have, I would say has been secondary in our initial conversation. So I think if we can be more specific about that and communicate how those management decisions on risk then play out, it would be valuable.
And Bob through Diana. You described the process of prioritization there as being one that's collaborative between the stock assessors and the ecosystem teams. A lot of the goals of this executive order seem to me to be primarily economic and secondary social. Is there input from people paying attention to that sort of data or those sorts of outcomes in the prioritization process?
If I may, Madam Chair, yes, is the answer. So we have our economists participating in the AFSC exercise, and again, hope to bring that to this body for input if we have the opportunity. I'm hoping we have the opportunity that it happens slow enough that we can. I would say at the national level, there's awareness of the need to bring those aspects, but there's not a lot of focus, not a lot of expertise at the national level in order to do that. So it's a moving target, I would say. And I think, again, this body communicating the value of incorporating that, especially from the risk perspective, would be important.
I saw Martin first and then Mike.
Okay, thanks. So question for Diana, if possible. There was a bullet in one of your slides when you were talking about the CCC meeting that had something to the effect that greater, and I'm paraphrasing it, I didn't catch it exactly, but I think it was basically the idea that greater uncertainty doesn't necessarily mean more conservative harvest. And I'm just, and that's most like, I think that was what sort of a NOAA message or a NIMS message. And I'm just wondering if there was discussion about that or understanding of what that message was. It's
Through the chair, Dr. Dorn, that was on, so if you're looking at the posted PowerPoint, it should be, I think, slide 9. It's the slide that with the yellow top that said alignment with management. And so that came out of the Evan Holmes's presentation at the CCC talking about kind of a science update for the agency. The language is increased uncertainty can not automatically equal decreases in harvest. There was a little bit of questioning about that when we talked about it at the national level, at the national meeting, that people were unsure about. And I think that, again, I don't have a good answer for you as to, how to address that, other than that was something that was emphasized as important by the SSC, by the NOAA headquarters, that as we think about risk, we need to, I think it comes down to the management risk versus the scientific uncertainty associated, but our solution shouldn't always be that we need to be more conservative because of risk. How exactly we identify the rules or the times or the practice for addressing risk policy in situations where we don't have perfect information, I think is probably going to be an evolving discussion if we want to change our practices in our region or nationally. But I it was highlighted as a point of conversation, and I don't think we have an answer as to exactly what that means or how we would implement it. And I don't know if Dr. Foy has more to add on that.
Okay, I mean, there is a bit of inherent sort of disconnect between cutting back resources um, to conduct assessments at the same time as hoping to increase production. And so I think I mean, that's sort of obvious, and maybe somewhere that message needs to go out.
Yeah, so so SSC members know, so this is our time for questions, but it's also a time that we can also move into sort of a discussion among the SSC. It's not a formal discussion. There's no public testimony to it, but we can develop and note any of these things in our report. This is a good time for it. I was going to go to Mike next.
Yeah, this is another Diana Bob question. Following up on Chris's observations about risk, having the socioeconomic, cultural, community dimensions. Bob, you gave a sort of a range of current capacity. And what is your current capacity for in the ESSR group? I think it was outside of the range that you described earlier, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, through the chair. Don't have the number right off the top of my head, but it is not as bad as we communicated earlier. So I want to say it's in the 20% range in terms of what we've lost in capacity for a number of reasons. That's where we're at right now. So we believe that we can continue to accommodate our requirements with the council, but the work that we were doing to move the needle, if you will, on a number of topics will probably be reduced. And I know I'm being incredibly vague, and we'll spell that out in a little more detail once we see what our budget resources are this next year.
So, and I guess this is bleeding over into your observation we can discuss as well as have questions at this point. And I think we've talked about at this meeting, we're short of time. We're not having an ESE discussion at this, but I think one topic I hope comes up in discussion at this meeting is talking about, when we can talk about recommendations based on what do we do in the situation of continuing diminished capacity, basically, and how can we think about that, integrating that social and economic information, as we've talked about over the annual decision-making cycle, and especially for informing TAC, in the absence, or not the absence, again, the diminished capacity, existing information sources, and providing some input and having a constructive discussion of, now that we know at least the short-term reality, what's the best we can do with what we have. So I'm hoping that comes up.
I think I'd like to follow up and maybe sort of, you can say whatever you can, Bob. This came up this week. In the CPT report, there were requests of the SSC as far as what socioeconomic information should go into the ESPs. And so the SSC knows we have been planning for a long time to have the June meeting have an agenda item on the socioeconomic overview and what should go where and what can we do and what would be the focus, what would be most helpful. And that was canceled, actually not due to SSC time. That was actually canceled because at that time, federal staff things were in such flux and there had been such decreases that it was very unclear what could be done. And so I think that while we were going to skip this whole topic, it came back up in the ESPs. And so I think one of the questions really is, especially for members of the SSC, what do we do now? Are we going to have that topic in the future? Can we have that topic in the future? As far as just trying to figure out how do we make steps? What do we do now and later? So a roundabout way to ask you if you have any sense for whether, I know you can't say the SSC schedule, and obviously October and December now are crammed for SSC, but what do you see as far as what is our next step? Can we talk at some point about what this looks like for socioecon?
No. I'm just kidding. Although that has been the answer lately. It's a great question. So, we did have staffing losses in our socioeconomic program that still happened. So, and there's enough unknown about our resources. If we really see a 30% drop in resources in this next year for 2026, that will have a dramatic impact on our ability to collect data across the portfolio. We're already repurposing staff from across the center to go to C and collect information. And this would be pretty dramatic impact on our ability to follow through on the socioeconomic data that fits this body. Having said that, again, I will double down on it. It's really important that this body identify what is absolutely needed and think outside the box. So when we talk about taking risk, where do we want to take that risk? We're not talking about the SSC communicating differently about the risk of going over the OFL. We're talking about whether or not on this side, on the science side, whether or not lack of data and more uncertainty means that we should be more or less risk averse. Right now, fewer data means that we're more risk averse, right? Fewer data in a different context could mean, well, we don't know. So therefore, we could be less risk averse in this process. Most of the risk discussion is going to happen, in my opinion, over on the management side of the house at the TAC level. So the reason I bring this up in the context of this discussion is, where do we want that economic information? Do we want that economic information at the stock level through ESPs, in the overview documents like the Economic Safe Report that we provide now? Where would it be more beneficial to define that level of risk? And I would argue that there very definitely will be an opportunity for us to have that workshop, to take that step back and ask these questions. I think we're going to have to do it before the workshop, obviously. There's not enough time in our agenda for a workshop, but I think this fall we'll hopefully know what's next with our staffing, and we'll have a better idea of what could be coming with our funding resources. And then we could try to offline be thinking about what the absolute products that we need in this process are. So again, vague because I'm kicking the can because we just don't know what's coming. But trying not to suggest that we should just let it go. We need to double down on the prioritization for that kind of information, and identifying specifically what it is that we need. Is it social science information? Is it economic information? And who does it benefit? And again, I think a lot of this benefit will go to the council, and it'll be this body's responsibility, I think, to say this information is adequate. Back to that discussion about defining where the economic information is provided in the council process.
Let me follow up with a question or maybe a rephrasing. So I think that we actually wanted that agenda item specifically so that we could prioritize. And because we've been trying to do it on the fly, and what we really need is to have some information to figure out what's available in order to do that. And so it sounded like you were asking us to do that prioritization before we have a prioritization agenda item. And is it fair to say that in October we'll have more idea about resources? We'll have more information. December obviously is busy. So possibly starting in 2026, we may be able to have that agenda item when you know the resources. And until then, if there are outstanding things that we want to prioritize, we can name them, but we're not trying to do the prioritization item before we do the prioritization item.
Yeah, I would say, I would say it slightly differently. We're obviously not going to be able to have that detailed workshop. But what's happening, that workshop's intent was to start with what can we provide as an agency to this process? And then we were going to talk about how to prioritize what we can bring to this process. What I'm saying is we need to turn that upside down. And as we're talking about ESPs, for instance, highlight what the SSC believes our priorities should be in a perfect world. What information should we try to bring forward on the socioeconomic front in each of the topics that we're discussing here? I think that's the opportunity, Sherry, is not necessarily one event where we can have this discussion until 2026, but along the way, making sure that we're very clear in each of our actions, what kind of information not generally would benefit it, but specifically is needed for us to prioritize and make decisions on and with a little more risk potentially in the future. Clear as mud.
Jason.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to break out in my head continually the process of setting the specifications, so the OFL and the ABC and the risk in terms of the OFL, so the conservation side of the house, from the more nuanced issues with value for the fishery and the tax setting process. And I think some of this information reads, well, we need to focus on just increasing production, but I don't think that necessarily captures the nuances that we're actually faced with in terms of value. And so I'm struggling with how, and we've talked a lot about this, how to bring in maybe some of that economic discussion into this, but it's done so to help the council inform sort of those value decisions. So we've had conversations in the past about MEY, and I think there was a sablefish IRA project that was started that was related to that, bringing those sort of information products into this. So maybe a question for Bob. One, that sablefish MEY and the IRA funding, maybe if you have any updates on that, that might be helpful, because that was one thing we had started. And that was kind of the tip of the spear, so to speak, on opening up some of these discussions on how to provide this value discussion for the council to help think about, that tax side of the house.
Yeah, through the chair, I don't have a detailed response on the status of that project, except that it's moving forward. Trying to think of who are you involved with that one, Curry?
I mean, we have an ongoing project looking at management strategy evaluation for sablefish, but are not dealing directly with the economic component of that.
So through the chair, I can get back to you on that with some specifics, but I think that that is an excellent example of space we could prioritize in the future, but I think it needs to come from the council, right? This is, we're getting into that space where the council needs to decide if it wants that kind of economic information, and then this body can respond in reviewing that kind of information. And that's that, right now we've got economic information going directly to the council process that the SSC doesn't see. So highlighting the specifics of what informs us in this space. And we've had this conversation many, many times, so I don't want to take us back into that rabbit hole, but we have to be careful, because I think if we communicate the desire for an MEY Here, we have to communicate why that matters from on the conservation side of the house and setting OFL. The council's going to have to decide whether or not they want that additional information at tax setting.
Yeah, Diana.
I just wanted to follow up with Dr. Gasper on the IRA funding, the Sablefish MEE, the economic component associated with Dr. Cunningham's ongoing project. It was something that we had endorsed as a council and we were trying to move forward with. We put that on pause. We kind of at the beginning of the year, we were working with Dr. Anderson as well, just with some of the uncertainty around IRA funding monies and not wanting to kind of do a lot of work to initiate a contract that we might not be able to fulfill. We wanted to wait until we had a little bit more clarity. So that was actually part of the council's IRA funding, and it's on pause, kind of pending some of the uncertainty that's currently existing.
And so people know, I cannot remember the wording, but the council I know did indicate that they were interested in doing this IRA project, which had to do with economic information. So there has been an expression that they are interested in looking into this. So at least, so we have that going forward. Franz and then Kaylin.
This is slightly different topic.
Then let's go to
Go ahead.
Kaylin.
Yeah, I did a little bit of a follow-up, I think, on what Chris was talking about earlier related to the executive order. And I completely agree that I think we want to make sure that there's economic information coming forward. And one thing I just wanted to flag is that there's a lot of emphasis in the executive order on markets and trade, and just a hesitancy around a sort of, we'll just increase production, for example, with a higher tax or something, or, just thinking about the complexities in this space. I don't see how you would be able to take some of these steps that I think Chris is suggesting in terms of considering, especially economics, when looking at different stocks and the potential to increase production without looking at markets. And I know in the past, I'm trying to think of, and again, I mean, a lot of this could be going before the council and I haven't seen it, but what kind of information exists? There's a seafood markets report, but given what is going on in the trade space right now and thinking about processing and exporting and importing, this is really complex. And I think the situation is really changing. And so in our notes, maybe this is something that we could flag, that I think it would be very difficult to think through, especially thinking about maybe assumptions that would be conditioned on what we've seen in the past, that would hold a lot of value when thinking about the future and thinking about some of the potential production increases for some of these stocks, and whatever kind of thinking and prioritization folks are doing.
So I'm going to actually do just a tiny follow-up on that. And I don't really have the expertise in the field, but the things that I have heard mentioned that seem like you said, may be valuable to put in our minutes are that, if the EO is focused on production, first of all, harvests have gone down for different reasons. And it seems like in the North Pacific, the issue isn't just production to get more economic value. There's actually nuances. It's not necessarily in the North Pacific. It's not necessarily the production which is the problem. I know that there's been economic down changes, and so it's almost as if the answer here isn't as direct as it sounds, and that may be worth pointing out, especially if that's, I see some nods, if that's what we would need words from you guys, but if that's what you're getting at. Kaylin.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting at. And I think that was where Chris was headed, and just asking Bob kind of who is in the room for these conversations. But then I was following up to say, I think in our notes, I would suggest we flag specifically the potential value of getting folks in the room with knowledge related to processing and trade, because I think those are two factors that could really influence what happens going forward. And note that we don't tend to see a lot of that, or at least I don't know what exists. I don't see a ton of that through the SSC. But then I would caveat as well that I think a lot of the information that does exist may not be relevant for thinking through the future right now.
And did you mean the council getting feedback from, you said getting, us getting people in the room? Do you mean the council getting
Oh.
feedback on?
I was thinking whatever Bob's got going on over there. Like when Chris said, "Who's in the room? Are there economists there?" I was just following up to say I'm not sure. Just I think a lot of economists focus more on harvest and the production side of things, and I think that's very important to think about. But in this particular context, I think it would be very important to be thinking about processing and trade.
And so I guess what I'm thinking is, so the information that we got was actually Diana presented it. It came from the CCC, which was the Joint Council Group, and they had presentations from NOAA. And so I think that this may be, Bob can answer whether or not this is something that we can suggest for NIMS, but I'm guessing that we may be able to say something to the council about if the council is going to discuss sort of how to move forward, that we think there may be value to speaking about these topics, and then not mention people necessarily, but at least so I get nods from Diana. At least I'm process-wise, am I in target as far as who to address this to?
Yeah, through the chair, I think that the conversation you're having will be, whatever you put in your minutes, will be really helpful to the council as they're beginning these conversations, which will be iterative and ongoing. But we need to write. There's an immediate letter that the council will likely write after this June council meeting. So maybe highlighting some of these issues that you're identifying, and also these considerations are really useful just as the conversation will not stop, I believe, on Thursday during B reports. This is going to be a longer conversation. So all of these things that you're bringing up at this very early stage are just useful to get on the table now so that we can make sure that they're part of our conversation in whatever response we have from now and then moving forward in the next few months with the information we get from the FSC.
Thanks. And Bob?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair, and agree with that on the trade and processes discussion. And we have committed to building on the snapshot report that we put out last year in 2024. We still have the expertise to move forward with aspects of that and updates to that in the future. So that is moving forward and informing this process. I'm not sure where that would play out here, but some specific topics that we could be considering and we'll be trying to bring forward is economics associated with underutilized species. Using the economics, and you said it, Kaylin, to prioritize our science. So that's part of why we've got our economists on this group, considering what stocks we prioritize. Is it just the highest value stocks in the entire nation? Or are there other components to the different communities that depend on our stocks and the different valuation of how we prioritize what data we collect through the surveys? It's not as simple as just go out and collect all the data on Pollock and call it a day. We need to have some sort of balance across our stock portfolio. Things are going to have to go. And I don't want to make it sound like we're going to continue to do everything. Things have to go away. That's what this whole process is about. We're going to collect fewer data, have fewer analyses, and inform stock assessments in a much more uncertain way. So how do we go about doing that? And bringing the economics in is critical. How we bring the economics in is completely up in the air right now. And that's what I hopefully will bring to you in October for further consideration along the lines of what you just said. And then the last aspect of that is, for this body is ecosystem stability and thinking about the intersection between the economics and the OI cap and the Bering Sea, for instance. There's a direct relationship between economics and the OI cap. It's not just a conservation tool. It has become an economic tool as well. So that's a big question, but one that I think there's a desire to look at OI type caps around the country right now based on what has happened in the Bering Sea. And I think there's going to be a lot of effort in that space where this body can weigh in on that value. And again, making sure that we're considering the production of an ecosystem and then potentially its impact on economics, which is the metric that we're going to use right now for a while.
So I know we've got Franz and then Chris Sidden and then Chris Anderson. One thing that I want to say, I think that I think it would be helpful to put in our minutes. I mean, it's 10 o'clock right now. We had time for admin until 9:30, and this is a huge topic to give feedback to the council. And I think we may just need to say we touched on this because I don't think we can possibly give a comprehensive help right now. And I don't want to set our minutes up to be that this is a concerted, comprehensive information. And so, if there is something that the council needs, maybe like Diana said, maybe I have no idea, maybe we come back at a different time, but at least we can get a few of these thoughts on, how is the North Pacific different and other things that come up. And we'll just say that these are a few comments, not prioritized. That's my suggestion. And then, yeah, so let's take, yeah, go ahead, Franz. Let's go Franz next.
Yeah, this really just a clarification on the prioritization aspects. That diagram of high risk, high value context came out of the CCC at the national level, and then Bob talked about sort of prioritization here and having SSC input on that. But I'm just trying to understand if there's we have a prioritization process that we can build on within the region, but is there an equivalent national level prioritization effort across all the stocks? Because you mentioned that, and if so, is there a role for the SSC to kind of inform that, or are we just making the case for here here are the considerations and needs of from this region, and then at the national level there's some process to deal with that to prioritize across the nation?
Through the chair, there is a national process right now to do this for the whole nation. Whether or not this SSC will have an opportunity to weigh on that is unclear. This could happen extremely quickly if decisions are made to reduce resources and staffing in the short term on the order of months. If it goes beyond that, there are time willing for this body's agenda, there may be opportunities in early 2026, through the spring of 2026 to weigh in on that after that group starts putting some results together. My goal within AFSC is to work this process in parallel so that this council does have a voice, at least through how we're going about doing it in this region. And then that'll inform the national process as well. So it's a little bit unclear as to how all the pieces together, when all the pieces will come together, and the magnitude of the impact. And that's just the way it is right now.
So I am also thinking on the fly, but listening to Bob, given everything that's happening nationally and how fast this is moving, there are a lot of times that the SSC can delay. Well, let's talk about this at another meeting. I also recognize that our comments on this at this meeting may be the comments that we have. So I was going to try to shoehorn this in and say, okay, we're done. If there are comments that people have, I suggest we keep this open just a little bit longer, even if it's not comprehensive, so that we can say them, because yeah, we may or may not have, who knows what chances we'll have in the future. So next was Chris Sidden and then Chris Anderson. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Sherry. This just a comment coming back to something that Bob mentioned about ecosystem, and I just think I haven't heard yet, but there should be at least a mention that if there's some focus on increasing productivity of priority stocks, whatever that may be, that thinking about the potential negative impacts on the longer term of as lower priority species may backfill some of the space from that, just from a community ecology and indirect interactions. We have the potential for some really non-intuitive, non-ideal outcomes on the medium to longer term. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Chris Anderson.
Yeah, a few bullets which are related. Yeah, I agree that we can't at this point say that this is sort of a concerted review of it, right? We weren't given anything to prep. Like, we've read the EO, we get this, but nobody provided us anything before these slides. So at this point, we're getting the reactions that we have. It seems to me like a lot of the opportunities to increase landings in the North Pacific are sort of outside the range of our data in one sense or another. I like emphasizing sort of the reasons that we're not optimizing now, but also, and illustrating that that is more complex. But I also think that, you know, if we're talking about something like raising an ecosystem cap, in order to get more landings, we don't have a sense of what that means ecologically, which I think is what maybe part of what Chris Sutton was suggesting. But I think we also don't have a sense of what would happen if we brought a whole lot more pollock to the market, which I think draws on what Kaylin was saying. We don't have a sense of what's going to happen if we lose some survey data streams. All this is going to require, or understanding the effect of all this is going to requiring sort of new models to understand how we can react to a loss of information outside the range of data and history with anything other than this is increased risk and warrants increased caution, right? So there's, I think that's an aspect that we can highlight to suggest that there's a tension between the goal of the goals of the EO and the reduction in resources. And I think we're a body who can say that. I guess on the tying back to the social science efforts, I feel like we, as an SSC, have spent a lot of time looking at ESPs. I'm not sure if in this world that is the highest priority use of social science development or review time. And I think that might be a discussion that's worth having a little bit more broadly. Just for example, if the council and fisheries management nationally is moving more towards the goals of this executive order, we might think about how to dashboard that and use that as part of an effective goal setting and theory of change process, where we're going to try to understand how do we attain, be specific about the metrics we're trying to achieve, and then think about how to attain that at either a regional or national level. And that might be where we want to think about how do we build dashboards, how do we ensure that we have the data streams necessary to make sure that we are advancing the goals of the EO.
So from a clarity point of view, what does let's dashboard that mean? And maybe I'm just not familiar with the dashboards.
Fair question. So I think one of the things that I've tried to do in council analyses and periodic reviews of lab programs, for instance, is say, what are the metrics that we are picking to track whether or not we're achieving the council's purpose and need and the goals of the goals of, in this case, an executive order. So it really would be, what are the metrics that track whether or not we're hitting those bullet points on Diana's slide? or not Diana's, the slide that you borrowed from the CCC. We won't hang that albatross around your neck. But if we're going to pursue those goals, it is useful to know how we're going to measure that. And trying to understand what the metrics are important to identifying the initiatives, whether they're council amendment, FMP amendments or what have you, that are going to move us toward higher levels of performance on those metrics. Does that help?
Yep, it does. And I'll put myself in the queue after Mike. So Mike Downs.
Thanks. And thanks for that, Chris. I guess I have always thought about what is useful for the council and what is not in terms of metrics that measure what we're supposed to be doing in terms of the national standards and Magnuson. And there are areas, speaking specifically to economic, social, and community information. There's a contemplated use of those types of data under several of the different national standards. And so my concern has always been, are we providing the information to the council, or are the analysts providing the information to the council such that the contemplated uses of economic, social, and community information in informing council decision-making is reaching them at a critical time, so it's available, easy to use, transparent. And so I'm a little hesitant of sort of now organizing everything around this executive order. I think it's got to be a matrix of, to me, I think our conversation, whenever we have it, hopefully in October, or start the conversation rolling about how do we achieve these multiple charges, and with our responsibility is the best scientific information available being applied, what's the quality of the data, the approach, the methodology, and so on, and sort of where do we fit those kind of checkpoints of, are we providing what's, again, contemplated in Magnuson and the national standards, where those types of data are anticipated to be used.
Thanks, Mike. Is it on the same topic? Yeah, go ahead, Kaylin.
Yeah, I want to second Mike, and I had actually had two comments, and the first was following up to Chris, but then I did have a kind of comment in response to what Bob said. I remember the first part of this little presentation was going to be around how analysts viewed the national standards and how they viewed these being met, or how they and we could together be on the same page about how these were being met, and the extent to which we should review things, when we would review things, where they are, and if we see a document, how we should be thinking about the social and economic analysis in that document in the context of review under the national standards. And so I don't know if there's a way to get just that piece in at some point, because Bob, I got a little nervous when you said, well, let's flip the script, and then each sort of document we would review and sort of say, kind of, is this sufficient or not, or what you should be doing here? Because I think there was that first piece of building consensus on and I'm very much sensitive now, and best scientific information can change based on staffing needs, but kind of hitting that minimum. And I think, to me, that's in line with what Mike was just bringing up here. And I think that would be helpful for us all to be on the same page about. And so if it does end up being that individual reports are kind of brought forward, maybe there could just be a quick note about, here's how we think this is meeting the national standards, and go look here, or don't, or if there's a rationale for why something isn't coming before, the SSC, or some background that we should have when we review something specifically, I think that would be really helpful.
Thanks, Kaylin. So I also think about both, and these are my comments then, one comment, I think about the slides that Diana shared, not authored, and I recognize that the statement was that you don't necessarily need to be more conservative with increased uncertainty. And I guess or that you could harvest more because you don't know. And I guess I really struggle with that. That's against the premise that we've worked on in both science and informing management. And so we've spoken to the public about, no, this is, sort of not the approach that it is. And I struggle now feeling like we can flip that because there's been an executive order, and there's just some things that I'm not convinced that we can flip. And so I guess my comment would be that I guess I just wanted to get that on record, that I think that the principle of being more conservative when there's greater uncertainty from a scientific perspective, I think is still key. And I would hesitate to change that. Now, that doesn't always mean that you end up with more conservative management, and perhaps that's what the presentation meant. But I guess there are a couple of things, and that is, we're dealing with a couple of words. One of them is risk. And as Diana said, it's hard to know which risk we're talking about. We labeled a risk table, which is, it's a table to look at whether or not you decrease the ABC from the OFL. And we specifically defined risk in the guidelines that the SSC put out in June of 2021, that in the case of a risk table, what we mean by risk is it is the probability that the ABC exceeds the true but unknown OFL. And that is like literally just linked to uncertainty. And I think that is, so I think that whatever we write, we're going to have to be careful about, if we say risk, defining whatever risk we mean. And I am not, anyway, as far as that risk table, that is using the principle that if there is additional uncertainty, you may need additional conservatism at some level. And I think that still holds. I think that there are other definitions of risk that the council may deal with, and how much management risk they are willing to take in certain situations. And I think that is, that is different. It could be different. So anyway, I guess I just wanted to state that I think that principle still holds, and I had a second part to it, and I can't quite come up with what my second part of that point was. It may come back to me. Ian.
As a follow-up, I think we could highlight that this is actually baked into the FMP. The tier system itself responds to an increased risk by reducing harvest rates and levels. And so in some regards, the basic ground rules that we operate under already have this concept built in at many different levels.
And I do remember the other part, and that was that there may be ways to increase production, increase value, increase opportunity that don't necessarily mean taking more sort of scientific risk with an uncertain assessment. And I think those are personally where I would tend to look. How can we honor the FMP, the concept of, dealing with increased scientific uncertainty and being more conservative with that, and yet possibly reach any of the goals, which goes back to what Chris and Kaylin, you were talking about before. But it could also be, I don't know, but it could be in how the council sort of allocates tax as well. So. Pat.
If I may, so when we talk about scientific risk, what I'm sort of hearing is that it's like a different thing than the management risk, and I don't really fully understand that. I mean, in the sense, Sherry, that you mentioned about not going over the OFL, the ultimate consequences reducing the stock size to a point where the stock is at risk. And then all of the cascading consequences that come out of that, which influence economically the fishery, but also ecosystem and other kinds of things. So it doesn't stop. It doesn't kind of stop there, right? That's our mechanism to avoid the risk to the populations, which we've seen in the past. We can do by being overly aggressive in terms of how this is why we don't fish to MSY. We fish below that in order to avoid the consequences, which include overshooting in an uncertain environment and things along those lines. So I just felt the need to say that. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Pat. You're spot on. And I don't think that I think your comment helps phrase that much better. I think what I was getting at was that the SSC is setting the ABC, and that's partly based on that uncertainty, and that's sort of what our realm is. And I hesitate to change the concept that you're going to be less precautionary somehow with greater uncertainty. If the council chooses to do something else with management risk, they obviously can, but you're right, both of them add together to go to the risk to a species. Yeah. Sarah.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a second to go back and emphasize, I think what you said, what I heard you saying, Sherry, was this idea around value versus productivity, and to think more or reflect more on the assumption that greater productivity necessarily increases greater value. And I think Caitlin was saying this, something similar to this as well, a bit earlier. So, and I think this is where some of the social science work can get at, thinking through the idea of value and the metrics of value that may reflect management objectives and some of the mandates that we're under more fully, rather than just thinking about it in terms of the EO using the concept of productivity, but it's may not be quite as well thought out as some, or well defined as some other associated materials that we could draw on as a body.
Wonderful. Thank you. It looks like we have a pause. And we also need a break. What I'm going to ask for this, so that was the end of your presentation, wasn't it, Diana? Okay. With this write-up, we don't have this assigned to anybody. And so what I have been Allie looked totally, yes, there's a lot of panic up here. We have been valiantly taking notes. However, what I would ask on this one is people that have spoken, can you write up your own individual points? And if you need reminders, I got to tell you, I've got the order of people that spoke and I can get you back to a topic. But if you can write up your own thoughts, since you likely have the best words, and then we'll kind of make a compilation. And if that causes chaos, we can deal with it and organize later. as Allie's sitting here with her hands over her mouth. That's my idea. I think we can do that. All right, let's go ahead. It is, oh, yeah, Dinah.
The last part you usually do is member associations and timing of the SSC report. I'm just reminding you that that's the end part of admin issues.
Thank you. And yes, we do, but the chair needs a break. So let's go ahead. It is 10:30 and let's come back and finish admin after our break. We'll come back at 10:45. All right, everyone, let's bring it back together. All right, welcome back. There were a couple more things in the admin session. I realized Diana also talked about, she had that staff paper talking about timing and ways to figure out how to accommodate getting all the things into a 3-day meeting in December and what to move, what not. If there are comments that the SSC wants to make on the record, we can put them into our report. Things that we've talked about before, being at the same meeting as the council, rather be in person than virtual, all of those things, but they're already in our record. So we can name them now, or you can also just talk to any of the co-chairs offline, and we can also pass thoughts along then as well. So I think I better just ask, are there any comments on that staff paper that people wanted to bring up about the time crunch in December? Martin.
Yeah, thanks. I don't know if there's a consensus on the SSC, but it seemed to me that the option where there would be a January, February meeting, moving Cook Inlet salmon out of the December agenda seemed, from my perspective, preferable. And that sort of addresses the issue of, the sort of constraints we're dealing with for in December. And I think Curry made a good comment earlier about how we would anticipate that workload would sort of be reduced as we sort of moved forward. So it probably needs to happen, but there might be an option to might have more flexibility in the future. And so anyway, that's kind of where I would like us to go if possible.
Thanks, Martin. And that was to have a meeting in January, February, rather than April, or in addition to April?
I didn't take the thinking that far,
No problem.
but yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense to me.
Yeah, the option that was lined out, I think, in the paper was meeting in February rather than April.
Yeah.
And do people have a specific preference? If that was done, do you have a preference whether we are in person or virtual? In the past, we've said in person, but that was partly to talk to the council. I don't know if we will even have a choice, because depending on council funding, the April meeting itself may be virtual. So we may not even if we were in April, we might not be able to meet and talk in the hallways. But I do know that there's, different expenses for SSC and council. And so, if we have a preference as far as in-person or virtual in February, I'd be interested to hear that. And we got nothing. Okay, we don't. Oh, Bob.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I don't care if we're virtual or in person, but just a reminder or maybe a pitch for doing this as late as possible, because it improves the probability that the state the state escapement goals are available for the assessment. And I'm waffling because I don't know exactly when that would be needed for the assessment authors to be prepared in time for whatever meeting we're talking about here. But it has been an issue, and it means there's a level of uncertainty where we're doing estimates just because we don't have the information. So the later we can go, and ride that line between when it's needed versus when we do it, the higher the probability that we have all the information we need. So, and I'm saying that without knowing exactly the date structure here, but it would be worth reaching out to the state and finding that out, and the authors and finding that out. And maybe that helps inform this decision, because then it's based on data availability.
Yeah, Bob
Great.
means the preseason forecast, not the statement goals already established.
Yep, and that makes sense. I think that the SSC actually brought that up at the workshop and said, what if we just waited? And we were told by the analysts that that wasn't possible because there wasn't enough turnaround time. I think, though, they were talking about the April meeting. If we did it in the April meeting, there wasn't time. So I'm assuming that you're speaking on behalf of as an SSC member. Okay, great. No, Curry, go ahead.
I was just sort of curious about that. This came up as a topic of discussion at that Cook Inlet meeting, and the time required to publish in the Federal Register and for review. And I was just sort of trying to rectify that statement for a fishery that opens nominally in June, April meeting up until June versus what we do in groundfish, which is a December final specs meeting for fisheries that open in January. I didn't quite understand why the timeline was so protracted on the Cook Inlet end, but someone I'm sure can fill me in.
Yeah, I'll head this. So I know that for the groundfish specs, the preliminary specs are actually used in January. The final specs don't kick in till February or something like that. So I think that is that what you were going to say, Jason?
Thank you.
But I do, on behalf of the SSC, if we actually think it would be a better product, we can definitely say, we can wait as long as possible. If people agree that that would be beneficial for the safe overall. Go ahead, Curry. Jason.
I mean, I appreciate the discussion on having most up-to-date data, but I think there is a balance here that I'm not fully informed on in terms of the public comment period and that process that has to play out before it can publish, and then also for the fishery opening. So, I mean, I think the February process that we had seemed to work. I guess I'd just leave it there.
I was responding to something urgent, so we're leaving this as, can you repeat that, Jason? I'm sorry.
Well, I guess I'm responding to the idea of having the specs for Cook Inlet, so done in February, and I think that process does work. I don't think we want to necessarily suggest at this point pushing it forward more into April, because that crunches up the time period for comment rulemaking period, if that's what we're discussing.
Yeah, I think the only question, Bob had suggested putting a note in that if we do this, if we have a February meeting, that we have the February meeting as late as possible in chance of getting state. I'm sorry, I am from the state, but what does the state give you in
Preseason forecast.
preseason forecast? Thank you.
But we want to make our recommendation for a specific time.
Sure. Gretchen is here. She may be able to speak to timing.
Madam Chair, members of the SSC, I'm Gretchen Harrington, the Assistant Regional Administrator for the NOAA Fisheries Alaska region. And we have been struggling with the timing of this brand new process. Working backwards from the season opening date, we need to publish proposed and final harvest specifications, and we accept public comment and then respond to the public comment in the final. So that's kind of the lengthy time. And when we did it the past 2 years, we have been able to get it right under the gun. If when the council took final action in the beginning of February. I think anything later than that would really jeopardize our ability. And honestly, we can't guarantee that it's going to publish on time this year either. So we're in a risky situation. And it's that balance, as Bob mentioned, between, making sure we have all the data and the preseason forecasts and can conduct the analysis and have the review and then have things published. So those are the timing considerations for the Cook Inlet harvest specs.
Thank you very much. I think that clears it up, and we can just say that doing this in February, our regular time, sounds like a preference so far. Curry.
Yeah, thank you very much to Gretchen for highlighting that timeline. That's really useful. So I think in general, I'm in favor of this idea that we might have what seems to be either an in-person or a remote meeting in February to separate out the Cook Inlet issue from the rest of the groundfish harvest specifications in December. The only concern I have is, number one, anytime the SSC meets separately from the AP and the council, I think we lose something in terms of the opportunity for ongoing discussion, not only with members of those two bodies, but also with the broader group of stakeholders and fishery participants that tend to gather. It might not gather for a SSC only meeting. I know I benefit a lot from those discussions. And so it's just something that's in the back of my mind as a potential cost that accrues if we switch to a format where we have a remote only February meeting and then there's no SSC meeting in April.
Sure, and I guess just a clarification question. I suppose we can put an if or, but I think part of this was realizing that if April is remote for us and the council, I'm assuming that doesn't hold that necessarily because you can't talk to them anyway. But we can say, as we've stated before, our preference is to meet in person at the same time as the council and the AP. However, in this case, I mean, if you're virtual, that doesn't make a whole lot of difference. And I guess the only thing that we would probably need clarity on and going to the council would be, is that strong enough? So pretend that April was going to be in person. Is that strong enough that the SSC would rather what do we do instead? Yeah, that would be a question. Or we can just state it as a concern. Ian.
Realizing that the choice of virtual versus in person is probably not going to be ours. I do think we should flag that what our experience has been that when we do operate in a virtual meeting format, we have less throughput per day. We have to take longer breaks. We often have to start and end at slightly different times. And so if we try to collapse the April meeting into February and it's virtual and we add Cook Inlet, we're going to be back to something similar to the problem we're having potentially in December, unless April was going to be really light. So there is some argument to be made for an in-person meeting in April, if that can happen, just because we're more efficient when we do it.
Personally, I would add, I mean, as a chair, it's also, since it's new, it's really helpful to have it in person still so that we can communicate with people. What about this as an SSC idea? So we support in 2025 moving to having Cook Inlet and whatever else in February. Preference is for an in-person meeting due to efficiency because it goes faster and communication on some relatively young assessment. And in the future, we really want to raise that our preference is to meet in person with council and AP if possible in the future. I don't know what else to do, or you can speak up and we can do it for this meeting. So, Chris Anderson.
Maybe anticipating the next question here, which I think Diana partly raised in the last session, which is the importance of sort of having 5 meetings on the calendar versus doing ad hoc meetings, right? I mean, I think one of the things we learned in the salmon workshop is that it's hard to schedule ad hoc meetings, whereas having these same 5 meetings on my calendar for the last 13 years lets me build things around this, right? And like this quarter, I scheduled my teaching around being able to be here.
Thank you.
If we're suddenly doing, if we're suddenly doing ad hoc meetings, the doodle poll there is gonna be ugly.
Okay. Great. I don't think I need to summarize that. We'll try to write it up and we'll take uh, joint help on how to phrase things. So that's the December um, paper. Let's go ahead and do associations next. And because we've got a number of people online, I'm just going to call out names and please respond. So for associations, Chris Anderson.
No associations.
Thank you. Martin.
No associations.
Brad.
No associations.
Bob.
No,
We're so excited.
I'm the third or greater level supervisor for Mike Litzau, Cody Zawalski, and all of our other AFSC members of the Crab Plan team and stock assessment authors on C2 BSAI Crab, and including Shannon Hennessy and Brian Garbillance on Tanner Crab ESP. I'm the first line supervisor for Jen Ferdinand and third or greater level supervisor for Jason Janot, Jeff Mayhew, and all other AFSC authors on C1 Observer Annual Report. I can list those if you wish. And I'm not sure if we're doing the workshop, but I'm the third or greater level supervisor for all of the presenters from AFSC on D6 workshop. I have those names listed as well.
Great, thank you. And no, for the workshops, we can just fully participate. Don't need to deal with associations. And I'm assuming you're sending that to us in writing. All right, Jen. France.
No associations.
Allie.
No associations?
Me, no, I don't have any associations. Ian.
No associations.
Jason.
I'm a first level supervisor for Kathy Tide and Phil Gantz on C1 Observer Annual Report.
Kaylin.
None.
Mike.
No associations.
Fabio.
No associations.
Pat.
No associations.
Curry.
I am free of association.
Sarah.
No associations.
Dana.
I'm married to Calais Shotwell, who's co-author on several crab ESPs. Thanks.
Rob.
No associations.
Kristen.
Yeah, I'm the first level supervisor for Katie Paloff, the Crab Plan team co-chair and lead author for Bristol Bay Red King Crab. I am the first line supervisor for Caitlin Stern, first author of Norton Sound. Red King Crab. I'm second line supervisor for Tyler Jackson on the Aleutian Island Golden King Crab stock assessment. And my spouse is Elizabeth Sidden, and she's not directly really on any of these, but indirectly through ESPs and ESR mentions for risk tables and various things in the Crab Plan team report. I think that's it.
Thanks, Chris. Okay, I think that is all of us. The humorous thing is I actually tried to put us in order around the table and online, and I just completely missed all that. Let's see. Okay, next thing is announcement for deadlines. We're going to Allie.
Yeah, thanks, Sherry. So our internal deadlines for our report and our draft presentation, C1 Observer and C2 Crab are going to be due into the draft report and presentation by Thursday at 8 a.m. We will close C1 Observer by 1 p.m. on Thursday afternoon because it is likely we will have to present that afternoon. D5, the sub-area apportionments, and D6, our harvest control workshop
will need to be in the draft report and presentation by 5 p.m. on Thursday. And then we will close the balance of the report for our full review by noon on Friday. As usual, we will communicate any changes to these deadlines, and I will send out an email so that everyone can keep track. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's the end of our admin. Does anybody have any questions? Okay. All right, next we move into C2, Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands crab. I'll say while Anita is coming up, Mike and Katie are remote. I did want to tell folks, which I just realized that I did not send to Diana Evans, so it's not yet on the web. As far as public testimony, plan for this is to divide crab up into 3 different sections. The first section is snow crab and tanner. We're going to combine public testimony for that. Second one is Bristol Bay and Norton Sound, and we're going to combine public testimony for that. And then we'll have Pribilof Island red, blue, and the balance of the crab planting report, which includes risk tables. If anybody has comments on crab wide, this is always a challenge for how we do this. If you have any comments for crab wide, you can go ahead and you can testify at any one of these places. If you want to testify at the very beginning, you can do that so that you make sure that your comments come in before discussion, and then we will sort it out when we're writing up our report. So do what you need to do. All right. Mike Downs.
Sorry, maybe I just lost my hearing for a second there. Did you say when Aleutian Islands Golden King was? Is that still first?
Oh yeah, I completely forgot about Aleutian Islands Golden. Yes, you're right. That is first, and we will have public testimony and discussion separate for that. First. Thank you.
Thanks, Sherry. To the chairs, members of the SSC, for the record, my name is Anita Kroska, council staff. Today, I'd like to introduce agenda item C2, BSAI crab harvest specifications that will be presented remotely by both Katie Payloff at the Alaska Department of Fish and Game and Dr. Mike Litso at the NIMS Kodiak office. They plan to provide an overview of the final stock assessment and harvest specifications for one stock, Aleutian Islands Golden King Crab. They will also review proposed model scenarios for 5 crab stocks, ESP updates, crab risk table, standard operating procedures, and other items found in the balance of the crab plan team report, including new business. So with that, I'll hand it over to Katie and Mike, and I'll just sit here for a second in case slide control is an issue.
Good morning, Anita and members of the SSC. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Katie.
Okay, great. Katie Payloff, as Anita said, Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and I think I will get you started here with our crab planting report. Try to advance slides and we'll see how it goes. There we go. All right, worked out well. Okay, this is a slide that we include in all of our presentations to you, just kind of to refresh everyone's memory on where we are in the assessment cycle. I will say, just to point out a couple of things here, the Pribilof Island Blue King Crab and Red King Crab are on bi or triennial cycles, and those are both up for final specifications this fall. So you'll see those briefly in our proposed model run presentations to you at this meeting, but just to kind of refresh your memory there. Also, just to let everyone know that we Norton Sound Red King Crab is under new authorship, and we have moved proposed models to our May meeting, and you'll see those here too in June. And that's just to streamline our process. Currently, that's set for final specifications in a very probably half-day virtual CPT meeting in November. We'll do final specs in December. That's due to the fact of the timing of that fishery. We need to have final specifications done by February. But it didn't make sense. It kind of made more sense to include the proposed models in our May meeting, just because it would be more consistent with some of our other stocks and also would free up some time in September for us. All right. Once again, just refreshing everyone's memory about our tier system, and just kind of put a little plug here. This will come up again in our risk table discussion, just kind of talking about our tier system and how it is different from groundfish FMP tier system. And one of the things that I did want to point out here is that our ABC buffer for crab is in place to based on available stock information and uncertainties that aren't incorporated in our assessment models. And we'll bring this up again with risk tables, but this is a little different from the way that groundfish does their ABCs in their harvest control rule. Right. So getting into our May agenda, I think Anita went over this briefly. And Sherry also mentioned the order that we'll do things. I just did want to mention briefly that we had a number of items kind of in the balance of our CPT report. Those in a blue font here we will not cover in our oral report. Those in black we'll cover some of them pretty briefly in our oral report, but as time allows. So I think we'll go into more details if we have time and kind of just provide a high level overview if we are running out of time. But a lot of these are responses to specific SSC requests. So we wanted to make you all aware of the requests that either the CPT or different groups provided to those requests, the responses we provided to those requests. So with that, I'll jump into Aleutian Island Golden King Crab Final Safe. So for those of you, just to refresh everyone's memory, Aleutian Island Golden King Crab is our only crab stock that we manage with fishery-dependent data only. We do not have a survey currently for the Aleutian Island Golden King Crab stocks. We also manage it as one stock as dictated in the FMP. However, the modeling process is done in two regional stocks, the Western Aleutian Island and the Eastern Aleutian Island, and this has been kind of an historic nature of that stock, and we've had many discussions about that over time. But I just wanted to point that out because, as you see in the presentation, often referred to on the slides and on the figures, the EAG or Eastern Aleutian Island, and then the WAG or Western Aleutian Island. Excuse me. So just brief summary of Aleutian Island and Golden King Crab, kind of a lot of the work the author has put into this. There was some summary of some SSC and CPT comments. Some of those involved looking at the data that was going into the assessment, and there were some questions on the 93-94 season. The author did address those, and there were some small changes there with what had been previously done, but everything that was in line with requests that were asked for. In addition, there are some minor changes to the catch standardization time series, and this is part of an overarching effort at ADF&G to standardize our catch time series, and you'll see that as a common theme in some of our proposed models for the other stocks too. For this stock specifically, that's detailed in Appendix A. Additionally, the catch data for the 24-25 fishing year, so that's crab year 24, was completed in the WAG, but one trip was still outstanding in the EAG at the time the assessment was done. The total catch, however, was adjusted based on previously accepted protocol, and that's detailed in the written report. That's also been reviewed by you guys on the SSC as a method that the prior assessment author used, and that was just carried over for this year. The CPT standardization is detailed in Appendix B. There's no changes in method since 2024. The only, the post-rationalized period, of course, was updated with new data. So with that again. The two models that the SSC reviewed were model 23.1C, which was essentially the base model from 2024 with a, shouldn't say corrected twice there, sorry about that, with a bias correction on the recruitment deviations before 1981. And that was something that we had seen when we did proposed models for this stock in September and had approved. The other model that we saw was 25.0B, and that is a model that starts in a non-equilibrium state in 1981, which is when we first have data for the stock. and also has some additional weighting changes, some equal emphasis on catch data and bootstrap estimates to the input sample sizes for size. In general, the panel on the left here shows for the EAG and WAG, the CPUE index, both the nominal and the resulting index from the 2024 and 2025 assessments. Like we said, no large changes in methodology there. So not surprisingly, pretty similar. And then the panel on the right shows the two different models for estimated mature male biomass. Similar fit for both of these models. One of the things that the CPT did spend quite a bit of time discussing and the author did explore was just the declining trend in the WAG. You can see this pretty clearly with the CPUE in the bottom left panel here. Both the nominal and the standardized CPUE have been declining fairly steeply for the last few years. And you see a subsequent decline on the bottom right panel in mature male biomass. The CPT spent quite a bit of time discussing this. Specifically, the author kind of looked at, exploring with the data that we do have from the fishery, what potentially could be causing this. The other thing was that the CPT did have some input from stakeholders for some concerns that they have for the WAG. So just one of the things here for the EAG, one of the kind of overreaching concerns that's been on our plate for a while now is this over kind of increasing retrospective pattern in the EAG. And the author did explore looking at the extent of the fishery and potential ideas of hyperstability there, but no real conclusions yet, but that always has been a concern for some time for the EAG. And like I said, for the WAG, just kind of declining CPUE in the fishery. The CPUE in this last year, the standardized CPUE was at a post-rationalized low. So the author did explore or kind of looked into initially some ideas of potentially, is the ecosystem conditions changing? We don't have a lot of information as to how that correlates with the Aleutian Island golden king crab. They are a pretty deep dwelling species, so it's hard to know how changes, specifically surface changes, may affect their life history. The other thing that came up quite extensively during our CPT discussion was gear overlap, potentially with other fishing industries. We had some stakeholders that contributed a public comment letter, and you may hear from them here at this meeting too, kind of concern over potential impacts from different fishing fleets, potentially fishing fleets that were fishing in typically productive fishing grounds for the Aleutian Island golden king crab, and potentially some concerns that the stakeholders weren't able to fish their typical grounds due to those gear interactions. We did also hear during the meeting that there have been already some pre-season conversations between different fleets to try to mitigate that for the upcoming season this fall. So that was good to hear at the CPT level. The CPT did elevate concerns for this area, and not sure how exactly it fits into the council process, but we did kind of flag that potentially looking at gear interactions and essential fish habitat, especially for the WAG, would be helpful to kind of fully explore what's going on there with the information that we do have. And potentially that could be something that could be done through the next EFH and fishing effects modeling process 5-year review, or something that could be done through other council action. But it's something that the CPT does want to track moving forward.
We have a question for you, Katie.
Go for it.
Bob.
Through the chair, thanks very much, Katie. Appreciate the description of the interaction with the industry and potentially some hope there that stakeholders are working together. Was there a discussion on the timing of the decline that we've seen since roughly 2008-ish, and the changes in this overlap or changes in behavior in the different gear types? And I recall that it was more of a newer phenomenon that fishermen were we're experiencing, but I just wanted to clarify.
Through the chair, Bob. Yeah, I think that, I don't have exact timing that I recall from our comments, but I will say that our initial look at, I think the fishermen, it was more of a recent in the last few seasons observation that the fishermen had, but for the declining CPUE. But I would say that it has been concerning for us for a little bit longer than that. The initial look at potentially, groundfish removals in the area and other fishery removals didn't really show any red flags for increasing amount of removals or potentially amount of at least apparent interactions at the level that we could look at. But I would say it's more recent that the industry is being vocal about this.
Thanks. We got a question from Kristen.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, Katie, was there any discussion at CPT about the spatial extent of the fishing footprint in the WAG compared to historically, and or has it changed at all, either increased or stayed the same? Thanks.
Through the chair, Chris. I don't recall if we discussed it much. I will say that the author, Tyler Jackson, did provide kind of a spatial extent metric for some of his comparisons, and it has decreased some for the WAG in the last 3 or 4 seasons. For those of you that might be interested in that, I know it was in his presentation. I don't have slide 41 of his presentation, and is most likely in the document also. But it also has decreased for the EAG also in the last few years. So the intricacies of this fishery are difficult because of the small number of vessels that participate. And so teasing apart, what is going on with the stock versus the vessel and fishing behavior is actually pretty challenging here. So I think that while at the CPT level, we want to track all the different changes that we are seeing and explore those, we are cautious to have too much causal, this is causing this or this is because of this in our discussion, just because we don't know necessarily how the stock is the stock responding to a changing in fishing behavior, or is it responding to a changing in stock status?
Thanks, Katie. Mike Downs.
Yeah, hi, Katie. And maybe this is a premature question, you're going to get to it, but in terms of CPUE and sort of ease of fishing or not, does the ADAC community allocation portion of the fishery play into this at all in terms of has the community of ADAC participated in this fishery in recent years in terms of local processing so that fishermen have, less of a run to go to different communities, or in terms of local CVs, does that enter into any of this in terms of just the access to processor or local vessels?
Through the chair, Mike, I do not have an answer to that question for you right now, but I can look into it. It wasn't really discussed during our CPT.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Okay, I think that's what we have for questions. Go ahead, Katie.
All right, great. Thank you. Let's see, trying to change slides here. All right, there we go. So for final specification recommendations for each of the 2 areas, these are the 2 models that were run. Both the author and the CPT recommended model 23.1C, which is essentially a slightly updated base model that has been pretty similar since 2023, which is hence the model name there, which had a combined OFL here of 3,166 tons and a 25% ABC buffer was recommended, which I'll detail in the next slide. This is a slight reduction from last year, driven mostly by that reduction in the WAG. So the 25, this, like I said, the CPT did recommend model 23.1C. There were concerns over the sensitivity of the size composition data weighting in the other model without really seeing an improved model fit or a model performance. And that's why we chose to stick with the base model configuration. The 25% buffer is consistent with what we've had the last few years for this stock. We did have a draft risk table that was provided for this stock. It's in Appendix C. We'll get more into risk tables and kind of our general discussion at the CPT later on in the balance of our CPT report. But in there, the author did kind of list at least some of the concerns in different areas consistent with the risk table format. However, just the level of uncertainty that we have for the stock is similar to what we've seen in previous years. We do have just in general improved data processing and CPU standardization that we've had, but in we still have concerns for the stock. Some of which is the kind of poor model fit to the index and the EAG and retrospective pattern there. In addition to the fact that while we don't have a retrospective pattern in the WAG, the author did point out kind of a historic pattern where we're kind of continuously overestimating the projection in the WAG, and that has led us to kind of higher than we would want realized exploitation rates, higher than we would, I guess, intended, realized exploitation rates in the WAG. So those are all concerns that are present. The concerns for this 25% buffer are detailed pretty well in the introduction for the Aleutian Island golden king crab as part of the overall crab safe. And I didn't go into a lot of detail here with that, but they're consistent with what we've seen in the past. I would like to point out, just to finish up Aleutian Island golden king crab, some of the future work that the CPT and the stock assessment author kind of felt was appropriate. Specifically, looking at size of maturity analysis by area, which is something that had been done in the past, but kind of revisiting that and potentially looking at, should we be using different size of maturities for the two areas. In addition, the author has done quite a bit of work. It's detailed in Appendix B, looking at a spatiotemporal CPU standardization using STTMB. So that's something that we do encourage the author to bring forward in the future. And then just some other explorations that the author were recommended with the author, in addition to kind of further risk table collaborations with the ESR group for Aleutian Islands to get a better idea of a potential ecosystem changes and how they may interact with stock. And so I think that is the end. Yep, that's the end of what I have for Aleutian Island golden king crab, and I can attempt to field more questions.
Thanks, Katie. Yes, moving into questions, we've got Pat.
Hi, Katie. Thanks a lot for the presentation, and I'm really appreciating the work that Tyler has done here. Let me ask this. I was a little bit confused about the CPUE standardization. That's done with this generalized additive mixed effects model. Is that correct, or is it some other method?
Currently, it's done with the GAM, yes.
And so let me ask this: is because I don't know really the history of this. Does the model choose different factors every year when it's run, or is it always the same set of factors?
Through the chair, Pat, in the past, the model is allowed to choose different factors. I will say that at least for this year, the model that was chosen, I believe, was consistent with what was chosen last year as far as the factors that came up to be significant. So since the data is updated every year, the standardization process is performed every year because you do have a new data point going into that. So
the final part on this then is, would you suspect then that it affects this historic retrospective in the WAG, and does it ever change the reference points, or is that are those fixed?
Through the chair, Pat, I guess I'm not necessarily sure how to answer the first part of your question about the historic retrospective pattern. I would say that in general, the changes that we see to the CPUE standardization do not provide large scale changes to that input data that goes into the model. I think if you go, I can jump back, but if you go back to the slide looking at the nominal versus the standardized CPUE, there are not large changes between those two for year to year. So I don't think that the standardization process is necessarily driving any of the model changes that we're seeing, but that is not something that we discussed at the CPT level. That was just my CPT co-chair interpretation of this model.
Great, thank you.
Ian.
Yeah, just a question with regard to the risk table. I'm noting an assessment level concern of 1 and yet a pretty large retrospective pattern in the EAG. And I'm wondering, was that decision made because you felt like the risk associated with the retrospective was already included in the buffer as we've been discussing that in the past? Or was that just not enough to warrant elevating it to an assessment level 2? Thanks.
Through the chair, Ian, this will come up again in our risk table conversation, I think, but there is some kind of, as we're working through risk tables for crab, trying to interpret what an increased level means. I think for specifically for this stock, the level 1 was something that had already been present in our interpretation of this stock and the model process. So it wasn't an increased from previous buffers, and that was the way that it was interpreted for that level
1. So I have a clarification, Katie. You said that it's something that's already in the model process. Do you mean that it's in the model, so we don't want to do that again in the risk table, or do you mean that it was already accounted for last year and so it's not named this year?
The chair, Sherry. I mean that it was already something that we have flagged for this stock as being a concern. So it wasn't necessarily, and we're not double dipping as far as already something that's in the modeling process. I think it's just already something that we detailed in previous assessments. And so the way this was interpreted is at the assessment level would be increased concern from the last assessment that we did, was the way that this was interpreted.
Okay, great. Thank you. Bob.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks again, Katie. Was there any plan team discussion on the question that we had a year ago about the terminal year reference, or the terminal year of the reference period for previous assessments? So I looked and couldn't find this discussion in previous notes. So the response from the author a year ago was that there was a reference time period that was determined based on reasonable precision of recruitment deviations, et cetera. My question is the CPT recommendation to add a year sequentially thereafter. So question, did that come up for discussion? And if so, can you help with the rationale behind adding the year each time period, each year?
Through the chair, Bob. Yes, that's actually the author did present an analysis of looking at those recruitment deviations to determine the years. In his presentation to the CPT, I'm just looking at it now, it's in slide 35 if you want to look at that. But we asked the author to just perform this every year to look at if we should be, adding the additional year every year. And we would be making that decision in every year when we looked at it. So when we looked at that analysis, or I guess just graph of recruitment deviations, the CPT supported what we have been doing, at least for the last few cycles, which is the current year, I think -4 or so, getting us to the range for recruitment deviations. So prior to this recommendation, it was a static year range that hadn't been updated. And that was somewhat inconsistent with what we do for our other CRAB assessments. So we wanted to be consistent, and most of the CRAB assessments do a similar analysis to look at recruitment, kind of deviations and error associated with those to determine the if we should add an additional year or not as we move forward with looking at the reference point calculations. So that was the rationale is one, that keeps us consistent with our other crab stocks. Two, we're asking this analysis to be done every year to confirm that we should be adding that year. And we have that analysis from the authors to look at during our discussion. We glossed over it pretty quickly during the CPT meeting because I think we just saw the figure and we were like, yeah, we should stick with what we've been doing and add that additional year. That looks consistent with what we've in the past.
Thanks, Katie. Bob.
Yeah, just to follow up on that. Thanks very much, Katie. That makes sense. And maybe you just answered this, that you guys didn't spend any more time on it than that. But was there any discussion on criteria for when you would add that year? When I look at the response in the document, it says that you would just add the year. I appreciate that the CPT, and I think we'll highlight that it should be reconsidered from year to year. But is the idea just to be within the range of recruitment deviations in the last handful of years, and therefore it's stable as to whether or not to increase it? Was there any further discussion? I'm guessing no.
Through the chair, Bob, there wasn't any further discussion at this meeting. I think that's because we had made it pretty clear in previous meetings that we would just look at the range over that time period, and as long as the next year fell within the range that we see it was mostly a visual kind of like, oh, does this fall into the same range that we've seen in the past? And if it does, we would include it. I think that right now we're consistently asking authors to do that every year. We don't have a strict statistic for them to run, but just to kind of have those available to us to say, okay, is it within the range that we've seen? And if so, we would include that next year. So we didn't spend a lot of time, mostly because I feel like we had talked about it previously, and that's probably why I didn't get into our minutes very detailed. Sorry about that.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Pat.
Great. Thanks again for the presentation. May I ask if we could just spend a little bit more time on why 25.0B was rejected relative to 23.1C? I mean, I attended virtually the CPT meeting, and the difference between the two doesn't seem dramatic. I didn't really fully get why one was motivated to do the equilibrium analysis versus anything else that was potentially considered. And it looks like, after a year, whatever difference that made sort of comes out. But in the end, it seemed like the 25.0B had a really much more dramatic retrospective pattern and so on. Can you just summarize for us briefly? I don't know that we spent enough time on that today. Can you summarize briefly again the rationale for going back to 23.1, and would 25.0B ever be considered in the future again? There's a lot of questions there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Through the chair, Pat. I think to keep the author recommended the sticking with 23.1C, and the CPT concurred with that, mostly due to the fact that some of the weighting that was going into that 25.0, I don't remember which one, 25.0B model, what the weighting was, the model was pretty sensitive to the weightings of the size composition data. And so I don't think the idea, I know it wasn't specific in our future work, was to table that model entirely, but I think the idea is that we would need more informed weightings of size compositions in that model to be able to kind of to be able to adopt it moving forward. I will say that in general, the CPT felt that the current base model performance was similar to 25.0B, so we didn't really spend a lot of time in hashing out the differences between the two. I would say that most of our discussion during our Lishanongo and King Crab discussion really focused on some concerns we have for the stock and what's going on with the WAG and the declining CPUE. So I guess I don't have a super detailed answer for you there, Pat, and I can find out more if you're interested from the assessment.
No, Katie, I think that was enough. There were several things that were worrisome to me about the 25 OB, and I wanted the committee to sort of hear that. But I also wanted to know whether it was still on the table at some future point, and of course, the weighting has a role in that. So thank you very much for the additional explanation. Thank you.
Bob.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Katie, next questions around the retrospective. So was there any plan team discussion around the retrospective getting better in the last few years in the EAG, or am I misreading that? Again, I didn't hear the discussion come up that it's actually improving. I mean, we still have the years between 2008 and 2015 where the retrospective was horrible in the EAG, but the question is whether or not that's a process that we've improved upon, or whether or not that's just something that doesn't show up until after a few years of new data.
Through the chair, Bob, I would say that we didn't have much discussion about it improving. I would say it's still concerning for the EAG, the retrospective pattern. I will say that just like looking at the figure, it has been better for the last few years. But I think in general for a retrospective pattern, the CPT has been looking at kind of out about 10 years or so. So in that time frame, it's still concerning for us as for a pretty large retrospective pattern.
So then my follow-up, Katie, thanks for that. I was going back and forth as to whether or not to consider additional buffer. So given what you just said about the retrospective, and again, I'm not sure that it hasn't dramatically improved, but in the EAG, but given the trends that were noted and discussed in the WAG, why not a bigger buffer than the 25%, given that there is a retrospective showing up in the WAG in addition to the decline?
Through the chair, Bob, I think this leads into our discussion when we have buffer discussions on concerns that are incorporated into the assessment model and ones that aren't. And I think that the decline in both CPUE and mature male biomass in the WAG are both incorporated in our assessment modeling process. And so while we still have concerns, that that's occurring and that, kind of we spent a lot of time discussing what potentially could be going on in the WAG. I think when it comes to our buffer considerations, really trying to be careful in the way we account for uncertainty that we already have accounted for within our process. Does that make sense?
Through the chair again. Yes, that makes sense. Although, so are we going to have that buffer discussion after we wrap up the Aleutian Islands Golden King Crab recommendation?
Oh, got it. So I have a question for Katie myself. As far as no, the buffer and the risk table, the buffer for Aleutian Islands is discussed together with the recommendation. So it's being done now. I realize that risk tables as a CPT discussion is going to happen later, but we're setting the specs in this. So even though it's duplicative, I would suggest having whatever discussion you need now so that we can set the specs.
So with that, Madam Chair, I guess I'd ask Katie if you could characterize that a little bit more than you have in terms of how the team and the authors see the uncertainty being incorporated into the assessment itself versus in the buffer. I don't see in this assessment the locations where that additional uncertainty, where decisions are being made along the way in order to address that uncertainty.
Through the chair, Bob, the specific uncertainty you're referring to is the decline in the WAG? Or just the
well,
retrospective?
I would
Sorry.
say both, right? Because the 25% is presumably because of the retrospective as well as the in the EAG, as well as the new increasing retrospective in the WAG and the overall decline. So what aspects do you think are or were being discussed as already being incorporated so that you didn't want to double dip with a higher buffer? And the reason I'm asking is because I see that the again, I'm torn right now, but in the EAG, the retrospective seems to be much better, but in the WAG, it's continuing to increase, and that decline is continuing. So I just want to make sure that I'm thinking about that buffer that's already incorporated the same way that the CPT is.
Okay. Through the chair, Bob. Yeah, I guess I'll try my best here, but I would say that at least for the retrospective patterns that we have with the model that the CPT recommended, the retrospective pattern for the EAG may be slightly better in the recent years, but overall is still high, and that's consistent with the buffer that we've had previously. As far as the retrospective pattern for the WAG, we don't really see much retrospective pattern with the modeling output. What we're actually seeing more consistently is just as we go to look at kind of the recommendations, the projected biomass that we're making our recommendations for, that tends to be projecting high for that stock. That wasn't something that we incorporated into our buffer discussion. I would say just because we haven't done that for other stocks necessarily, we don't have a metric necessarily to look at that. We've primarily been using the retrospective as a way to kind of look at overall model performance and ability to kind of predict from year to year. I would say that I think there was some discussion at the CPT for the WAG as far as, if there was increased concern from the previous few years to warrant a buffer increase. And I would say that while we did flag and have a lot more discussion about the WAG declining CPUE and just declining mature male biomass, this year it has been a concern previous years. So I think the CPT in general thought that these concerns were already incorporated in any way that we should be incorporating them into our 25% buffer that we've had at least for the last 2 assessment cycles. So I don't feel that there was an increased concern at the CPT discussion to warrant proposing an increased buffer. And unfortunately, I think that's the best I can do as far as characterizing that from my recollection.
Thank you. That was much clearer. Thank you. I appreciate it.
So I'm gonna go to Pat next. I do want to say that so I'm trying to think through this. So while we have all of the public listening to this, the plan is to go through, set the OFL, the ABC, and the buffer in this discussion. In thinking about it, in our risk table discussion, which is going to happen at the end, at this balance of the report, I don't foresee us changing anything about this buffer, but I realize it is possible that we could discuss something that we didn't foresee. And so I just want to let the public know that since we will still be in the agenda item, it is possible that we could come back and reopen this. That's not what we're looking to do. That's not our aim, but I want to give people a heads up to listen to the end of the agenda item, even though I realize that's going to take longer, just so that that you're here and have an opportunity to testify if you choose after we have that risk table discussion. Pat.
Great. Thanks, Sherry. I do have a technical question, but I'm appreciating the discussion we're having with regard to the buffers because I wasn't sure what we were going to do. So we'll go ahead and do that. My technical question for Katie is this, and if it's too technical, just waylay it till later. But this is the CPUEs are based on fishery dependent metrics. And in other areas, we talk about sort of stratifying by sub area or statistical area or sampling region. And I didn't see any of that in the generalized additive mixed effects model CPE standardization. We're using vessel and captain, but not area. And it would seem to me that the random effects element would be more appropriately associated with area than vessel or captain. Can you comment on that?
Through the chair, actually, Pat, I can, because we have looked at it in the past, and I will say that the author, I think last cycle had previously looked at some different ways to incorporate some spatial or area components, and what we find is there's a lot of correlation between those and the vessel and captain effects that we're seeing, and so we're really trying not to double dip, you know, covariates, things that are correlated highly in the model, right? I will say that reason in general is why the author is exploring some spatiotemporal CPE standardizations using SDT and B to try to incorporate that in a way that maybe wouldn't have those correlations or could account for them maybe. But in general, that has been explored in the past and will continue to be something that we work on with CPE standardization for the stock.
Very good. Thank you for that.
And Katie, so my follow-up question, I guess I still wasn't clear. When you're talking about the buffer, you said that you haven't talked necessarily about in the past about projected biomass being high, but it's not a change. I guess my question is, was the issue that the projected biomass tends to be high, was that accounted for in past buffers? That's what I'm wondering.
Through the chair, Sherry, I don't think that has been accounted for in previous buffers. It's not something that we detailed in our buffer reasoning. It's also not something, typically what we're doing and for most of our stocks is looking at the retrospective patterns that don't include that projected biomass. So it's not something we've consistently looked at for all of our stocks, but it is something that we did look at here just because it has come up in kind of the process of tax setting at the state level. So that particular point has not been in our buffer considerations, but I would say for consistency standpoint, it is not in our buffer considerations for any of our stocks. So I guess I'll just leave it at that.
Thanks, Katie. Martin.
Yeah, thanks. Katie, I'm wondering about, if you recall, there was an issue about setting ABCs for the entire stock based on the status of the entire stock, and the CPT had figured out a way to do that, but it seems like it was sort of lost in translation at some point. And I believe we sort of mentioned it last year as the better way to do it, but I'm not clear at all that that was done this year. And maybe you could sort of help me out with that. It concerns the fact that one of the stock is below BMSY and the other's above, but in aggregate, it's either above or below. And then that would determine whether or not you would ramp down the harvest rate.
Through the chair, Martin, yes. Right now, the way it's done, we did not discuss this at the CPT meeting this time around. But right now, the way it's done is those two OFLs are added together. So the OFL recommended for the EAG and the WAG would already have, well, specifically for the WAG where the status is lower, would already have a that incorporated the reduction from, the status incorporated into the OFL calculation. So that is right now how it's being incorporated. The overall status of the stock would be, the addition of the two MMBs plus the addition of the BMSYs and that status in general. But the OFLs are actually being added together from each individual model. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. It's just not the way.
Not what you recommended.
Yeah.
Well, we can make note of that and we can go forward from there.
Yeah, it's just like it's a small amount of difference, but and maybe it's just we just let it ride. But I mean, either you do it the right way or you don't.
Through the chair, Martin, I guess we don't need to get into this necessarily right now. Depends on desire. But I think there was, from what I can recall, I think there was some maybe some question as to how we would do it the other way, like how you would do a status and then do an OFL, since the OFL is being iteratively estimated in the modeling process. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense, and it might be a tricky thing to specify in GMAX. So
I think that might be what was
yeah,
related
but
to.
I mean, I maybe it's just not a good idea to drop it all together.
Okay.
So a question from me, Martin. So I remember pointing this out and it wasn't done that way in 1 year. And I can't remember, I think that we may have changed that calculation ourselves. And then we clarified and laid out the steps the next year. And I think, Katie, you said that it was followed. And so I'm guessing, so are we going, have we created this? Are we going back to the same? I realize I don't have the right things to say here, but I think that I thought we fixed this problem, and I'm wondering if we're talking about the same one.
Yeah, we're talking about the same problem, and I think it just because of the transitions in of staff and whatnot, it kind of got lost and wasn't picked up on. And then we had to, I think last year, I'd have to look at the notes, but I think we might have mentioned it last year that there was a better way to do it. But it seems like that wasn't necessarily followed through given all the other work that was done on the assessment. So I think that's where we're at now.
Great. I can just leave that to you and what you recommend in the discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Pat and then Curry.
Yeah, so two things. So one is, Martin, if you, I remember our discussion, but clearly not in as much detail as you remember it. So if you can send me your thoughts on that, that would be useful for me to include when I write this. The second thing is, Katie, can you remind me, is there, when I think about projections for the coming year, I think of just a linear extension of what the current assessment is saying in terms of the MMB, so my question is are the projections higher because of the retrospective pattern, in which case we've already dealt with that uncertainty. But if there's an additional modeling element associated with projections that also makes them higher, that would be good to know, which is different than what we've already considered.
Through the chair, Pat, the way that projections are being done, I would say that I don't have a great answer for what it's related to, because I don't know if we've looked into that in detail, but I would say it's most likely related to the size composition and overall kind of further extension of, like you said, progression of the model forward. And I assume that that's somewhat related to the size composition components in the stock, that it would be expecting to see more crab in the mature male biomass than we are seeing. I will say that one of the reasons why we have high on our list is to revisit the size at maturity analysis by area, is potentially wondering if the differences in size at maturity between areas that have been documented previously could be contributing to some of that overestimation of the number of crab that might be moving into the mature male biomass component of the stock. And I won't get into tons of detail there, but that is something that was looked at previously, and that recommendation from the previous analysis was to use the same size at maturity for both areas, kind of a average of the two, if you think of it that way. But I think that the CPT and the author both see the value for potentially looking at that data again by area and maybe incorporating the area specific differences that we're seeing there, and as one way to potentially look at that overestimation of the into the mature male biomass projection.
Very good. Thank you.
Curry.
Yeah, thanks, Katie. But a little bit separate from the topics we've been discussing, but given the reliance of this assessment on sort of fishery-dependent CPUE data, I'm excited by the work that the assessment authors are doing to advance the use of spatiotemporal models for index standardization. One of the things that I've been wrestling with in my mind is the inclusion of this interaction between the smooth soak time and the year, which seems like in many ways would be confounded with the underlying year effect we're trying to estimate to get that relative index of abundance. And I'm wondering if you can just kind of refresh me on why that was included in sort of the exploration of the spatiotemporal GAM. Was that a recommendation from the plan team, or why might that interaction between soak time and year be included?
Through the chair, Curry, I don't recall, sorry, on the top of my head, that particular inclusion or discussion. Didn't really go into it a lot in this meeting because we hashed out a lot of our details of the CPUE standardization in our September meeting. So I can't better answer that question for you, but I can follow up with Tyler and the minutes on that too. Sorry.
No worries. Thank you.
And I saw, Dana, you had your hand up. I'm wondering if you still have your question.
I realized it was a comment, so I'm saving it.
Okay, thank you. So I think that what we'll do, it looks like we're done with questions. It's about 12:07 right now, and I suggest to keep us somewhat, I will come back to, let's go to Mike.
Yeah, just before we close the question, Katie, question for you, sort of on the safe itself for the Aleutian Islands Golden King. Do you know if there is anything in the safe or the suite of safe documents, if there's an ESP or anything like that, that does talk about the ANAC community allocation and whether or not that is benefiting the community or through, again, local processing or local fleet participating on that, or if it's not. I'm just wondering, as part of the social economic community information that goes into safes, is that something that's been developed for this particular safe? And if so, where would that information be of the kind of the efficacy of that management decision that the council made?
Through the chair, Mike, we do not have an ESP for this stuff. And I do not recall, as part of the safe document, I think there's some information, kind of the history of the fishery component of that safe that talks a little bit about those decisions. But I do not know anywhere where any of the efficacy, how that's kind of been utilized or established over time. I don't know anywhere in this safe that it's detailed, and I'm not sure if that's in the crab econ safe or not. It's been a while since I reviewed that off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Okay, we're really done with questions. And actually, it's a nice even 12:10 now. Let's go ahead and take a lunch and come back at 1:10. The next thing that we're going to do is public testimony on Aleutian Island Golden King Crab. I do have a question because I think that people are in the room. I didn't make the announcement of splitting up public testimony until after it was on the web and people had signed up before that. And so I wanted to, I won't bother to ask now, but when we come back, you can, if your testimony was not about Aleutian Islands, you can move it to another time or you can do it at the same time. I'll just come over and see folks right now due to my confusion. Sorry about that. Let's have lunch and I'll see you in an hour.
I think I mean, I don't get it. I don't think I've really. You know.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We do have, before we move into meeting formal, we've got an announcement from Ally.
Yeah, apologies. I guess my email got firewalled this morning. We do have an SSC dinner tonight. It's at Local Oceans, which is down on the bayfront by the commercial docks. It's at 6 p.m. We have more than enough room because I was planning on more people than were able to join us in person. We'll also have some SSC alumni with us, which is great. So I think we should meet in the 6th floor lobby at 5:45. We should carpool as much as possible because parking down on the bayfront is really tight and pretty tough. So 5:45 in the 6th floor lobby, and we'll go have some good seafood. Thanks. And I'll figure out the email issues and get you your report deadlines.
Yeah, that doesn't mean we don't have deadlines. I was going to celebrate we don't have deadlines, but I realized that's not good. All right. So let's go ahead and we'll move into the public testimony for Aleutian Island Golden King Crab. And I know that we have a number of signups for that. And so we'll start out with Corey Cole.
Hi, I'm Corey Cole. I run the Alaska Trojan, and I've been involved in the Golden King crab fishery since 1993. Started on deck, and then I started running the Trojan in 2010, and we strictly do the WAG out west. And over the last, I don't know, probably since 2000, since rationalization, the fisheries kind of the way we fish has kind of changed over the years as far as how we manage our pots and when it went to rationalization, there's only 2 boats fishing out there. And I know you guys look at a map and you see a lot of square miles out there, but there's not that much fishable edge out there because you're fishing on the side of cliffs, side of mountains. So you run into a lot of gear conflict with each other if you don't draw lines. And about 3 years ago, the lines got thrown away and another boat came out and those guys haven't fished out there a lot. So unfortunately, the quota is based on our CPU, which is okay, but we just can't. When you fish with 3 guys out there and you got 2 guys that have never been out there, it drove our CPU into the ground just by small boats, not managing their gear, not moving the gear around, and which I think is a direct reflect on the quota going down and the CPU going down, just not giving Fish and Game good information, Unfortunately, it's just that we kind of cut our own throat over the last like 3 or 4 years. So that's just something that I thought that you guys should be aware of. I don't know if you guys got any questions, but you were talking about ADAC too, and we haven't delivered there in like 3 years. But when they had the plant out there, it worked pretty good. It was good for us because of not having to run all the way back to Dutch Harbor as far as fuel, bait, and all that. But I think just the pure logistics of out there, it's just we could only deliver every 2 weeks, and you just can't keep a plant operational with a boat only coming in every 2 weeks. It's just not feasible. So I think that's kind of why it shut down and just didn't work out very well. If they were to get some cod out there again, maybe that could, then we could deliver when they got something else to do. But I think with just doing the golden crab out there, it wasn't feasible for them to operate out there, just too expensive, So that's hopefully that answered your question on the ADAC, but that's kind of all I really got to say, I guess.
Thanks very much. We do have some questions, so go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, thanks for that. Got a couple follow-ups for you. So do you lease quota from the ADAC community?
Yes.
Okay.
I actually have we've been catching their quota since rationalization. I think last year, one of the other boats took half of it, but since 2005, we've been catching it all for them now.
And then if I could do a follow-up. My understanding is in at least quite a few years ago when the plant wasn't open, and it was the community quota that was, what happened to the community quota was deliveries were made, I think, in Dutch Harbor, maybe Acatan a year. But there was something worked out between the communities, so some of the royalty would go back
Yeah, yep.
to ADAC. Is that
Yep.
still what's commonly done?
Yeah, that's still what they still get a certain percentage. They actually, if we do it, they set up who they want to buy the crab. And then we just deliver it to the fish plant and they'll custom process it for whoever is actually buying it. And I think it's been Keyport the last 7 or 8 years. So we like Unice or Westward, which is custom process for them. They ship it down to Seattle and then Keyport breaks it down from 100-pound boxes and then they sell it. But they're actually the ones that have been buying that quota out there from the ADAC community for the last 3 or 4 years, I think now, at least. Yeah.
One last question. I guess it's got two parts, so it's actually two questions. Do you use support services when you're out in fishing near ADAC in terms of fuel purchases, crew changes at the hotel, things like that? And are there any, to your knowledge, local vessels operating out of ADAC-based vessels at this point?
No, I mean, not now. There was pretty much it was just us before, and there'd be when the plant was opened up out there, they had a few pot cod guys and jiggers in the summertime when we would be there, and they'd bring in and some halibut guys too. But now since we moved out of there, I think it's been pretty much shut down the last 3 years. Since I think it's 2021 maybe was our last delivery there in October, and I think that was pretty much they stopped buying halibut I mean, they just can't afford to keep the doors open, They just couldn't stay busy enough out there.
Fuel sales?
We did, but we don't now because we're going back to Dutch Harbor. And we sponsored the boat a couple of years ago. So now we pack 100,000 gallons of fuel. We pretty much get fuel down here and only got to get it once when we're in Alaska, to finish the season. But
Pat.
Great, thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Corey, for the presentation. And I get what you're talking about in terms of the CPE. Can you describe for me, you said that the lines changed and the new boat came in. Can you describe to me why that happened or what, I mean, that didn't come out quite right. Can you describe to me why the change in lines resulted in the
fishermen are fishermen. So you give them an inch, everybody wants more. These guys just got.
So it just moved into an area that
they just guys were trying to push other guys out of the fishery. So they just show up and try and take. There's only so much ground out there, and so basically went back to derby style fishing. It was like if you don't get your ground, you're gonna lose it, and then you don't want to set over each other because that's no good for anybody. It's just a nightmare.
So what precipitated it? Was that a management change or was it just a different
guys
decided to do something different?
Yeah, guys just trying to get more quota, It didn't help anybody. And it was just, it's been a mess the last 3 years out there. Basically, I got to go out there and like derby style, keep my guys up for a week trying to get my spots instead of fishing. Fishing like Joe. And it caused the CPU to go down because I've got a certain area in the Delaross where I've fished there for 30 years, being Dave. And I don't put more than 28 strings in there because if I put more gear in there than that, I just cut my own throat.
Right.
Why do that when I can get a 17 average and try and put 4 more extra strings in there and go down to a 10?
Right.
Doesn't make any sense, And so now I've got 58 strings in an area where I only put 27 the last 3 years. And it's just not working out for anybody.
So if I may do a follow-up, Madam Chair. So I was thinking naively that if we eliminated one boat and, the left the remaining boats in there, I'd get the same CPU, but that's not going to be the case because you're having to change too.
Yeah, because
Okay.
you're having to change too, you know.
Okay.
And the pots, everybody keeps buying more gear. There's no pot limit, you know,
Okay.
which I've got mixed feelings on that one. You know, I don't think
Okay.
my best season, I've got 2,200 pots now. My best seasons were with like 1,400.
Okay.
No, I don't think you necessarily need more gear to
No, I hear you.
catch, you know. I just don't think that. I think be a fisherman. Don't, you know, work your gear, you
Okay.
know, like you should be.
All right.
So,
Thanks. I appreciate
yep,
it. It's
yep.
really helpful.
Bob. Kristen.
Yeah, thanks, Corey. I think you hit on this with Pat's question, but I was just curious if you could elaborate, and feel free not to if you don't want to, of how your CPUE has been the last 4 or 5 years. Thanks.
It's gone down over the last couple of years, but I think the last 3 years it went back up a little bit this last year, but it should have been more. It's just you know, you saw what was going on out there, Chris. My CPU should have been better if all that gear wasn't in there, you know. But it has gone down in the last couple. I think the last 2 years it pretty much stayed the same. Like maybe I went up a crab and a half average this last year.
Thank you.
Yep.
And my question for you, you mentioned that there were, it's a 2-boat fleet, but 2 new guys came in. I'm just curious if I understood, so there are 4 participants at this point?
There's not now. Now the other boat didn't come back out there but he left the gear of the other boats out there. So there's still the same amount of gear. Just now there's just 2 boats. We've got 2,200 and they've got 3,300 pots. So still now 2 boats, just more gear.
Got it. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yep.
Yeah, that was super helpful. Thanks. I think that's all we've got.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Next is David Capri.
I'm David Capri, one of the owners of the boat, Alaska Trojan. I've fished out there since 1981. And then Corey took over after he was a crewman for me. And I've seen that fishery. It's been the strongest fishery. I've fished all the fisheries up there from Kodiak all the way to St. Matthews and Pribilofs and everything. And it's always, to me, has been the strongest fishery out there. I've seen it year after year after year. And the pre-recruits, the amount of pre-recruits seen in areas we stay away from now, because back then we didn't have the big web skate mesh, and we could get into small sublegal 3-inch males or go into another area where they're all females. And we know of those areas, we stay away from them. But this fishery is a real strong fishery. In the last couple of years, we've had more and more factory trawlers out there. They use hopper gear, it's called, which is big roller gear, as you probably all know. And we've seen, when they're in the areas, our fishing goes to zero almost, And it's been a bone of mine for a long time to address it to you guys and let people know that there's a problem out there with the factory trawlers in our area, because we cover a bigger area in the Western Aleutian than the EAG. And the EAG has always, since I've been fishing it, has always had a bigger average per pot CPUE. And, it's become a real problem with this certain areas. Corey was not able to even fish in our best area this last year because the draggers were in there for so long. And that, but consequently, our CPUE is dropped in that, and that's part of the reason is these draggers. And I think it needs to be addressed. And anybody got any other questions or anything, I can try to answer them.
Bob.
Yeah, thanks for your testimony, David. I believe there was an analysis. That's where I was stumbling, trying to find previously looking at changes in the groundfish fisheries behavior changing, and there was they found that there was nothing substantial, that the removals weren't larger, so therefore no impact.
Yeah.
So
and-
what are your thoughts on that relative to what you're hearing here? And yeah.
For one thing, observers have told us that do observing on the factory trawlers that you cannot count a half a crab. Well, to me, a half a crab is a dead crab, right? This is on factory trawlers, okay? So we have a problem there. And a lot of this stuff with that big of a roller, you're not seeing the damage that's being done there because it's sublegal males, sublegal females, and legal males that are all being destroyed. And to me, that's a big problem, and we need to address it. Whether it be cameras on the front end of those draggers, or what, to see what's going on down there. But I mean, you're at depths that are, the lighting down there is, you probably won't be able to see much, So, yeah, and there's some areas that I know are really critical areas. They're critical areas that need to be saved because those are producing a lot of crab out there. I've seen it since 81. And to this day, we're fishing the same spots, and they're our best spots still since 81, when we can get in there when the draggers aren't in there. So anyway, and I think I'm out of time almost there. So
When you get questions, your time kind of goes away, so you're okay.
Yeah.
Pat.
Yeah, thanks. I'm curious if you heard some of the discussion we had earlier with regard to these essential fish habitat maps and so forth. Have you guys had an opportunity to look at any of those? Do they look representative of what you're worried about?
The one area was closed during the time I was running the boat, and our fishing was phenomenal in those areas on the Delaroffs there. And that's the areas where we're having the problem. And those are the critical areas. I can name one or two spots, that should be a closed area, or at least in a certain amount of area. And I know that's hard for swallow for everybody. I want everybody to make a living, and everybody, but there's some spots you got to save the fisheries in certain areas, to keep things here. Anyway, thank you.
Thanks very much for your testimony. Next we have Corey Lesher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of the SSC. For the record, my name is Corey Lesher. I believe this will be my first time testifying to you guys today on behalf of the Aleutian King Crab Research Foundation. So different hat than my regular one. Yeah, first off, I really just wanted to acknowledge the update that we got from Crab Plan team co-chairs. There was a pretty robust discussion around golden king crab and the safe at the Crab Plan team meeting last month, and really appreciated the CBT diving into this one. And with that, I think I owe the stock assessment author a lot of acknowledgement as well. He's done a great job kind of being handed this assessment, and just want to acknowledge that it's not an easy one. There has not been a consistent survey out there, and there's fewer vessels with large spatial area to cover, so CPUE varies. There's a lot going into this fishery that makes it challenging, and so Really appreciate the work by Tyler and the crab plan team, and then of course you guys here having conversation about it. Really, I don't have a ton to say. There's a couple of things that I wanted to flag for Aleutian Islands golden king crab, and really something that will just let you guys know that there is a skipper survey in development for golden king crabs in the Aleutian. This is something, as we listen to the stock author talk about some of the challenges to provide, to have the data for the models. This is something that I think industry can really step in and help inform some of the data gaps, and provide some of that fishery dependent information. And as you guys are aware, some of our other skipper surveys for Bristol Bay red king crab and snow crab, for example, tie directly into the ESPs. And I don't believe there's an ESP yet for golden king crabs in the Aleutians. However, the Department of Fish and Game does a really great job communicating with the skippers and kind of collecting this information. I think this is a way that we can take it one step further and start cataloging some of the observations and the information similar that ABSC works with the other crab stocks to provide that information. So just for your awareness, this is something that that myself and the stock assessment author will be working on to develop, making sure that we have that we can ask the questions that will be informative to him as well as others who are interested in collecting some of this fisherman specific data. Something else that I wanted to flag for your awareness today, gear conflicts is something that we hear about a lot in crab fisheries, regardless of the area being fished. Particularly for golden king crab, there's gear conflict issues within the fleet, so crabber. There's also gear conflicts that we're dealing with the trawl fleet, and I want to acknowledge a lot of the work that's been done by the different sectors in the past before I stepped in to this role with the Research Foundation. They've worked hard at trying to sort some of these issues out. And there's ongoing work right now between the crab industry and the trawl industry out in the Aleutians to really understand, where the different sectors want to fish, need to fish, can fish, the timing, spatial, and temporal overlap. And so we're getting skippers in the same room looking at charts, identifying areas that are important to each sector. We've had recent meetings. I think some of the fishermen held a meeting last month or the month before, and there's another one scheduled for the end of this month. So these are things that the industry is working on because it's important. And like the previous testifiers before you, they want everybody to be able to harvest, their piece of the pie. And so I think that's something that's important to flag for the crab plan team's awareness, for your guys' awareness as well. Just that industry is working on that. I'm part of helping facilitate some of that as well, and we'll continue to monitor it. Also, just lastly, wanted to acknowledge the fishermen that came here to provide testimony. Their vessel is home ported in Newport. This is a wonderful opportunity for them to be here and be engaged. So thank you to the council for coming down to Newport. And I think anytime the fishermen have an opportunity to provide input for the SSC, the AP, and the council is far more valuable than anything I can ever add as a representative. And so I just really appreciate them being here, and happy to take any questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Corey. Sorry, Curry.
Corey, speaking to Corey, exciting to hear about some of the work you have ongoing with the assessment author to develop a skipper survey. I'm just sort of curious your thoughts relative to Bristol Bay red king crab and the snow crab examples in a more limited fleet. Is that going to present any problems or opportunities in developing a survey?
Through the chair, Dr. Cunningham. Yeah, thank you. That's a great question, and something really important. Happy to dive into it, in more depth. But my kind of my thought process behind it in listening to some of the troubles that the stock assessment author is having with models. It could be an opportunity to provide some information, and maybe a little bit more context behind, why are the fishermen over in this area? Is there a reason that they switched areas or their CPUE dropped or raised? So it will probably be developed a little bit differently than the other skipper surveys because they have a direct tie-in with the ESP. But really working with Tyler to understand, what information might help him better understand the dynamics of the fleet and the fishery. Again, it's a very large area, few vessels. And so if the SSC would have any recommendations on things that might be important or informative, we're all ears.
Thank you.
Bob.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Corey, for your testimony. Building on that, you also mentioned that multiple industries are getting together and everyone's trying to work together to understand that there's a limited resource, et cetera. What do you think is the best way to communicate the products of those meetings? Because as fishing behavior changes, you mentioned CPUE, you might be able to explain changes in CPUE, and I'm thinking of it from reverse. If behavior is changing, that's very important for this body to understand. If it's changing in a in a meaningful way, that's going to change our understanding of what's happening in the fishery, what's going on with catch, bycatch, et cetera, et cetera. So any thoughts on how you might capture the successes of those relationships that are being built right now?
So the chair, Dr. Foy, thank you. I feel like your questions are often several levels over my head. But that's a really important question. And it sounds like you might have some thoughts or ideas maybe you could share with me. But I think I understand what you're getting at. And my hope is that we get these sectors together, and they have an initial understanding. In the past, they've worked out, gear conflict agreements that they've worked together and they've, come up with an understanding. Fishing in specific areas, I don't know if they will come to written agreement sort of thing, but having an understanding of, what the benefits are and how that impacts stock assessments one way or another, or, fishing productivity. So I appreciate that question because it really makes me think more critically about, is there something that we want to work towards with these meetings, or something that these meetings can then inform Tyler, inform you guys. And so I do appreciate that question. I'm sorry I don't have a great answer for you, but it helps me think about it.
All right. I think we're set. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. And we do have, we've got another testifier on John Hilsinger.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can, John. And would you mind stating your affiliation so we have that as well?
Yeah, so as you said, my name is John Hilsinger. I'm representing the Alaska Trojan vessel that fishes in the Western Aleutians golden king crab fishery. And I live here in Anchorage, Alaska. It's clear that there's something going on in the Western Aleutians golden king crab stock. That fishery supported a harvest of 2.5 to 3 million pounds for, I think, almost 30 years. And in the last few years, that catch has been reduced dramatically. It's, I think, now less than half of what the historical catch was. And so we wonder what's going on. You don't see the same decline in the Eastern Aleutians. That population has been much more stable. And so one of the things that fishermen have focused on as maybe a part of the answer is the movement of the trawl fleet into those areas. As you heard David talk about, the trawlers have moved into some of the prime golden king crab fishing areas, and the vessels notice that their catch per unit effort declines dramatically after the trawlers have been in an area. And so I don't want to blame anybody for anything in particular, but I think it bears investigation. And so what we'd like is to have the SSC support investigation into the effects of trawling on that area, the effect on the habitat, and then again the effect on the crab themselves through the potential for unobserved mortality, to see if and to what extent possibly that's part of the problem that we see in the Western Aleutian golden king crab fishery. In talking to the boats that fish in the eastern area, they don't seem to have that problem with the trawling, and so it seems to be more focused in the west, and so I think when they did the analysis that Dr. Foy referred to, I think they combined the entire area. And it may be that it just needs to focus more on the west. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Question from Pat.
Hi, John. This is Pat Sullivan. You may be the wrong person to ask this, but I'm going to ask it anyways. Do you know why the trawlers are there?
Well, I think a lot of it had to do with changes in the stellar sea lion management, and it opened up that area. It had been closed for a long time, and then with changes in stellar sea lion status, it opened that area, and so they moved in there. We first brought the trawl issue to the crab plan team in 2016, and raised that issue of the potential. So it's been only in about the last 8 or 9 years, and it seems like it's only been in the last 3 years. We had thought that maybe they were beginning to focus more of their harvest on sablefish, because that's a deeper living species, and these guys are fishing in 150 to over 200 fathoms, and so it's pretty deep. And so I think that's a potential, is that they're trying to harvest maybe some other species, although the fellow from the National Marine Fisheries Service management said that he didn't think that was the case. But I think that's something to look at, is the species composition and how that's changing.
Super, John. Thank you.
Great. I don't see any other questions. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, we're done with public testimony, and we're moving into the discussion. Yeah, so starting out the discussion, we'll go to Pat.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll forego a lot of preamble kind of stuff that we all know, and basically say that for the the Aleutian Island golden king crab, that fishery CPUE in 24-25 continues to diverge between the two areas, with EAG CPUE near time series high, whereas the CPUE in the post-rationalization continues to be low. So the author presented 2 models for us for the 2 areas, and the models represent GMAX 2.20.21 and include average recruitment reference updated to from 1987 to 2021 for calculation of the B 35%. The two models that were compared were 23.1C, which was the 2024 base model, as we heard, and 25.0B, 0B, which was model 23.1C with non-equilibrium conditions starting in 1981, equal emphasis on all likelihood components and bootstrap estimated stage 1 effective sample sizes. The MMB in EAG has slightly increased since 2022. The MMB in the WAG has steadily decreased since 2008, with a small increase between 2014 and 2017. And the author preferred model for the full stock was 23.1C. The EAG models appear to be somewhat sensitive to size composition data weighting, as we heard, yet alternative weighting schemes explored here did not improve the model performance. Model 25.0B increased retrospective bias over the base model, and despite simplified initial conditions and catch data weighting scheme, it seems prudent, broadly speaking, according to the authors, and I would agree with that, to remain with the base model during the assessment cycle. Furthermore, we noticed that the OFL calculation method in the current assessment does not appear to exactly follow the method approved by the SSC and the CPT in 2017. And so we support the CPT recommendation OFL calculation approach as specified in the current assessment, but for future consideration, the SSC recommends returning to calculation of the single OFL and ABC for the combined model results, as in 2017. Let's see. So I valued the point-by-point responses to the various SSC and CPT recommendations for research that the author went through. However, in some instances, it would have been useful to see beyond the statement that the request was met to include what was actually done and what conclusions were drawn from it. I know we see that quite often in the main report, but when it comes to the point-by-point statements of how things are addressed, it would be helpful to see things stated there. I could go through and identify various research recommendations, but I don't think I have that fully pulled together at the moment, so I'll stop there.
Thanks, Pat. Next, we'll go to Bob.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Pat, for the thorough overview there. I will not repeat anything that Pat said about models, etc. So I'll skip down to projects. I think that SSC should agree with the crab plan team in having the author work with the ecosystem staff on risk table collaborations. And secondly, we had a good discussion with the plan team co-chair regarding the addition of the year in the stock assessment that's used for the reference period. And it was noted that this is intended to be a discussion that happens every year, and I'll just note that in the minutes it's suggested that that year is just added sequentially. So I'd recommend that we have some language in our minutes that requires that annual discussion prior to agreeing to an additional add-on of the year, just to make sure that that's clarified. We had a good conversation about buffers. I was convinced that the 25% buffer is adequate relative to the previous discussions on the 25% buffer that we have had in the past. However, I do think that it'd be helpful to see a table of historical buffers. And this might be a generalized recommendation for all stocks, is to look back in time and see what the buffer's been so that we can have the conversation about risk tables and where the buffer is going. We tended to focus on the last few years. It made me question as to where it was prior to the retrospective showing up and prior to the decline in the more recent decline, the second bump in the Western stock. Pat, a question for you. You mentioned the calculation for the OFL. Were you speaking directly to what Martin brought up about the previous recommendations on how to do it?
No, I was not.
Okay, so
well, wait a minute. What I just said just now?
Yes.
Yes, that I was paraphrasing what Martin sent me, so I did have that.
Perfect. Ditto. It was mentioned during discussion that it was great to see the work on the spatial temporal GAMs, and that we would ask that the author provide some detail on the interaction between soak time and year. Just want to go as a Curry question. And then lastly, I had some questions about this throughout the discussion, but in public testimony, it became clear that there is a need for some additional focus on CPUE and whether that CPUE is representative of the potentially changing behavior in the commercial fisheries. So I recommend that the author consider additional analyses, such as looking at the number of strings. I believe the number of pots per boat was raised as another metric that could identify changes in behavior over time, as well as looking at the potential effects of changes in gear type being used in some of the trawl fleet. So I recommend that the author go back and take a look at these indices that are being used. I don't think this requires digging into the CPUE standardization, but it would be good to note what changes have been made in that and perhaps lead to a further discussion on the need to standardize those CPUEs if there in fact have been behavioral changes in more recent years. So it'd be good to find some quantitative assessment of that so that we can tie that back to our uncertainty in the CPUE. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Great, thanks, Bob. Did you say in there that you, when you were talking about the buffer, that you do support the 25% buffer?
I did.
Okay, great. Allie, I believe that you're next. Actually, don't let me freak you out. Yes, you are next. Okay.
No, not freaked out at all. Yeah. Thanks, guys. I don't think I have a whole lot to add, but let's cross our T's and dot our I's here. I agree that with the suggestion that we go with the crab plan team and the author to use the base model. I also am supportive of the 25% buffer, so I think we're all in agreement on that. Thanks for the really helpful discussion, Katie online answering all of our questions, and so I think that was really great to think about that in a little more detail and think about it critically. I think one thing that we haven't mentioned that we're required to is that we do need to state that given the base model results that we have, the stock does not appear to be overfished, and that overfishing will be reevaluated in September and October when we have the final catch data, and that's typical for this stock. So nothing out of the ordinary there, but I think we do need to be clear about that. Yeah, I'd like to thank the stock assessment author for a really well-written and clear assessment document. Very much appreciate that. It makes our review much easier. And I would also support Pat's suggestion to maybe ask for a little more detail in the future for responses to recommendations. I think that makes a lot of sense. I also had to go track things down in the main document. So that would be really helpful. I guess we haven't talked a whole lot about the CPT recommendations, but I wanted to throw out some particular support for the development and inclusion of any fishery independent data for this assessment. In the past, we've talked about looking at including the cooperative pot survey. And I think that's even more important given the information that we heard today in public testimony. And that's all I have.
Pat.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I recognize that I failed to acknowledge that we received four public statements referring to concerns about gear interaction both within and between fleets, and that that should be looked at in addition to other mechanisms for assessing the CPUE metrics in the area. Thank you.
Thanks. Curry?
Yeah, I hope that we can provide some support for ongoing efforts between the Aleutian Islands Crab Research Foundation and the assessment author to develop a sort of standardized survey to better understand some of the trends in catch per unit effort, given how reliant this assessment is on fishery dependent data. And also due to the fact that there's such a limited number of vessels participating, right? We kind of depend when we're looking at fishery dependent data, if there's a lot of vessels, it sort of comes out in the wash, that individual behavior component, but it's all the more important to understand that and understand how it's impacting the signal from the CPUE time series in this context. So however we can support those ongoing efforts, that would be great.
Thanks, Curry. And Dana?
Yeah, the comment that I had that I was holding back on was about the OFL calculation. I don't think there's a cut and dry right and wrong way to do that. We went around this a lot with Grant Thompson when we were doing ensemble modeling on whether the control rule should come into effect first or after. And I don't think we ever resolved that completely. And I see some advantage of having it come first when you have a depleted side of the stock and a non-depleted side, that it does add in a little bit of buffering there that we don't have to do in an ad hoc way. So just my thought.
So before we go on, we're going to need to clarify, because the SSC is on record in the past of suggesting a way to do that. And I think that we suggested supporting it. So we'll go. So yeah, go ahead, Pat.
Let me ask this. I seem to recall that we had suggested, but maybe it was for a different stock, that we had suggested doing a combined single GMAX on that. Did we say something like that for this particular stock? Because that would be one way to do this, right? As an additional run.
Yes, I think that we talked about doing a combined model, but I don't believe that is just a run. That would actually be reformulating the model. So that's a bigger, I think that's a bigger recommendation, but we can certainly
as a replacement as opposed to exploratory, you're saying. Are you saying that the combined would be a replacement of the two together? I wasn't sure where we went on that. And I thought at least that we were at least trying to see what it would look like in a combined run as in conjunction with the separate runs. But maybe I misunderstood.
No, I think that what we had asked was we weren't planning to change the specification model. It was to look at that model. But that was my recollection from past years. Yep. Martin?
Yeah, thanks. I had one specific recommendation about the use of the risk table, and I know we're going to get back to it, but just for this one, we should at least have on the record that the risk table should include all of the sort of concerns that you have about the stock and not just the new ones. And so therefore, the concern about the retrospective pattern in EAG should have been flagged in the risk table. And I'll sort of repeat that message when we get to risk tables, but for this specifically, I think it's worth mentioning. And I guess maybe to Dana's point, that's certainly valid. I guess for these two stocks, I think the logic primarily was that they don't have any separate existence in the federal system. They aren't recognized as separate stocks. And so it wouldn't make sense to sort of treat them separately. I mean, we just don't have a mechanism for doing that in the federal system. So it's a state. The status that comes out of the individual stocks is a thing the state might want to consider when setting tax, but it's not our role.
Thanks for that reminder, Martin. Rob.
Yeah, I appreciate the discussion and the public testimony and at least some of the thoughts on differences in CPUE changes over time and in comparison to East and West. And I just wanted to highlight, especially from the risk tables, just the the long-term, relatively close to a decade of changes in the Western aleutians, the central and Westerns, that are pretty profound. Relative to the East, and kind of just making sure we keep that discussion in the mix, whether it's affecting this crab population at this depth positively or negatively is uncertain, but it's just keeping in mind the pretty dramatic changes that are occurring in the Aleutians, especially Central and Western.
Thanks, Rob. So before I call on the two of you, so I don't forget, one question about, Martin, you had referred to the risk tables, and one of the things that I think I understand from Katie is that there were draft risk tables for the major stocks. There wasn't, and that's what the CPT looked at. They didn't look at a risk table for Aleutian Islands Golden. So I think that we can put that in our discussion if we choose. But yes, I am with you that it would be good for us to set a buffer this year, and then the guidance that we talk about in the risk table section hopefully can be looking forward to what should be done for risk tables in the future. And if that changes anything for you, feel free to raise your hand back up. Mike.
Okay, I guess I would like our, and I don't know if this is a comment that should go here or if we're going to do, like sometimes we do, a generic comment above a number of different stock items, but somewhere in there, I would like to, there to be language that the SAFE authors consider consistent with National Standard 2, that the each SAFE should contain information, pertinent economic, social, and community information for assessing the success and impacts of management measures and the treatment of the objectives of each FMP, specifically with respect to the ADAC community allocation in the Western, in the WAG fishery. And again, I don't know if that will go here as a specific comment on Aleutian golden king crab based on that it's a particular management measure as opposed to more generally, or if we are going to have somewhere in our minutes for this meeting that we discussed having a discussion of where things contemplated in the national standards should go in terms of whether it's in the main SAFE documents, ESPs, ESRs, or wherever. So that's maybe a chair call, whether that would go here or in a generic recommendation at the start.
So what I'm trying to think through is how we deal with it when, so how's this? If we're thinking not of Aleutian Island Golden, but for other stocks, if they don't have an ESP do we ask them also to summarize the socio and economic information in those safe documents? Is that something that we have ever asked for? I'm trying to think through process.
Yeah, we have asked for that in the past, that it does come. Given that the safe isn't one particular document, it can be a suite of documents that are related. Somewhere in there under National Standard 2, that set of safe documents, to quote the guidance, should contain the following scientific information when it exists. It lists a bunch of things, but it also includes pertinent economic, social, and community information.
I gotcha. So I've highlighted this as general. My guess is this probably would best, and you guys can help me think about this, but I think this is probably best in a general section. And then we can refer to it back and forth from the Aleutian and golden king crab. And we can say that, yes, this comes from, it's a specific example, but I'm wondering if it's really a general reminder that we haven't had this discussion of where everything goes, and regardless of whether we've figured it out or not, the national standard still stands that it has to go somewhere. So whether that's in an ESP, in a stock assessment, in some other document, but I think that way, if we make it general, I think the issue is that we still need to decide as a group where this information is going to go. It seems like it's that type of a comment rather than, Tyler, you need to find this information and put it in your stock assessment. How does that sound?
That sounds good to me, but with the one link specific to this is that there was a council action specific community protection measure for ADAC in the Western Aleutian Golden King crab fishery, that it doesn't seem that that is being tracked, the efficacy of that measure, the fishery.
Great. And I'll include that in my summary as well. And we can figure out maybe after, once we go through the ESP and other things for this meeting, we can figure out where to put it. But yeah, that makes good sense. Okay, and I did have one clarification question. It sounded like Bob was supporting looking further into CPE standardization with soak time, but I thought that Curry's comment and questions was actually possibly looking away from that. And so I'm wondering if I understood correctly.
Yeah, I guess my point of discussion earlier on is that I think I have some concerns about sort of interacting year with the index of effort that's represented in the model. I think it was pretty evident from the results that this leads to challenges in convergence. I also think it can lead to challenges in interpretation of the interannual signal in abundance that we're looking to divine from those CPUE data. So just maybe highlighting that should be approached with caution.
So back to Bob then.
Yeah, and my focus was on trying to understand whether or not there has been a behavioral change in the last handful of years. So looking external at number of strings, number of pots per boat, to determine whether those changes suggest that there has been a reason to believe the CPUE change.
Great, sounds good. Pat.
On this in particular, I think you asked if I was the one that had suggested that back in the day. No,
It wasn't. It was it was a different interaction. Sorry about that.
Okay, because I have done this in the past where it's always tricky to have something interacting with year. Because year is supposed to be the index metric. But what I have done in the past is if I suspect something is changing over time, is to put an interaction term in with year as a sensitivity analysis, and then contrasting the outcome associated with the predictions with and without the interaction to highlight where I think the issue is, so that I can fix it and not have an interaction term in my assessment. But that was my reaction to the question that was raised earlier.
But that is not necessarily a recommendation, I take it, for these authors. Okay. Ian.
This is just a general crab comment motivated by this assessment, which I think the historical retrospective analysis across assessments showed us something different than we saw in the within model retrospective. And although we look at the historical retrospective consistently for groundfish, I don't know that we've been doing that for crab. So I would recommend, as a general recommendation to crab authors, to also provide that historical retrospective among assessments so that we can see the behavior there as well as within the current models.
If I can
Pat?
build on that. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was pleased to see that too. It's quite enlightening. And in fact, my boss at the Halibut Commission, Don McCaughrean, did that once on me. He went back and did the historical perspective himself and then shared it with me. And it was quite surprising to see that. And one of the questions that I had raised earlier with regard to how the GAMM was applied and whether things were changing over time was my concern that it might be one of the things that's affecting historical perspective. I thought it was interesting, Andre Punt in the CPT discussion had suggested that it's the structural things that are changing over time that are likely to contribute to that. And so, you know, there's been a number of things that have gone on to that in that modeling with different stock assessments authors there. It would be useful to see what changes were made. Maybe I should suggest that in the models over time and see how they correlate with the historical retrospective that's been changed. So I'll write that down.
So is that just things that have been done in other places, or is that a recommendation for this author?
That's a recommendation for this. I'm saying it's happened to me. It was very helpful. It's happened here. It's helpful. Andre also pointed out things that could be done. And so I'm taking that to the next level and suggesting that the historical retrospective was very valuable. And if we could create a historical timeline of how the models have changed, we might be able to map that to the historical retrospective and see what things may be the most sensitive in terms of changing what is seen historically.
Great, sounds good. Okay, I will work on for the summary. The SSC agrees with the author and the plan team to use the base model 23.1C for harvest specifications. The SSC supports both the OFL and the ABC recommended by the crab plan team, and that includes the 25% buffer. For the future, the SSC recommends that the author use the calculation for the OFL that the SSC and CPT supported in 2017. And I think we may have it in our minutes since then. For the given with current data, it doesn't appear that the stock is overfished, but we will finalize this status, the overfish status in, sorry, we will evaluate the status in October. We did ask, as far as the buffer goes, that it would be helpful to have a table of historical buffers more than just the last few years. All right, and then when responding to SSC questions, we suggested that there be additional information to explain what was done and the conclusions that were drawn. We support the CPT recommendation to work with ecosystem staff on risk table collaborations. Support the annual discussion of recruitment reference period. for the years. We really appreciated the public testimony, and we'll make a note that it's worth extra focus on the CPUE and whether it's representative of currently what's happening, and ask the author to explore a number of different things for that, as far as like number of strings, number of pots per boat, trawl gear, to have this discussion. We continue to support any development of fishery independent data, such as the cooperative pot survey that has occurred in the past. We support collaboration between, and I'm not going to get the acronym right, but the Aleutian Island Research Group and the assessment. Thank you. I could tell Corey knew that was him, so there we go. One of the things that we may highlight is we recognize that, we're getting different patterns of the CPUE in both the East and the West, and we can highlight based on ecosystem status report information that that they're really, the conditions in the Western Aleutians really have been profound. Whether or not that's what's causing this at depth is a different question. As far as looking at the interaction term with soak time, we'll note approaching that with caution. And then one of the supports will be looking at whether there have been behavioral changes external to the model. There was a discussion in the risk tables about the retrospective, and we've got a recommendation that can go in general recommendations about that the historical retrospective being different than that what's in the model, and recommend that historical retrospective is provided in crab assessments. That's something that has been done in groundfish. And along with that, we may make a change to look at the model changes that were done in different years, so that we can see, if there's any impact, if that may explain any of the historical retrospective. And then we'll also have either a general comment or in this, in our discussion about the fact that the council has there's been a community action for ADAC, and suggest that either recognize that authors need to consider, consistent with national standard to, that's a horrible sentence, with regard to this situation, and see whether there's pertinent econ and social information that should be added to the SAFE document or ESP or in some other way. But we need to recognize and have that information somewhere in the SAFE package. That's what I have for main points. Brad.
Thanks, Sherry. I might have missed it between Pat's comments and yours, but I thought there was some conversation about recommendations to explore the potential effects of trawl gear and other gears on this region and the Aleutians, with an eye towards gear interactions and habitat effects. Is that correct? If so, I just was going to add a sort of a information piece that might be relevant to the council.
I do remember something about fishing effects model in EFH. Can't remember if it's in questions or not. For some reason, it's not in my notes. Was that did you have a recommendation, Pat?
I think I did, in response to the public testimony that we had, that recommendations to explore gear interactions both within the fleets as well as between fleets. Is that what you're thinking of, Brett?
Yeah, I'm not going to weigh into that recommendation, given my involvement in the fishing effects model, but would suggest for the leads that they include in that note that currently only federally observed fisheries, groundfish fisheries, are included in the catch and areas database. So no state observed fisheries, scallops, and directed crab fishing is not currently included in the fishing effects model because it's not in the catch and areas database. So if we're going to make that recommendation, we should include that encouragement for catch counting. I believe there's work behind the scenes already, but that's quite an important thing going forward to make sure the council's fully informed if we make this kind of recommendation.
So I do remember this from somewhere, but it's not in my notes from our discussion recommendation. So I want to go back to Pat and see what was your recommendation in considering Brad's comment, because for some reason I just don't have it.
So my comment, which sounds like it was a little bit different than Brad's, and I appreciate it, Brad, that you talked about that because I didn't realize that EFH was federal and didn't include the other fisheries. Is that correct? Federally based.
To clarify, these species are all federally managed. They fall under EFH. The data products available to look at gear-related effects and interactions are a challenge because state observed fisheries like crab and scallops those data are not contributed to the federal catch accounting system in a way that lets us access them.
Yeah,
So if
okay.
we're going to explore your recommendation, we'll need to ensure we include that. Those data need to be brought in, or that's not something that can be done.
Okay.
So what I have actually, and it doesn't have to do with EFH, but I mean, I think, Pat, you said we had 4 public testifiers regarding gear interactions within and between fleets. That's just, but that's summarizing our public testimony. I didn't see a recommendation involved.
This is true. I guess the recommendation would be implied, which maybe I should make explicit. But I thought we could do something like that, but it sounds like there's some additional complexity associated with that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, I think the way to approach this maybe is to say that information isn't currently available, but there'd have to be additional developments to bring the crab gear information into the I guess Brad helped me out, your fishing effects model or EFH.
Yeah, I'd just say the catch and areas database. Then everything downstream from that has that.
Madam Chair, I think that would be a reasonable recommendation to make. Do you want me to repeat it?
Well, I guess my concern, so are we recommending that the catch and area database be updated with all state information? That seems like okay, great. That seems like a really big recommendation right now. So let's go back to Jason.
Pat, correct me, but my impression is that we're recommending that if this were to be pursued, this would be a good thing to pursue. And if it was pursued, there's this gap in information that would have to be developed. So just letting the council know that it's not something that's currently available.
Yeah, I think that's helpful because I would like to step beyond just the reporting of what public testimony says to potentially recommend a pathway forward. So if we can do that, that would be nice. I might have to look to Jason to get the right.
No problem. I've got it in there now.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Brad.
But just add one thing, the timing of this is important because the 5-year plan for this next EFH review cycle will come before the council in October. So these our minutes it's important that we clarify that, I think.
So got it. But this recommendation was just to look at it. I didn't realize now we're getting into looking at it and including it in the fishery effects model for EFH in this 5-year period. Our discussion has not gone this far, so we can add it, but this is way beyond what was stated in our discussion. Yeah.
So Brad, are you saying it would be useful if we stated it along the lines of what Jason said and note that the 5-year plan, blah, 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 will be considered. I feel uncomfortable sort of pushing it that far. I think they probably know, right? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll just stick with, yeah. Okay. And so I realized we had a lot of hums in there. So yeah, no, I think that we've left this as, there was public testimony regarding gear interactions within and between fleets. And obviously this would be something to look at in more quantitative measure. But if this is to be pursued, the information is not currently available and there would need to be development in the catchment areas database to do so. Like that one. All right, thanks. Thanks, Jason. All right. I think that we have arrived. Okay, so that was Aleutian Island Goldens. So I want to bring a little bit of a time check on this one. So we did intentionally, take some more time in our admin discussion this morning. So that's not surprising. So we will, we're going to head now into, we'll get a report on snow crab. We can ask questions on snow crab. We'll get a report on tanner crab. Can ask questions on tanner crab. We'll have public testimony on both and then move into the discussions. I guess what I want to tell people is we need to take the time to discuss what we need to discuss. But if there are things that we can move on quickly that are givens and straightforwards in any of these stocks, let's do so. I have a feeling that the givens and the straightforwards may come a little bit later in our crab plan team discussion into possibly some of the other stocks that don't have many model runs and other things, and that is okay. Obviously, this agenda item was already scheduled to possibly flow into tomorrow, and I think we're going to certainly need that. But I just wanted to give, I guess, that heads up. We've got the time we need, but be efficient. All right, let's go ahead and move to the crab plan team, our online report. So I'm guessing this is you, Mike?
Yeah, that's correct. Good afternoon, members of the SSC. Mike Litso, the other crab plan team co-chair. Just had a bit of echo there, but I think I'm good now. My understanding is that I can't control my slides, so correct me if that's wrong, but otherwise I'll just ask them to be advanced. So I'll be presenting snow crab proposed model runs to you today. This is the outline of the presentation. I'll go through the context of the fishery, currency and management decision, responses to SSC recommendations, the candidate models that were brought forward, and then the CPT recommendations for September. Next slide, please. So I just have 2 slides on the fishery context and currency and management decision. In terms of the context that we discussed at our meeting, the abundance of 4-inch males, the target of the fishery, have been at an all-time low for the last 8 years of the survey. That series of all-time lows predates the stock collapse. The current FOFL using morphometric maturity theoretically allows taking all the commercially sized males. State TAC, however, averages 43% of the ABC for those years indicated, so the federal rules have not been constraining harvest during that time. And then just the last point there that was discussed quite a bit in our meeting, that in spite of that conservative state management using morphometric maturity as the currency, the abundance of large males continues to decline. Next slide, please. And we began and ended our conversation really on this currency and management decision. Just to go over a few of the high-level points for you at the outset here. There are 2 choices that have been brought forward, either retaining the status quo morphometric maturity as the currency of management, or the potential for a transition to a larger size, say 95 millimeter carapace width, as an alternate currency of management. For the status quo morphometric maturity, As I noted in the last slide, the reference points allow removal of all large males. The Maximin analysis that you'll see in a minute indicates that the BMSY proxy cannot be reached for morphometric maturity because of selectivity of the fishery for the large males. The OFL is not constraining, and then that currency does not address the decline in the abundance of the commercial sized males that we're seeing in the survey data. Alternately, a change to a currency of large males would align the currency of management with vulnerability to the fishery and would give a path forward for addressing that issue of declining large male abundance. However, there are system-wide considerations that would likely be raised, in particular, the potential for snow crab to become a choke species. The CPT discussed this briefly in terms of these implications not being within our wheelhouse, our remit, that the job of the CPT is to provide the best scientific advice as we understand it for management of this stock. But the assessment author has been good at raising those considerations for our awareness. And then the last point to consider with a transition to a large male currency is the potential for conflict with a state rule, in particular that you would potentially be in a situation where you'd have two different management currencies, say a 95 millimeter at the federal level, and then a morphometric currency at the state level. Next slide, please. I'm going to run through the 5 prioritized SSC recommendations from October 2024 and responses to those. The first was a continuation of the Maximin analysis, building on the original Clark 1991 analysis. In particular, SSC requested several other steepness values to be investigated and also requested a Ricker stock recruit relationship to be added to the analysis. Next slide, please. The author began the response on this point by presenting the Beverton-Holt analysis with requested steepness values. The analysis that we saw in September and October of 2024 indicated that the BMSY proxy solution would be B45%. In this new analysis that we saw in this cycle with these different steepness values, the proxy that you get for BMSY is B36%. And then just the point at the bottom there that the author noted, which is that when you use morphometric biomass per recruit in this analysis on panel A, that you can't actually reach the BMSY or reach the Maximin solution because you can't fish the stock down far enough. Next slide, please. I want to just add this analysis of the Maximin solution using the Ricker curve. This wasn't actually part of the CPT presentation, but it was available. And so I just dropped it into this presentation to give you additional context for your discussions. The Ricker curve with the steepness indicated there gave a solution of B34% for the Maximin solution. Again, using morphometric maturity as the currency precluded reaching the BMSY or Maximin proxy. Next slide, please. The second prioritized recommendation for this stock from the SSC, I thought, did I hear something? No, I'll keep going, okay.
No, don't think so.
Okay, sorry, it just echoes online. The second recommendation was just bringing forward the tier 4 fallback model in the same, using the same methods as for Bristol Bay Red King Crab and the Tanner Crab assessments, and that will be brought forward as requested by the SSC in September. Next slide, please. The SSC also requested analysis of the probability of terminal molt by size, in particular a hierarchical analysis treating years random effect, and that was focused on the lack of a monotonically increasing curve in chance of undergoing terminal molt with size. The author brought forward 2 models that fixed the molting probability by size. The first one at the average probability by size across the entire time series, using the current data flow for processing maturity data. That was model 25.4. Model 25.4a was a similar analysis, but using a single ogive that was based on an alternate way of weighting the data. Both of those models will be presented later in the presentation on snow crab. And then there was also an issue that you will hear more about during the survey data update part of the CPT report, having to do with data processing for the maturity data. And until that question is resolved, CPT discussed the fact that that's the first thing to do for figuring out any inconsistency or uncertainty in the treatment of maturity data, is to get the data processing from the survey lined out. Next slide, please. Then the fourth request from the SSC was to investigate the skewed sex ratio at recruitment in the current model. And next slide, please. The author noted that there are no data outside the model to evaluate the sex ratio, either for larvae or for settling juveniles. The author recommended switching to a male-only model, which would be in line with the research model that's used, that the author has been using to understand dynamics of this population. That's a male-only model. But then CPT discussed the possible need of model-based estimates for female mature abundance, which are used in the state tax setting decision. The plots on the right just highlight the changing ratio in abundance, females at the top, males on the bottom, and the two scaled on the same scale on the right-hand panel, showing the decline in male abundance and the relative increase in female abundance over time, that led the author to the idea of focusing on a male-only model to address the part of the fishery the part of the stock interacting with the fishery. Next slide, please. And finally, the fifth prioritized recommendation from the SSC was to bring forward model-based survey indices for this stock, incorporating data from the Northern Bering Sea and Eastern Bering Sea. Those were a first draft version of those of a model-based index incorporating Eastern and Northern Bering Sea data was brought forward, and that will be presented as part of a separate topic in the crab plan team report. Okay, next slide, please. So that brings us to the candidate models that crab plan team reviewed at this meeting. We begin with 24.1, which is the accepted model from last year. 25.1 incorporated the updated version of GMAX. 25.2 then updated catch data from ADF and G. Model 25.3 included a larger set of growth data that were available from a joint BSFRF and AFSC study from a number of years ago. Model 25.3a is really the same model as Model 25.3, but uses a currency of 95 millimeter carapace width biomass instead of morphometric mature biomass as the currency. Model 25.4 attempted to address an apparent dip in survey gear selectivity. No, I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Model 25.4 was the investigation of a single specified molting probability. Model 25.4a was the same investigation using an alternate weighting scheme for the maturity data. And then 25.5 was the stacked logistic curve to address the apparent dip in survey selectivity for intermediate sizes. I'll go through these different models in just a little detail. Next slide, please. Okay, beginning with model 25.2. So this is the model that incorporates the updated version of GMAX, which is 25.1, and then incorporates the updated catch data time series from ADF&G. The changes to the data inputs are listed there. I'll let you read those. And then the changes in the catch time series that result from those updates are illustrated in the plots on the right-hand side here. Next slide, please. The model 20. Yes, go ahead.
Thanks, Dr. Lizzo. I wonder if I might ask a question on the previous slide before we move on.
Sure.
I was wondering if you could help fill me in. So model 25.1 included a switch in the GMAX version with no updates to data, if I understood correctly. And yet there were some changes in model predictions, including abundance, reference points. And I seemed like it was unclear what changes in the model structure had led to those. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, through the chair, I think that is a fair assessment of our discussion. You're right, there were changes in model outputs based on that transition to the new version of GMAX. There were, I don't have the plots open in front of me, but there were also changes in the timing of the mortality event during the stock collapse. And the take home from our conversation was that the changes that had occurred in GMAX since the last version that was used for this assessment were complex enough that the exact reason for those differences was going to be pretty challenging to investigate. So they remain sort of unilluminated at this point.
Yeah, thanks for helping clarify that. I'm curious, for other crab stocks that have undergone this similar switch in GMAX version, did they also see substantive changes in estimated quantities when that happened?
I'll let Katie weigh in if she'd like after I answer, since she's I think she's a GMAX practitioner and is more familiar with this. To my understanding, the changes that we saw with this model were larger than we've seen with other updates. And Katie, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do think there might have been a longer interval in the in between updates to GMAX for this assessment than is typical for other assessments. Do I have that correct?
Through the chair, this is Katie Bailoff. Yeah, that is correct. And I would say for the other stocks that are currently in GMAX, which are all the other stocks are red king crab stocks. I'm not red king, sorry, are king crab stocks, not kind of CD stocks. Those ones have not seen any of the changes, the large changes that we're seeing here, or larger changes that we're seeing here with snow crab. But I will say that for the most part, those stocks have been updated a little bit more frequently than this stock.
Yeah, thank you both. I guess I'm curious if there's a perspective from the plan team on how we should interpret as an SSC, or how the plan team would interpret kind of similar changes where we have a change in model estimates. Structurally, I mean, for all intents and purposes, the model is the same, and yet for some reason related to treatment of likelihoods, treatment of size transitions, we now have slightly different estimates. I'm just wondering if you could help fill me in on how we should interpret this, and maybe what the plan would be for dealing with this in the future.
I will, thanks. Through the chair, I'll take a first stab at that. Just looking at table 3 in the document for proposed models, the change in currency, I'm sorry, the change in status for the stock went from 0.56 with the previous version of GMAX to 0.54 for the update. The values of BMSY, OFL, FMSY are different, but on the same order of magnitude. I can't really comment on the difference in timing, say, for the mortality event. That might be something that we'd want to investigate further. I think the take home again from the conversation was that understanding that difference was going to be difficult. And Katie, you can weigh in on this again as well. And you spoke to this a second ago, but I do think in part that has to do with the complexities of estimating maturity ogives year by year for Echinus CD stocks.
Through the chair, this is Katie. I will say that to address I won't get into too many more details than Mike provided with respect to snow crab. Just I think he went over what we had right now. But as far as to alleviate any issues with this in the future, one of the things we did establish during our January modeling workshop was kind of workflow with when updates are made to GMAX to ensure that you're getting the, pretty similar, if not exactly the same results from the current models. But that is relying on the authors with their currently accepting models, putting those files into the GMAC repository on GitHub so that the person that's updating has those available to them to ensure that they're not seeing any differences. So we kind of did set up that procedure in order to eliminate a lot of that. And we have in the past asked authors to track down to the best of their ability changes between versioning. I will say that some of the issues here, from what I recall with GMAX versioning specific to kind of CD's crabs, is the work that Buck Stockhausen has done to bring Tanner crab into GMAX has found some small adjustments in the code that needed to be made for those kind of CD's crabs that maybe wasn't being made before. I don't know. I don't have off the top of my head details on that specifically. That's something that we could you can always request more from the author, but there were quite a few different changes, so it'd be hard to track down all those different. It would require the author to do, a run for every single little change that was done for GMAX, and that's pretty time and labor intensive compared to, some of the other issues that we have for the stock. So I think we have established procedures to hopefully alleviate this in the future, but I think for the current stock that we're looking at for snow crab, I think the CPT was okay with saying, okay, yeah, we saw some changes and we'll go forward with it from here.
Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. We've got another question. Dana?
Yeah, thanks, Mike. While you're on this slide, I looked at this catch data and I thought it was quite a substantial difference, particularly in that second panel of male discards. I mean, we're talking tens of thousands of tons kind of in the run up to the heat wave. Does this change anybody's perspective, or was the crab plant team talking about if this was important?
Through the chair, no, we did not have any conversation about this changing our perspective on the magnitude of the stock collapse. Is that what you're referring to specifically, Dana?
Yeah, just that run up in discards in the last decade there before that is pretty new. The new data is quite a bit more substantial. And I just wondered if you guys talked about that at all, or what the cause was for that.
Yeah, thanks, through the chair. Thanks for that clarification. No, we didn't have that conversation. I will say that the high rate of sorting in this fishery was the principal concern and the principal topic of conversation with the fleet and in the previous industry snow crab symposium prior to the collapse. So that was an issue that was on our radar, and we didn't discuss these updated data in terms of them changing our perspective on discards prior to the collapse.
Can I jump in there for a second? Sorry. Through the chair, Dana, the difference that you're seeing there in that second panel has to do with the catch time series that ADF&G is producing, and the discard discard rate being calculated as the total catch that's expanded from observer catch minus the retained catch, versus a previous way that it was calculated, which was by an observer designation of not retained that was slightly different. I will say that when ADF&G did this comparison, these two values were not as different as they are in this figure that Cody presented. And I do think we had some conversations with him behind the scenes to determine that. And I think we determined that it wasn't as drastically different as what's reported here. I will say the other thing that I do want to point out before we get too hung up on this is all of our other crab stocks actually fit total catch to avoid this instead of looking at discards. They just fit the total expansion. And we did make that recommendation for the future for this stock.
Thank you.
Katie? Oh, yeah. Katie, can you just explain that one more time? So for people that aren't familiar with it, you said the total was expanded from observer instead of something else, and it just went pretty quick.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Through the chair, Sherry. The total catch is expanded from observer catch currently. Prior to, I think, about 5 or 6 years ago, the discards was a separate estimated time series that was a designation that the observers were making, which was like a discarded legal but not retained designation, was some of what was included here instead of just expanding the observer pots. We removed that because it was pretty subjective that the data point that the observer was recording. And so we just are taking the observed pots and expanding that to get total catch. And we went back and did that for the entire time series. And so that may be some of the differences that you're seeing here, but I don't remember the exact conversation that we had during CPT, but I feel like putting my state hat on, I think we were able to clarify that these large inconsistencies that we're seeing here were not corresponding to what exactly we did see when we did the comparison between what had been done and what is current. The previous estimation methods and the current estimation methods at the state level were pretty consistent between each other. So I think that we had some conversations with Cody behind the scenes about this to clarify that. And I'd have to go back to my notes to recall that.
Yeah, Ian.
Yeah, thanks for that explanation. So I'm gathering that the figure we're looking at now is incorrect. And so should we be expecting an update to this in the fall that explains the old method, the new method, and what the actual change is? Because I think I agree with Dana. This looks like a pretty large change in this graph if it's true.
Through the chair, Ian. Yeah, I think that we can request, we did not request that at the CPT, but I think that the requests between those, yes, I think that's a request that you can make, and that we can help the author provide that at CPT, at the ADF&G, sorry, wrong hat.
Yeah, and so then that would also address why ADF&G doing this same thing gets a different answer. Sorry, that was a question. Hey, Katie, so what you're talking about in October, will that also address the concern that you talked about ADF&G getting a different answer doing the same analysis or the same calculation?
Yes, it should. I believe that we addressed it already. I just don't think it was laid out specifically in our minutes or during our meeting. So we will just make sure we can ensure that that's laid out correctly for September for our assessment, for just setting specifications for this assessment.
All right,
yes.
Thanks, Katie. Jason, did you have a question? Okay, we're back to you, Katie.
I think we're back to Mike. But,
oh yeah, sorry, Mike, Katie.
No, it's okay. We're tag teaming it. And we will get back to that point about the recommendation for fitting to retain catch and total catch rather than retain catch and discards when we get to CPT recommendations. Okay, next slide, please. So then the next update or the progression in modeling had to do with another edition of data. So model 25.3 included a new tranche, if you will, of growth data that were collected cooperatively by BSFRF and AFSC. On the right-hand panel, the black dots are the old data, and the red dots are the new data that were included. So we've got, again, two versions of this same model that are just built on different management currencies. 25.3 is the morphometric currency. 25.3A is the 95 millimeter currency. There were convergence issues for all models using these updated data. We also saw patterns of fishing mortality that differed among models that may have been related to incorporation of those data. And I think some of the challenges in fitting these data are clear, particularly with females on the left, with those two clouds of points at the bottom left that are not on the same line. I'll pause there for a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mike. So a question about the new data. So it's interesting how they're clumped very differently in the females in particular. The males overlap, but do we have details on how the earlier data were collected relative to, I'm assuming we do for the second set of data, but relative to temperature, et cetera, to know that these data should be combined?
Yeah, through the chair, we do have the details on the newer data. The details on the older data are lacking. One thing that crab plant team did discuss for those two clouds of smaller females in the two data sets was to examine the newer data to make sure that we weren't looking at females that were molting to maturity, because that can be a different growth increment and might be something that would make the data non-comparable. The other thing to note about the new data is they were focused on collections of males in that project, and were sort of limited to what they could get in terms of females opportunistically, which resulted in that sampling far on the left-hand side of the size distribution. So those were a couple of things that we discussed in terms of combining those two data sets.
And Dana.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. It wasn't clear to me in the document. Are these data fit in the model, or are they just the lines we're seeing that are put into the model?
No, those through the chair, the data are fit in the model. And that was one of the recommendations that we'll also get to, was that CPT recommended estimating growth outside the model and seeing if that would address the convergence issues.
Thanks.
All right, I think we're back to you, Mike.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so models 25.4 and 25.4A begin to explore the effects of interannual variability in the probability of undergoing terminal molt by size in the model. Model 25.4, instead of using annual estimates of the probability of terminal molt, just uses a single ogive that's the average of all years of data from the survey. That's indicated by the solid black line in the plot on the right. And then model 25.4A does the same thing, but uses a different weighting scheme for the maturity data that we'll discuss when we get to survey data updates. The author noted similar patterns in predicted mature male biomass for this series of models, also similar reference points for this series of models. But again, progress on this point, CPT agreed, would probably be best delayed until we land on a shared understanding of the best path forward for weighting the maturity data from the survey. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Mike. We've got another question from Dana.
Okay.
Sorry, that was a legacy.
All right, not so much. Go back to you, Mike.
Okay. Next slide, please. And then, as I mentioned, topic of discussion that's come up previously with this assessment is the estimated selectivity for the NIMP survey and the possible dip in selectivity in sort of intermediate size classes. So the author investigated using the stack logistic curve for survey selectivity. In that, model 25.5 did produce some very different patterns in fish and mortality. Next slide, please. So both the author and the crowd plan team recommended bringing forward model 25.3 configured with a currency of morphometric maturity and model 25.3a, again the same model, but using a 95 millimeter carapace with management currency, and bringing those forward for setting specs in September and October. The plan team discussed the convergence issues with model 25.3 and identified these ways forward. First of all, if convergence could not be achieved in September, then the plan team recommended falling back to model 25.2, which excludes the updated catch data that appear to be the source of the convergence problems. And then the plan team identified some ways forward for incorporating those growth data successfully. First of all, considering estimating growth outside the model, and then this other issue that we've discussed, fitting retained catch and total catch rather than retained catch and discards. Next slide, please. The plan team also made several recommendations for future assessment work. This first one is really a repeat. Whether or not convergence is achieved for model 25.3 in September, the plan team encouraged the author to explore estimating growth about both outside and inside the model, weighting the growth data for females to avoid placing undue emphasis on fitting the data for small animals. That's that dual cloud of animals on the left-hand side of the size distribution for females. And then that other point that I already mentioned in response to a question, to examine the growth data to make sure that we're not comparing animals molting to maturity uncritically with animals that are just making a pre-maturity molt. And we, again, made the recommendation to fit to retain catch and total catch rather than retain catch and discards to achieve consistency with other crab assessments and to avoid potential problems with the subtraction method. And then finally, the plan team recommended fitting the data for immature females, mature females, and total males in the catch data, as the data collected don't actually distinguish the maturity state of males. Next slide, please. And we had quite a bit of conversation at the crab plan team meeting about the currency of management decision. And I'm not sure if this is really a linear summation of our recommendations, but these are the high points that were reflected in our report from the May meeting. First of all, we discussed the fact that 95 millimeter cutoff is a cutoff, and it doesn't distinguish biological maturity in the stock, but that is consistent, for example, with our treatment of maturity in king crab assessments, where we set a cut line based on carapace length, and we recognize that some crab are maturing smaller than that size. Again, we highlighted the point that the morphometric currency does result in very high fishing mortality for the size of crab that are targeted by this fishery. And then the third point is something we spend a fair bit of time on, and that is that we do not have good information at all for this stock on the size at which crab do achieve functional maturity, at which the size at which males are able to successfully compete for mates. We noted that That size at functional maturity is likely to be spatially and temporally complex, is likely to vary with the competitive landscape at a given place and time. And then coming up with a definitive understanding of functional maturity dynamics in the stock is probably a very long proposition. We discussed evidence from Canadian fishery identifying the density of large males in the population as an important driver of size and maturity, whereby in the absence of large males and the absence of competition from large males, Maloney and Baker concluded that size and maturity goes down so that the stock stops producing the large males that are targeted in the Bering Sea. The crab plan team did not make a specific recommendation for the currency that we should be using when we set specs in October. I will say that in the cycles that we have discussed this issue at quite a bit of length, it strikes me as co-chair that we are not hearing any voices at crab plan team advocating for morphometric maturity as the way forward for this stock. And so we wrapped up our conversation by requesting the author to bring forward a summary of the evidence to support those two different currency choices for the plan team to consider in September. And that is my last slide, so I will stop there and see if there are any questions on snow crab.
Sherry, this is Katie. Can I jump in real quick for one clarification point?
You sure can.
Thank you. Sorry, I went back and reviewed my notes, and the catch differences that you're seeing in discarded catch, a large part of that is that Cody's time series that he had in the previously accepted model was dead discarded catch. So he put those animals into the model already with the handling mortality applied outside the model. And the time series that he's currently using that the updated time series is live discarded catch, and then the mortality is applied inside the model. So the two time series that you see plotted there are technically not the same value of crab. One is dead crab and one is live crab that are discarded. And I probably confused you even more.
Well, I was just kind of waiting for questions to pop up. One from Martin.
Okay, thanks. So just with this currency of management issue, Mike, I'm getting a strong sense of deja vu, I guess. Is there any new evidence that the plant team evaluated during this cycle that wasn't also considered last year?
Through the chair, no.
Okay. Thanks. I had one other question that's pretty technical, but it's quite a ways back, concerning the Ricker part of the max-min analysis. And first of all, it's kind of hard to sort of evaluate something that we're just seeing the first time here and it wasn't presented to the plan team. So presumably that was something that was added afterwards when it was pointed out that it wasn't done. Is that what happened?
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks for asking about that. And I guess I sort of went back and forth about including that Ricker analysis because you're right. The plan team did not see that. But as we were discussing the outcome of the plan team discussions on currency, we learned that was available, and so I decided sort of on my own volition to drop it in to give you more perspective. But I recognize the difficulty in showing you something that the plan team hasn't seen. So it might be a bit out of bounds, might not be helpful, but I guess my motivation was just to provide as much information as we could for this conversation.
Yeah, I guess I had sort of a technical question about that because the steepness values that apparently were considered, and they're listed sort of on that slide, didn't seem to be the ones that we had requested be run earlier, and I don't know if he's defining steepness differently than Beverton and Holt steepness. Ricker is kind of different because you can have steepness greater than 1, but there are a set of values that are consistent with the original Clark analysis, which is what we were asking for. And I guess I'm just looking to hear whether or not those are the values that are consistent with the original Clark analysis.
Yeah, through the chair, those are the values from the original Clark paper.
Okay. I'm not 100% convinced of that, but
yeah, through the chair, the author showed me the screenshot of Clark 1991, so I think they are.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the reason why I'm sort of bringing this up is because the Ricker values were sort of controlling the intersection of the point, and they gave you a very different result than when just the Beverton Holt values were considered. And that's really not the case here. So that's why I'm a little puzzled. Like, for example, the max min went from be 45% to be 35% when the Ricker curves were added in the 1991 paper. So this is a bit of a puzzle to me, and maybe we can just try to get that resolved by September. Sorry, I'm running to comment.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Through the chair, no, thanks for following up on that line. One point that the assessment author does make and did make during the meeting is that we've seen this stock fish down to very low levels without an apparent effect on recruitment and productivity. So I don't think I'm really able to speak to the author's perspective in a really informed way, but he was at our meeting. He was putting forth the perspective that how to put it, that snow crab may simply be a stock, not with uncertainty in the stock recruit relationship, but with no stock recruit relationship in a way that's different from the groundfish focus of Clark. But I think those kinds of conversations, you're right, are something that would have to be had, say, in a more informal setting outside of this meeting.
Okay, thanks. Can I ask one final question?
Yeah, and let's go ahead and keep our recommendations since the rest of us can't follow up on it. Let's take our recommendations and do those in the discussion from this. But yes, Martin, go ahead with another question.
Okay, thanks. I mean, I guess one of the things that I was sort of puzzled by in terms of the discussion that happened at the CPT is the sort of emphasis on the sort of the declining at the very low abundance of large male crab, and there seems to be sort of an implication that somehow the management system is responsible for that, and therefore it needs to be changed. And I'm trying to reconcile that with, what I think is our current understanding of snow crab dynamics. And if you think back to where we were in 5 years ago, and we're sort of thinking we were on the cusp of a tremendous boom in snow crab abundance, and having that sort of be wiped out by a really adverse set of climate conditions, resulting in very low stock size. And it seems like there's a bit of I mean, how are you factoring in the effect of climate and the effect of temperature in sort of your thinking about snow crab dynamics and the implications that the management system needs to be revised?
Yeah, thanks to the chair. It's a great question that gets right at sort of the heart of the matter. How to put it? In terms of the second part of the question about the the influence of temperature on stock dynamics, I think the research that we have in hand shows a very clear link between the very low sea ice years of 2018, 2019, the very warm years, and the overall stock collapse. I think it's fair to characterize the crab plan team discussion about declining, say the declining ratio of abundance of commercial sized males to abundance of overall males as following a separate track and not considering temperature effects so much. And if I could summarize the sort of the biggest pieces of evidence that I think the crab plan team has discussed in terms of the management system and the declining abundance of large males, it would be, first of all, the very high sorting rates that we saw, or very high discarding rates that we saw before the collapse, where the fleet was really working very hard at handling a large number of sub preferred size males to get to the 4-inch males that they were looking for. And then two, the author has demonstrated spatial depletion of the stock by the fishery. And we've seen that analysis several times. And to my mind, that's been a pretty convincing piece of evidence at the crab plan team that we're seeing week on week CPUE declining in different ADF and G statistical areas based on the amount of catch that's already occurred in those areas. And then three, that links into the Maloney and Baker 2021 ICES paper from the Canadian snow crab fishery, where they also demonstrate depletion of large males by the fishery. And then in their analysis, they link the abundance of those large males to size and maturity for males, and link the decline specifically in the abundance of large males then to a decline in size and maturity that precluded the production of more large males. So I think it's those pieces of evidence that have factored in our conversations about the link between management system that potentially allows for the removal of all the large males and the depletion of large males that we're seeing, and then also the declining abundance of those large males over time.
Excuse me. I know that we've got a question from Dana online, and then we've got one here in the room too. Go ahead, Dana.
Yeah, thanks. This is kind of related to Martin's question, but every time I see an F graph for the snow crab, especially this one this year, all the model changes make those Fs very high, like upwards toward 5 again. And so I understand the motivation for thinking about a different system of prescribing what F should be based on what the model says we're getting. I guess one question I was wondering if the plan team had considered is not worrying about OFL as much as coming up with a practical ABC control rule. I mean, we got Martin online here. He was famous for doing his own ABC control rules. Plan team ever talk about that? I don't think it requires FMP changes to do that.
Through the chair, yeah, thanks for the question, Dana. So the FOFL values for all the different model configurations are laid out in table 3 of the document, and yeah, they go from 8 up to 25. So they're consistently all very high. We have not talked about a formal ABC control rule and introducing that. There are two sort of points of evidence that we have discussed that might be relevant to that idea. One is that this state TAC has been averaging, say, 40% of ABC, and so even with that very conservative management, with the current currency, we're still seeing that decline in the abundance of large males. And then the other sort of part of the puzzle that I think is would weigh on our conversation of a proposed change to the ABC rule with current currency is that maximin solution using relative morphometric biomass per spawner, and the fact that you can't get down to a BMSY proxy because of the selectivity of the fishery. So I think that would be something to consider carefully in a proposed ABC rule, just that the ABC would continue working with a currency that is so disassociated from fishing mortality that it'd be potentially difficult to get to say a management goal of more abundant large males. But we haven't had that conversation, so that is certainly something that we could pursue.
Thanks.
And Bob.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mike. Just following up on the currency management discussion, keep going with it. I think you answered most of my questions, but did the plan team talk about we've mentioned using the larger animals, 95 millimeters and above, but given that the state's TAC is 40% of the ABC, it is unlikely that the switch to 95 millimeters is enough to cover that buffer, if you will, quote unquote, that currently exists. So did the plan team talk about that as just being a step in the right direction, or really being the smoking gun in terms of why we're still seeing this decrease in large males?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. And Bob, jump in if I'm not following correctly. But the transition to a 95 millimeter currency would result in a much more conservative management outcome than, say, a 43% state TAC buffer below ABC. You'd be looking at a OFL of 230 tons in Table 3 of the document. So that would be much more conservative than the state TAC based on morphometric maturity. And I think really, again, that gets to the heart of the conversation that the plan team has had back and forth with the assessment author, which is that we haven't seen management that is, and I want to speak carefully, I don't want to be too I don't want to state the case too strongly, but I think the perspective that the assessment author is putting forward is that the management as it's currently instituted is not regulating our exploitation of those large males in a way that would protect the stock's ability to produce more large males. But then the flip side of changing to that 95 millimeter currency to achieve that outcome of managing for more abundant large males, that would then have the consequence of potentially turning snow crab into a choke species with a very, very low OFL. And so that, again, is not a decision that is in the crab plan team's purview, but that has certainly framed much of our conversation of this issue. So did I get to what you were asking there? Did I follow that correctly?
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, yes, Mike, you covered it. And would you say that's the rationale for the CP team not making a recommendation, a specific recommendation moving forward, was the concerns with the impact of the decision? Or is there still concern about the feasibility of the decision?
Through the chair, I'm not sure if I could characterize the crab plan team's sort of how to put it, like conservatism in making a strong recommendation for a transition to this new currency. When we last discussed this issue with the SSC in October of 2024, my recollection is that there was, how how to put it, a perspective that came out of that conversation that we really need better evidence about the nature of functional maturity in this stock before we would institute such a big change in management. So we did talk through that point that we have up on this slide about the fact that getting to that sufficient understanding of functional maturity is probably a research question that's beyond us. I think, again, it's fair to say that no one on Crab Plan team is really putting forward that perspective of morphometric maturity as being sufficient for this stock. And really our role is to speak to the best management for this individual stock and the best science available for this individual stock. And when we're asking for all the evidence for the two different currencies in September, I think we're really trying to carefully frame out all the information that's available to us to make that decision. But again, we haven't heard any sort of strong championing of morphometric maturity as being appropriate for managing the fishery the way it's currently prosecuted.
So what I'm wondering is, this is really good. What I realize is I lost track of time, and I know that we do need a break. You are more than welcome to ask before or after. You two questions. Did you say after or before? Yeah, nothing's ever. We will take a break, and we will be back at 3:40. All right, see you soon. All right, everybody, let's bring it back together. And while you are moseying, for anybody that doesn't know this, I have forgotten to announce that you're more than welcome to go outside into the beautiful weather, but if you do it through those doors, you'll get locked out and you'll have a little hike afterwards. So, I know.
Got locked out.
And you are not allowed to go do that right now. Okay, it looks like we are back. So we are in question answer session and we're back to Bob.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the break because now I'm asking for 3 questions. I'll try to be quick. Mike, you still there?
Yep, still here.
Mike went out the door. Hey, Mike.
Oh, you didn't. Hey, okay.
Yeah, we got you. Few questions for you. Let's see. Did the CPT have a conversation? So I'm on the currency of management here. Did the CPT have a conversation on what this might mean for other stocks? Should we go the direction of choosing the larger crab? And the reason I asked is because we spent a decade going from cut lines and male only models to different metrics of maturity and total OFL models. And 2 times in this particular discussion, we brought up male only model and moving to a different metric. And I understand the rationale for the metric. But question was what the potential impact is on other stocks. Was it discussed that this is really just a snow crab issue, or was it even brought up for, say, Tanner?
Through the chair, we didn't have that discussion this cycle, but we have had that discussion previously. And so this really is a specific set of considerations that only pertain to Caenocetes fisheries, Caenocetes stocks, because of the terminal molt beyond which no growth occurs. The issue is more acute for snow crab because size at terminal molt is so often far below size of vulnerability to the fishery. Those 2 sizes are more closely aligned in Bairdi. And to date, we haven't had the same, we haven't sort of, how to put it, we haven't seen the consequences of such a large disconnect between the size beyond which no growth occurs and the size at which the fishery is operating. So practically speaking, I think at this point, this is just a snow crab issue. And if we look out to sort of the broader horizon of what other stocks might be involved, then we're really just talking about snow crab and Bairdi.
Okay, thanks very much. If I may, Madam Chair, go to number 2. Is the underlying issue here is this declining trend in snow crab adults. I think the rationale for considering a different metric is reasonable. Is there not also a moment, and I know this has come up in the past, I'm curious if it did this last month, on the whether or not F35% is reasonable, or whether or not the exploitation rate itself is something that is something we should be doing something about, not just trying to redefine the currency, but actually going back and reconsidering what the overall exploitation is.
Through the chair, in previous cycles, we have examined exploitation rates for different size classes over time. And I can't recollect the details, but those are quite high for commercially sized males. Not quite as high as the fully selected F would suggest, but quite high. In terms of your question about transitioning from the focus on currency to a focus more on exploitation rate, I'm not sure if the plan team has seen a way to get there. If we think in terms of reference points, based on our understanding of population dynamics and based on a currency of management, that gives us a clear path to managing for instance, for the size classes that are vulnerable to the fishery. Within the framework of the way we run stock assessments and the way we recommend specifications for the fisheries, we have not discussed, and I can't sort of off the top of my head see a path to basing those management decisions based more on exploitation rate. And I'll say one more thing, but then if you have something specific in mind about exploitation rate, you can give me that clarification. I guess the one other thing I'll say is that a lot of our conversation on this cycle in particular on this issue had to do with the rationale that were appropriate for making this kind of choice, or I should say this kind of transition to a new currency. The motivations that have been discussed have to do really with vulnerability of the fishery and declining abundance of that proportion, that small proportion of the stock that is vulnerable to the fishery. We had a lot of conversation at our meeting in May as to whether that was sort of an acceptable rationale under Magnus and Stevens, and that might sort of get beyond our expertise. But that's maybe part of the larger conversation that we've been working through and that we continue to work through as we get to making a sort of the more firm recommendation for what we think is best for this stock that we were discussing before the break.
Terrific. Thanks very much, Mike. And that's exactly what I was getting at is that rationale. Last very quick question, and forgive me, I just don't, I'm not looking at the document right now, but in recommendations for models to bring forward in considering this currency, was it considered to bring forward, let's see, 25.2A? So that would be not putting in the new catch data because of the possible issues with convergence, but considering the 95 millimeter metric.
Yeah, through the chair, that I think that's a fair characterization of the plan team's intent. So you're right, when we bring the updated growth data in model 25.3, we have convergence issues, and then we have convergence issues with all subsequent models using those updated growth data. So our recommendation was if those convergence issues can't be overcome in time for September, that we would fall back to 25.2, but with both currencies, with morphometric and with a 95 millimeter currency.
Excellent. Thank you, Mike.
Question from Dana.
Yeah, thanks. On that topic, aren't we still in the business of always bring back at least the base or something like the base? So either 25.1 or 25.2, regardless?
Yes, through the chair, the 25.3 is the base with new data, changes to data, and then also changes to the GMAX version. So there are no changes to the model parameterization. I'll stop there.
Yeah, I was just figuring that updating the catch is one thing, but the growth seems to cause a problem. So having the base model, it can be the new GMAX because they're pretty close. Again, I'm worried about the giant Fs that all the new models estimate compared to the 25.1 and 25.2.
Well, I mean, 25 through the chair, 25.1 has FOFL of 18.9, and 24.1 has a FOFL of 25. So there were some spikes in particular years. I don't have the plot in front of me, but there were spikes for, I think, 25.4 in particular for F in some years. But the specs that we're getting are not particularly inflated with the update and catch data or growth data.
Okay. One more question, if I may. This is just a detail, but I saw in the likelihood table that there's tagging data in here, but I went back to last year's assessment. I was having a hard time locating it. Do we have tagging data in the model?
Through the chair, I am more familiar with tagging data for Bristol Bay Reds, where we've just been, we've just organized a bunch of historical tagging data that give us growth increments to hand off to the author. I'm just looking at table 2, which are the likelihood components for the different models, and I'm not seeing tagging data. Can you direct me particularly to what you're looking at?
It was table 1. There's a row 5 says tag and a fairly substantial likelihood component, unless that's something else.
Yeah, thanks for that question. And
Can I jump in there for a second, Mike?
Yeah, please do.
I think we determined at the meeting that that was a mislabeling typo. That's not tag data.
Okay.
That's not a tag likelihood. So I think that's just a labeling of that particular table. There is no tagging data in this particular system.
Okay, good. I was going to start digging into that, and I'm like, thanks.
Yeah. I don't recall off the top of my head what that should be labeled, but it is a mislabeling.
No worries. Thanks.
Franz.
Yeah. Hi, Mike. I just have a question about that Canadian research. And I'm not sure if you know the answer, but based on that paper on the Canadian experience, is there indication that shift to maturing at small sizes is reversible? And if so, under what conditions? I'm just sort of trying to figure out how important it is to keep some large males around, maybe, or what could switch to smaller sizes.
Yeah, through the chair, good question. In that Maloney and Baker paper, there is not evidence for reversal. There's just evidence for the density of large males as the driver of size and maturity. But there is a follow-up paper demonstrating the plasticity and the reversibility with a change in management that had to do with change in retained size. And I do not remember that citation off the top of my head, so I'll have to get that back to you, get back to you on that. But there is evidence of that from the Canadian literature.
Yeah, thanks. That's helpful.
Ian.
Yeah, Mike, so you made the comment during the previous presentation that there doesn't appear to be strong evidence for a stock recruit relationship for snow crab. And I'm wondering, has the crab plan team had an explicit discussion about whether there's a socioeconomic concern over maintaining large males for the fishery, or whether there's a specific biological concern over the ability of the stock to reproduce? I'm just trying to classify this whole discussion into what is the basis, and if there is a biological concern, could you recap for me what the main considerations would be?
Sure, through the chair. We've discussed both of those considerations. The socioeconomic consideration, I think, has, in this most recent meeting, taken prominence or played the most prominent role. And that consideration would just be the high sorting rate that the fishery has had to operate under prior to the collapse, and the continued decline in abundance of the targeted portion of the population. The discussion of the biological implications of the currency choice really has to do with uncertainty. Again, that Maloney and Baker paper from Canada does reference the value of large males as being more important for mating than smaller mature males. But again, just to repeat that point from, I guess it's the third point that's on the slide here, our conversation at this meeting about functional maturity and how important these large males are to reproductive status of the population really dwelled on the fact that, one, we don't have good information for the Bering Sea population, and two, that we expect that would be very difficult information to get. And so that we're really left with uncertainty there. And it's become the socioeconomic consideration and the production of males that are of that size class that are targeted that has been our main consideration at this point.
Sorry, just a quick follow-up. I think I'm gathering that. I mean, I'm drawing the analogy, if the fishery only wanted 18-pound sablefish, we would certainly be sympathetic to that, but I don't think we would be invoking a conservation discussion about letting fish grow, a lot larger than their size or age at maturity. So in this case, is there an implication here then for adjusting the OFL and ABC in response to socioeconomic considerations versus allowing this to be more a part of the TAC process, perhaps via an MSE or some other avenue?
Yeah, through the chair. Great question. And I think I've got three responses. With the sablefish example, I think the difference is that you'd have to imagine sablefish that mature at 12 pounds and never grow beyond 12 pounds, and a fishery that only targets 18-pound sablefish, doesn't prefer them, but only targets them, and a biology as we understand it, largely from the Canadian example, but with some important data points from our stock, that the absence of 18-pound sablefish precludes the production of more 18-pound sablefish. And in the absence of those large animals, you only get animals small and at mature sizes, or predominantly maturing at smaller sizes. So that's one point. And then the second point is, this gets back to my response to Dr. Foy, where a lot of our conversation at this meeting had to do with the appropriate rationale for making that decision. Whether currency that's determined by the commercial preference for size is appropriate, given the structure of Magnus and Stevens. And then the third point would be that with the very conservative tax setting that we've seen from the state, we continue to see that decline in large males. And that has, in times of higher abundance, resulted in those very high levels of sorting that the industry has identified, as a problem and has sought to understand through its research group. So I think that those are sort of the three ways that I would see that question.
Thanks.
Jen.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know a lot about crab biology, but I'm struggling with this. The Canadian study seems really interesting and relevant, but it doesn't address the why or what the actual mechanistic link is between large male densities and large male abundance. And I can see one potential where, individual crab, I would assume, to some degree, I'm going to assume that crab behave like other animals that I understand. That individual crabs have variation in growth rates. Some are really good at growing really fast, some are really bad at growing really fast. And so if there's lots of really large males, that's a condition, an environmental condition or a food condition or a temperature condition where lots of males have lots of resources and they can grow really fast. So you get lots of large males because those that can grow really well and are great at growing are growing really well, but so are all the other ones. And then when you have lower densities of large males, maybe you're under conditions where only those individuals that are really good at making it to the large size for their terminal male are able to do so, and everybody else is kind of stuck at their slow, pokey growth rate. And so then it's not really the abundance of large males that is driving the abundance of large males or the density of large males. It's something that is having an impact on the ability of males to grow that is differentially influencing males with really great genetics to grow really fast and males that are really struggling. And so I think it's really important before we basically say that we need big males in the population to produce big males, which seems to be an idea that's running around this table right now. If it is entirely possible there's no link between the density of the big males having an impact on other males getting big, but there's a deeper factor in the environment, and maybe that's addressed in the Canadian studies, but I haven't heard it yet, and I'm concerned with the assumption that we need large males to produce large males, because I don't think that matches certainly any of the mammalian literature, which is what I'm more familiar with.
So I'm guessing, and I hate to say this, but we are actually in question answer session. And so I'm guessing, so that I was going to,
Can he tell me more about the Canadian state? Does it address this question?
there you go. So that's our question for you, Mike.
Okay, thanks through the chair.
Not
That's a really
trying to
great question.
argue with you. We're just asking you about the study.
Yeah, no, and it's laid out really well in the study, and it's a great question to sort of clarify where we are for biology of this species. So growth rates are not the driving mechanism, if you will. It's that life history decision of when to undergo terminal molt to achieve maturity, stop growing. I think a really good sort of analogous system has to do with male salmon and the decision as to whether to return as a small jack prematurely and to spawn at a small size, or to spend another year in the ocean and return as a larger size. And that decision for salmon is largely driven by competitive dynamics in spawning streams, the ability to either compete for mating opportunities or as a larger male, or to sneak in to reds as a smaller male. So the dynamics that are laid out in the Maloney and Baker study from Canada have to do with the competitive landscape for mating opportunities for male snow crab. And the idea they propose to frame out their hypothesis for density of large males is that when there are many large males on the ground, access to mating opportunities requires males to be large. And so males delay the terminal molt to maturity until they're at a large body size. But then conversely, when the abundance of large males is very low, then there's no competitive benefit for delaying maturity. And so males mature and stop growing at that smaller size. And we do see sort of anecdotal information from the Bering Sea that's consistent with that idea of competition as driving that decision as to when to make the terminal molt. In particular, in 2021, after the collapse, in 2021 after the collapse, we saw in the absence of many large males, a large number of smaller males making that terminal molt to maturity. So I hope that answers the question.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Curry.
Madam Chair, I'm not hearing anything. Is Curry speaking?
Yeah, for some reason the light was on, but it seemed really quiet. Do you?
I can lean in closer.
Oh, maybe that's all it takes.
So I
Thank
guess
you.
the question from my end, and I should probably know this, Mike, how consistent has the sort of industry preference for individuals above 101 millimeters been? And is there any chance that the market might change such that smaller individuals might be preferred in the future? And is that a risk for adjusting our currency of management with the specific objective, it sounds like in this case, of propagating more large size males?
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks. Good question. My understanding is that preference for 4-inch males is long-standing. But during the conversation that the industry was having about the very high sorting rates that were necessary to find 4-inch males before the collapse, the industry was starting to talk about flexibility in targeted sizes, because the legal size is 3.1 inches. So there's a lot of flexibility there. That conversation has continued through the collapse and following, different industry members talking about whether the 4-inch target is unreasonable, an unreasonable way to proceed with prosecuting this fishery. That has been a central theme that's come up a number of times when Crab Plan team has talked about this motivation of trying to protect the largest animals, or not protect, but to manage for the largest size classes that the industry is targeting. Then you get into that question as to, well, what if the industry starts targeting something else? Is that an appropriate way to select your currency? I will say that one theme that we have discussed in previous meetings is the fact that we do have a very good cooperative landscape for this fishery, between industry and researchers and management. That there might potentially be room for a cooperative approach to that question. But yeah, that is a central consideration that we've discussed at different meetings.
Thanks, Mike. That background is very helpful.
Martin.
Yeah, thanks. I guess two questions. The first one, I've been looking at the Mulroney and Baker paper a little bit, and I mean, they did find an effect, as you mentioned, although they really didn't sort of take it all the way forward to look at, the population impacts on population dynamics or on potential fishery yield. They pointed out there would likely be an effect. So it's really what you're sort of inferring from that is sort of, or what you can infer from that study is sort of a concern rather than, a quantified effect. And so are you at all sort of worried about, first off, using that type of qualitative outcome to pretty radically change the snow crab management system? And the other, I guess, general concern is whether or not the legitimacy of using the information from a different system to infer what might be happening for snow crab in the Bering Sea. And I mean, just particularly for me, I've seen how different growth can be for pollock in the Gulf of Alaska versus the Bering Sea, and so we're there's some real dangers about providing doing inferences based on science from other stocks.
Yeah, thanks to the chair. There's a couple questions there, and I'll try to partition them out and follow up if I don't hit everything. In terms of Crab Plan team's discussion of Maloney and Baker, I think that's really focused on the question of what drives larger size and maturity. What leads to that life history decision to delay the terminal molt until larger body sizes have been reached. And that paper does demonstrate good quantitative evidence for that density-dependent effect, where the density of larger males is a driver in addition to temperature in that paper. Those two covariates drive size and maturity. So when you have an absence of larger males, you tend to get the multi-maturity at smaller sizes. So that's of obvious interest as we're trying to understand what's going on with the Bering Sea stock, where we do see localized depletion of large males, and then we see this persistent decline in the abundance of large males, even as the overall abundance of males has waxed and waned over the years. Certainly, it's the case that information from another system is never as good as information from the system that you're managing. And we deal with that in a number of different important management information pieces, for want of a better term, with crab management. Where at times we borrow growth data for red king crab from Kodiak, for Bristol Bay or what have you. But we recognize the limitations, certainly, of borrowing information from a different system. How to put it? I think there might be some faith in the idea of interspecific competition and mating dynamics that lead to sexual dimorphism as perhaps being more transportable than differences in system productivity that lead to differences in growth rate, but that's an untested idea. And so we're stuck with the information at this point that we have from Canada. I will say that this is a topic that the Kodiak group and the stock assessment author are both working on with our own data from our system. And that in part led us to the question of how we weight our maturity data currently in our data flow that we'll be talking about later during the data survey data update. So just to note that we recognize the limitations of borrowing information from a different system, and this is a topic of active research interest for several different researchers.
Okay, the final question was, I listened to the CPT and there was some discussion about a management strategy evaluation for snow crab that's being supported by BSFRF and the potential for that research to sort of try to harmonize the federal and state systems, as well as deal with this sort of question about management currency. Seemed really promising to me, and I'm wondering if there's a rationale for doing something in the short term until we can take advantage of that work to have a more supportable decision, and whether or not the plan team has sort of discussed that prospect.
Yeah, thanks to the chair. The plan team has discussed that prospect. I know that BSFRF has indicated interest in seeing a management strategy evaluation pursued. I think those plans are at a very early stage, as I understand them. So if I were going to characterize the plan team discussion on that point, I'd say that yes, we would support certainly a management strategy evaluation to really hash out these questions in a systematic way. But then conversely, the opinion was voiced by the assessment author and others that that management strategy evaluation would also take a number of years. And there was concern over how to put it, just the idea that, sort of always more research is needed. And so I think we were talking about the trade-off between the idea of urgency and trying to address an immediate problem versus the need to address that problem in a systematic way. And so I guess that's a problem that faces us with a lot of management decisions, and it's certainly a consideration that's germane here.
Okay, I think we're there on questions. And all right, we are good. So let's go ahead and go back to you, Mike. I think we're moving on to the Tanner presentation. Let's move.
Yes. So if I could have the next slide, please.
Oh, and actually, do you have? Oh, great! I was on time. Never mind. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll present Tanner Crab proposed model runs, again with an outline, briefly discuss the draft ESP that Crab Plan team saw, responses to SSC recommendations, the status of the GMAX transition for this stock, and then candidate models and CPT recommendations. Next slide, please. The plan team had a presentation on a draft ESP for the Tanner Crab stock. I'm just highlighting here that there was a very good predictive model for recruitment from 2020 to the end of the time series that came out of that draft effort. And next slide, please. We had a very good and I think detailed discussion of this ESP, and I won't bog the presentation down by reading through all of these recommendations that the plan team made. I'd be happy to answer questions about any of them, but we are looking for a full ESP in September for the next cycle for setting specs for this stock. And I'll just say that the Shannon Hennessy, the lead on the CSP, is doing 2 legs on the survey, and she's the lead for data processing for the Kodiak group. So we're not expecting to see a lot of movement on these different recommendations for September, but they'll be incorporated in future versions of the ESP. Next slide, please.
Before you go, Mike, we got a question from Jason.
Yeah, Mike, thanks. I'm curious, during your ESP discussions, I mean, given that CRAB's got the unique state management component, was there any items or discussion of ESP information that might be useful for the state process that could be included? I guess I'm just trying to figure out if there's something additional to this list that might have been discussed.
Through the chair, yeah, thanks for the question. There were indicators from this specific ESP that were discussed in terms of being useful for the state tax setting process. And then there were also topics that came up in the general ESP that were identified as being useful to the state tax setting process. We'll get to the some of those for the presentation on general ESP recommendations. But in particular, indicators that might not have a strong statistical or quantitative relationship with stock responses, but might provide important context in sort of anomalous behavior for the stock, were identified as things that are useful in the tax setting conversation. And then, of course, there's the issue of socioeconomic information. And at the council level, we hear about the discussion about what information is to be used only for tax setting. But of course, that's information then that's very useful for the state. And I'll stop there. Thanks.
Question from Chris Sidden.
Yeah. First, Mike, is this your last slide on ESP for this, or you got more?
This is the last slide on the Tanner ESP, yeah.
Okay, so I'll ask here. Thank you. I was just curious if you guys discussed at all about the utility of the long kind of time series for the ESP metrics. Just the thought of looking back through time versus looking in places where things are warming, and any idea of looking towards, say, the center of Tanner crab distributional range, i.e. the Gulf, something else that might be more informative than looking back when the environment may be different than where we're going. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Through the chair, we did have fairly extensive conversation about the length of time series from the Bering Tanner stock that are used in the ESP, to get the first part of your question. The Bayesian adaptive sampling that was used in this iteration of the ESP is not robust to missing values. And so that precludes use of some of the longer time series that are available for the ESP. So we discussed ways to bring in more of the totality of the time series data that we have describing the Bering Sea Tanner crab stock to get a fuller picture through time, and what analyses might allow us to do that. And then we also, in terms of that previous plot with the really good predictive skill for the model that came out of this round of the ESP, we noted that it's a relatively short time series with a very large number of covariates, and the danger for a spurious relationship in that situation. In terms of information from the Gulf Tanner stock, no, the ESP, as it's constituted, does not draw on any of the any Gulf data per se. I mean, there is Gulf literature that's used to inform the selection of different indicators, but we're not looking at particular relationships affecting the Gulf stock in order to get insight into the direction that the Bering Sea stock might be going in. So, that's something that certainly we'd be open to recommendations on.
Bob.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks again, Mike. So quick question. I like the recommendations regarding extending the indicator time series using ROMS or MOM6. In particular, any discussion around the effects of temperature on molting probability, growth, terminal molt, et cetera, the previous conversation we had for snow crab, incorporating these through an EFP kind of a framework that considers economic aspects, socioeconomic aspects as a result of some of the ecosystem components. I know we've had, similar to the previous conversation with snow crab, we've had years where, the entire male stock of tanner crab was, sub-preferred, if you will. So just wondering whether or not that conversation was had, or whether you think there's any value to it.
Yeah, through the chair, we did not discuss, and this ESP did not bring forward analysis of temperature effects on size and maturity. That is something that I think could be added fairly in a fairly straightforward way. There is a dynamic that the stock assessment author for tanner crab has illustrated a number of times, which is declines in maximum size on the survey for both males and females. It's a pretty clear linear trend. So that is something that's going on with this stock that might bear more investigation. The temperature effects that we did see from this ESP were, I'm trying to think of this through, negative temperature effects on abundance in particular, which were a little confusing to the author, where we began with this idea of tanner crab as the warm water pair of the Caenorhabdites species complex in the Bering Sea, and sort of expected better performance under warmer conditions. And that's not what her analysis showed. I'll get to it in a slide or two, but the stock assessment author also ran an analysis on successful and unsuccessful cohorts in the tanner crab stock and found a negative relationship with temperature. So that was an interesting temperature biology outcome from this analysis.
Okay, I think we're set for now. Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this is I think the only slide. No, one more slide after this for responses to SSC and CPT requests. I'll just read through these quickly. Stop me if there are any questions about any of them. The leading request for this assessment for a number of years has been to continue to make the transition to GMAX happen, and we saw quite a bit of progress at this meeting, and I'll discuss that in some detail. There was a request to use the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation side-by-side selectivity analysis to provide priors on selectivity for the NIMP survey. Progress was made in model 25.02. I'll talk about that later in the presentation. The author also made progress in showing the one step ahead residuals and diagnostics for size comps. The author responded to a request for developing likelihood profiles for models, and particularly for OFLs for models. We saw some of that work, and more was requested in September. That'll be in CPT requests at the end of this section. And then there was a request from the SSC to compare the habitat characteristics that might distinguish successful and unsuccessful cohorts in this stock. Just reminding people who are listening in the audience that prior to maybe last survey year, one of the real mysteries for this stock was that we would see small size classes in a quite appreciable abundance on the survey, but in recent, say the last 10 years, those smaller size classes were apparently failing to survive and grow into commercial size, and that's been a mystery for this stock. Next slide, please. So this is the analysis that the author put forward to try to answer that question about what distinguishes successful from unsuccessful stocks. And here he was just looking at the bottom temperature at which we're observing crab from the successful and unsuccessful cohorts on the survey. So he's comparing these two successful pseudo cohorts, at the bottom of the ribbon panel there, beginning in 2004 and progressing through into commercial sizes over the next several years. And then that group in green, where we saw small crab successfully surviving and growing to larger sizes in the survey, and contrasting those with an unsuccessful situation in blue at the top of the panel, where we see those high abundance of small crab that failed to progress through the size classes in subsequent years. And the analysis, or the plot at right, just shows that those unsuccessful cohorts in blue are experiencing warmer bottom temperatures than the successful cohorts. So that's certainly interesting. But we did have a discussion about the fact that this is just 3 cohorts that we're comparing. So it's really not enough of a sample size to say anything definitive. Next slide, please.
Can I ask a question real quick on that one?
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, sorry. Mike, I was just curious and I missed it. Was there a rationale for Buck's decision-making of calling it successful versus unsuccessful? I mean, I look at a couple of those green graphs and could squint and call them unsuccessful. I was just curious if there was a repeatable criteria for determination. Thanks.
Yeah, through the chair, we didn't discuss that. I think it was a fairly qualitative distinction. It might have been illustrated more adeptly if that green group had started, say, at 2010, where you do see a small size class that appears to progress through for the next 2 years. But yeah, I believe it was a fairly informal distinction between successful and unsuccessful.
Thanks, Mike. Go ahead.
Okay, next slide. Thanks. So we spent a good bit of time discussing the GMAX transition. The author has the GMAX model structured very similarly to the bespoke model. Model fits to the data are generally similar at this point. The temporal population variability trends in population are similar between the GMAX and bespoke model, although the scales are different between the two. Then we spent some time discussing the remaining differences between GMAX and the status quo model, specifically fits to the NIB survey data, natural mortality estimates, and fishery selectivity. I'll have just a few plots after this slide just to illustrate some of those differences for you. In terms of the path forward, the author recommended examining differences in the treatment of recruitment during model spin-up, and then also differences in selectivity and catchability estimates, and differences in the penalties in the GMAX and status quo models. The plan team recommended starting from inputting parameters via PIN file in the bridging analysis, and then working towards estimating those parameter values, and also recommended examining priors for selectivity in the fishery and the survey. Next slide, please. As I said, just a few plots to illustrate some of the differences that remain between GMAX and the bespoke model. This is natural mortality in different time blocks for GMAX in red and the status quo model in the blue. Next slide, please. Then differences in selectivity, same color scheme, GMAX in red, bespoke model in blue, different time blocks based on differences in gear in the survey, and those differences in selectivity that are expressed. And next slide, please. And then there are differences in fishing mortality estimates between the two models that are illustrated here. Next slide, please. Looks like, sorry, this is a repeat from the recommendations that I already went through. So next slide, please. Then in terms of the models that were brought forward in our May meeting, 22.03D5 is the base model. And then the author explored several possible developments on that base model. 25.01 eliminated tail compression for the size comps in the model. 25.01A used arithmetic rather than log normal errors for survey biomass. And 25.02 used that requested side-by-side BSFRF catchability as a prior for the NIPS survey selectivity. The plan team, though, recommended bringing forward only the base model 22.03D5 and the GMAX model 25.05 in order to concentrate the effort that's available for this assessment on finishing that transition to GMAX. So really, I think to speak more exactly, we recommended only bringing forward the base model 22.03D5 for setting specs, and we're expecting to see further development in the bridge into GMAX in September. And then we also requested that the author continue working on the likelihood profiles over the OFL if time allows. That's the last slide for Tanner, so I'll stop there for questions.
Perfect, thank you. First question's from Bob, and you answered it already. Jason.
Yeah, so the BSFRF prior on NIMS survey, so both Bristol Bay and I think Snow Crab have that. And I think, so I was curious why 25.02 wasn't brought forward, given I think in October, the SSC had a request that we think about similar methodology between those three stocks. So I was just wondering, is it just not ready to go? Is it not available in GMAX, or sort of what the reason is?
Yeah, sure. Through the chair. Yeah, I should stress that the plan team's not recommending giving up on that approach. It's really just an order of operations question. The idea is to get a GMAX version of the base model that will allow us to make that bridging analysis to the point where we can transition into GMAX, and then we can assess further developments like that side-by-side selectivity. Otherwise, we'd be stuck with this parallel development where we're developing that side-by-side selectivity in the bespoke model, and then we also have to institute that in the GMAX model, and it's duplicative work. So we're just asking the author to concentrate on the GMAX transition, and then that'll give us the opportunity, once we're in GMAX, to move on with other developments of the model.
Okay, Chris Sidden.
Yeah, thanks. Mike, was there any discussion on kind of staffing? And I mean, summer is busy for all the crab authors, and Buck included, but the fact that this is moving to GMAX, was there any discussion to get Buck some additional help because they can, and moving this forward as smoothly and as quickly as possible over the summer until September? Thanks.
Yeah, through the chair, no, we did not have staffing discussions at plan team.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, now I think that we can go back to you, Mike. You said this was your last slide for Tanner, is that right?
That's right. So now it'll be off to Katie for Bristol Bay.
Okay, and we're going to, the way that we broke this up, we're gonna, let me go back to the web and just double check. We are gonna have public testimony on these two. And great. And Corey, go ahead and come up. I am not there yet, but all right, we're ready for you whenever you are.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again, members of the SSC. I'm wearing my Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers hat and t-shirt for this one. Really just high level, again, just wanted to flag something for your awareness here. I might be jumping the gun, but appreciate the opportunity to testify on this agenda item, and it might come up in discussions tomorrow. But as far as ESPs, I know that there is, I think that will fall under the rest of the crab plan team report. Janitor crab, ESP, and skipper survey. So again, wanted to let the SSC know that we will be working with the ESP author and Buck to develop a skipper survey for Tanner crab. I'm really excited to see ESP being developed for this stock. I think that'll be great. There are difficulties with coming up with a skipper survey with the appropriate questions, the data that we want from the fishermen in regards to the way that the fishery is carried out. Some vessels might choose to do one bear dye trip at the end of red king crab in the fall and wrap up in the snow crab season or in the the beginning of the following year, the east versus the west. So I just wanted to let you guys know for your awareness that that we're working with the SP author and the stock author to so that we will have this next season at least a pilot, if not skipper survey, ready to go. And since we're on that note with Tanner crab and snow crab, I wanted to let the SSC know that we had a very successful snow crab skipper survey this past season. There are 25 vessels that targeted snow crab. We got survey responses from 21 of the skippers. One of the skippers didn't qualify to do the survey in that they hadn't fished for snow crab in the prior 13 years or something like that. So we're excited to see the responses coming in and then handing off some of that data to the ESP authors and the stock assessment authors. So just wanted to update for the SSC. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Corey. Question from Bob.
Yeah, thanks, Corey. Appreciate the public testimony. Just real quick, how are you determining like the priority information to collect through a skipper type survey? And the reason I'm interested is because there's obviously some questions that we're asking about what we're seeing and the stock with respect to size or maturity status, et cetera. But then there's also opportunities here for ecosystem data collection that is likely to become unavailable in the near future. So I'm just curious as to what process you're using to think through the whole gamut of what could be collected in skipper science. Thanks.
Through the chair, Dr. Foy, thanks again for the question. If you'll recall, the way that we did it for red king crab and snow crab, there's two parts of what we're calling the survey. The first half of the survey is a set of questions that remains constant season after season. And our goal with that is to collect observations from the fishermen that can build a time series. And I think there's a lot of value in having the time series of data when those questions remain the same. Second half of the survey is really in response to inform research, to inform industry, the stock assessment authors, if there are questions that are of interest that might not be as important to provide those responses every single year. And so the second half of the survey is really an opportunity for us to get at some of the underlying questions that aren't related to perceived abundance of males and females. That's kind of what that first half of that survey is really targeting. So again, we'll be working with Shannon and with Buck to try and understand what may be helpful for them. And again, it's based off of fishermen's observations. And so I think we rely again on the relationship between industry, scientists and managers and researchers to really try to figure out what the best avenue is to answer some of these questions. But more than happy to to work with folks to see if there's something that we can incorporate if it's appropriate for the skipper survey.
Okay, I don't see other questions. Thank you very much. Our second testifier is remote, and it's Scott Goodman. So can you hear me, Scott?
I can. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, you're coming in great. Go ahead when you're ready.
Great, thank you. Yeah, Scott Goodman for the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation, and I was listening here and I signed up, I think, just at kind of the last minute to add maybe just a couple comments that I heard. I think I appreciate all of the discussion around snow crab and tanner crab. I wanted to respond briefly about the prospective MSE project that we would try to be a collaborator on. I think Dr. Dorn mentioned this, and I think we're early in this process, but we're expecting to probably do some steering activity here within the next few weeks. And I would hope that that would be something that we could pattern after the MSE work that we also collaborated on for Bear Eye a few years back. Hopefully most of you would remember that. Snow crab questions are clearly a lot more complicated. I appreciated your guys' discussion around currency of management, size of maturity, the abundance dynamics, etc. And maybe a quick segue. Our group co-hosted a workshop in May of last year with Dr. Maloney and some other Canadian folks and some other regional folks in St. John's. And we have a manuscript of that that's forthcoming here pretty soon, so we can share that. I think some of the discussions and presentations and topical results there will be helpful. I think for a number of the questions that you guys have volleyed today also, but as we go forward with, figuring out what's the right path for snow crab. My last comment is, I think just a flag for folks. Usually it would come up in September, but around this idea of, what really goes on with males when they are, approaching the size of terminal molt versus choices that they could make depending on circumstances of, to molt one more time that is not their terminal molt, or to actually do their terminal molt. I wanted to flag for the SSC folks because I think it's important as we get the NPFMC survey this year under our belt and see what some of these results for snow crab are again, that last year's survey results had a very unique and anomalous abundance of large immature females for snow crab. And it was really strange. It was, it got some good airtime at the CPT and in the tech memo and in the different discussions, but I'm kind of just flagging that again now for folks, because as we get ready to see some of those results come off the survey in the next 60 to 90 days, it could be quite interesting and revealing that some of this uncertainty about the maturity dynamics is not just isolated to males. Because I think if this mode of really large immature males does what is expected, then there could be a huge amount of very large mature OP females on the grounds as observed by the survey. So that was it. Just a couple of comments there. I appreciate the discussion and thank you.
Thanks very much, Scott. I don't think we have any questions. Appreciate it. So my next question is, it's about 4:45 and we have a couple of options. First option is, I can't believe I'm giving this to you. Ending the meeting now, for the night, which I realized as soon as I started this was so not helpful. The other one is Wow, I need a break. The other one is to swap around and have the Tanner discussion now because it may be a little bit shorter, and then have the snow discussion in the morning because I don't think there's any way we can make a snow discussion in 15 minutes. I don't know if we can make a Tanner discussion in 15-ish or more minutes. So I wanted to, if there were, especially for the leads on Tanner who weren't expecting to go before snow, wanted to see if there are major thoughts, and if not, I'll just make a call.
Bob and Jason, are you guys ready to get this done with and we can move forward? I saw two raised hands, I think.
Wow. Okay. Yes. Two of the leads said go. So awesome. We're in the discussion. We'll go to Chris.
Great. Well, on that note, we'll keep this brief. Hopefully it'll be not quite as organized as I thought, but that's fine. We'll work on that. I just want to thank authors for their time and effort, both for the ESP draft and for the modeling, the stock assessment. Frankly, there was a long list of CRAB plan team recommendations, and I think we as the SSCs should endorse those recommendations moving forward as time permits. As Mike, Dr. Litzow presented, the author is relatively busy. A couple of things just to flag on some of those indicators. Just from my standpoint, I think one of the recommendations was for a poor egg clutch indicator, and I would suggest that's a good idea in the grand scheme of things. I think having some indicator of poor clutches is a good dramatic indicator of things. So I just wanted to flag that. I made mention, actually, the other thing was, and I also agree that bitter crab prevalence is also just generally a good indicator whether it has a population, direct population effect at that low level. May or may not be true, but it certainly suggests a stress response to the system. So I think that's a pretty interesting thing to keep an eye on. So just to flag those couple. I will just again reiterate, based on my question, for us as a whole to be thinking about whether looking back at a time series in the current system is the right way to be gauging a metric or an indicator. If systems are changing, then looking backwards isn't necessarily the best way to go. So we should just be thinking about how to best utilize indicators with looking forward for the next couple of years. So that's my thought on ESPs. Moving to the models. Generally, I concur, and I'll be interested to see what my co-leads recommend as well. But I would recommend, I would concur with the CRAB plan team and recommend bringing forward only the base model 22.03D5 and the GMAX model G25.05. And I agree that giving the author as much time working on the bridging analysis to get us up and running on GMAX is a high priority, I think. And someone can correct me if I'm wrong. This is the last stock that's going into GMAX if it's going. So it'd be super great to get this last one over the hurdle. So I would suggest putting those other things off until this bridging and moving into GMAX is completed, and to try to do that as quickly as possible. The last thing I forgot to ask, and I don't think I heard, but I will also put out as a recommendation that we did last year, is that we also recommend the stock assessment author bring forward a tier 4 approach like they have in the past for September. And I'm just going to leave it right there, and I will pass it off to Bob. Thanks.
Go ahead, Bob.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Agree with everything my colleague online said in terms of priorities. I'll work backwards and go through the model. I agree that having more time focused on the GMAX model is important. However, I'd like to make a recommendation. I'd like to see milestones for how the GMAX process is expected to move forward over the course of the next year. You know, with the time that the author may or may not have. And the reason for that is I think some of these other aspects of the model development, while we're going to set them aside, they're still progressing the model. I think there's some good movement forward on some of the BSFRF side-by-side experiments that you know, we have looked into in the past and would want to consider in a GMAX framework. So I think it's important that past September we come back full circle and have something to recommend at that meeting. I understand we recommend specs at that meeting, but it would be good to just get a GMAX milestones there so that when we're considering further models, we can either revisit some of these that were done in preparation for the recent meeting and or move on from them. So otherwise, I'm in agreement with what comes forward for the September meeting, including the Tier 4. On the ESPs, the crab planting recommendations are excellent. And I think as is, I would add, though, to include considerations for a temperature effect on size at maturity. And if possible, considering that under the use of the MOM6 data sets. That's all I have, Madam Chair. Oh, pardon me. It's not all I have, Madam Chair. One more thing, we heard in public testimony, which was much appreciated. In particular, I think asking that the author, when they're bringing ESPs forward, also consider updating us on the Skipper survey and how that effort is moving forward in this process. It would be valuable. Now that's it, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Bob. Jason.
I think I can be pretty brief here. I concur with my colleagues on the recommendations, agree with the crab plan team. I guess maybe responding to one thing Chris said regarding the past indicator performance, whether that's useful. I'm wondering if, you know, looking back may provide some context with the past indicator performance based on the environmental conditions at the time. So it may provide context in terms of how unusual, you know, a current event is relative to a past event. So maybe there's some value there with including it. And then I think I heard Bob said, bring forward the Tier 4 fallback model, but I just wanted to reiterate that.
Thanks, Jason. As far as looking at, I mean, I like the idea of how have indicators in the past done. Who is that for? Are we going to put that in recommendations for Tanner author? We've got, yeah. Oh, I'm thinking in the crab planting report, we also have an ESP section. I can put it, just highlight it general now, whatever you wish.
Yeah, I was struggling with that too. It might be more of a general ESP discussion, and so we still have to have that discussion, correct? So, you know, maybe we can put a pin in that, and if we have to come back to it.
That's great. I will highlight it for a general section possibly. All right, I'm not seeing additional information here. So key pieces for Tanner. We support bringing forth model 22.03D5 and the GMAX version 25.05 back in the fall, and along with milestones for GMAX development over the next year and Tier 4. And we had some other suggestions for indicators, support of, and processes for the ESP. And that's great. That's all I'm going to do. You don't need to hear it again. Okay. And thank you. We've got one down. So it is 4:54. Let's go ahead. I'm not going to ask you another question. Let us break for the evening and come back at 8 o'clock, bright and sparkly, to do snow crab discussion. Thank you, everybody.